The Blob by David Bischoff. Prologue. The NASA space program has shown us, with its video coverage and its National Geographic-type photos, just how beautiful the Earth is when viewed from outer space. The object, however, was blind and could not perceive this beauty. At 100 miles up, the gravity well of Earth is a powerful force, and it already had the object in its grip. But the object, having no senses, did not perceive the rapid diminishing of its weightlessness. The object had had a long voyage, but it had no idea of time, or even space, so even as the unseen physical force of gravity began relentlessly tugging it down toward the beginnings of the Earth's atmosphere, there was no resistance. As the object touched the exosphere, a vast stretch of cerulean stitched with swaths of white, the Pacific Ocean with clouds, unfolded beneath it. The object noted neither the calm nor the beauty below. It simply did not care. As the object passed over a scatter of islands amid this vast sea, the air molecules it struck began to create friction. One side of its casing began to glow, first a soft pink, then a bright cherry, then a vibrant red as ablation commenced. As it passed over the edge of a great dun and green-colored continent, the object had no recognition that this was North America. Its descent from a wide trajectory had steepened rapidly, driving it at a great velocity beyond the deserts and mountains, the cities and smog of California. Into the stratosphere it blazed, its burning descent now giving not only light and heat, but sound as well. No one noticed this sound, however, least of all the object. By now the object was a full-fledged meteor, screaming relentlessly out of space, shrieking through the darkening skies above the western United States. Great mountains reared up below. Vast deserts swept out into the realm of twilight. The cities of man, large and small, sparkled to life with electricity as night descended. As it entered the mesosphere, a blazing, brief new star in the firmament, the object could have seen its destination, if it had had eyes. If it had had a mind to know such things, it would have known that it would land just on the outskirts of a relatively secluded town in Colorado among the Rocky Mountains, a town called, plainly enough, Arborville. As it dived down toward impact, the burning object trailed a long tail of light and heat. The object's exterior was burning away, but it felt nothing. Inside, however, something stirred, and this something did feel a sensation as the object hurtled from the sky toward the town of Arborville just past twilight on this typical quiet night. It felt a sensation very strong and insistent and demanding. It felt hunger. 1. Bodies clashed beneath the sun of an unseasonable hot day in Arborville. The air echoed with the sounds of grunts and groans. Sweat mixed with a dash of blood dripped onto the ground as 22 teenagers performed the ritual rumble of male aggression known as football. Paul watched from the bench as the Arborville High Hawks battled the Banning High Raccoons. "I gotta get more into the game," thought Paul Taylor, knowing that as a wide receiver he was a vital element of play, especially with the score tied at 14-14 in the fourth quarter. "I gotta get my spirit up, get the old team gonzo gutsiness singing in the veins. We gotta win this game," he thought to himself, trying to echo in his heart the wild cheers bellowing from the bleachers. "We gotta slaughter those raccoons. We gotta go home wearing coonskin caps, damn it." This game was a grudge match. There was nothing that the goons on the Banning High School football squad wanted more than to humiliate the Arborville High football team, to chew off their noses and spit them into the dust, to stomp their bodies to bloody bits with their cleats. Paul Taylor knew this. He knew also that the game was a playoff, and that the winner of the match would go on to the county championships, something that had eluded Arborville High for more than a decade. But for the life of him, as he sat on that hard bench, draped in shoulder pads and football jersey, clutching his helmet like a talisman, all he could think about was one of the cheerleaders. And there she was, only 10 feet away, a flash of red and blue and pink thigh. Her name was Meg Penny, and Paul had been watching her do this rah-rah routine all season, but still he couldn't get enough of it. "Go, Hawks, go! Remember the Alamo. Try, Hawks, try. Make the raccoons cry," they chanted. Incredibly stupid, yes, but that magnificent female body squeezed into that skimpy outfit was nothing to laugh at. Paul especially liked the way her long chestnut hair bounced over her shoulders and back, a curly fall of joy framing an incredibly cute face. And those beautiful deep brown eyes, and the bright pink of her cheeks, the white gleam of her teeth, the way her uniform would ride up over her rump when she performed her cheerleading contortions. And then, wonder of wonders, all of reality seemed to fade away from Paul Taylor. Meg Penny turned and she smiled at him. Paul turned away, embarrassed that she had caught him staring. He didn't want her to think that the only thing he did was drool over the way she bounced about in cheerleader's garb. Of course, he found her physically attractive, incredibly so, in fact, but he also liked a lot of things about Meg, like her spunky personality and her constant sunny optimism. His reverie was broken by a nudge from a teammate. "I'm telling you, man, she wants your bodily fluids." Droplets of water splashed Paul's dirt-smudged face. Annoyed, he turned to the guy sitting next to him, who had just taken a squeeze bottle of water from an ice chest and was busily squirting the cooling stuff all over his grubby face. Scott Jeske had been ribbing Paul all month about his infatuation with Meg. Paul tried to ignore his friend's remarks as he turned his gaze back to the playing field where the Hawks' defensive team were lining up again. Scott and his one-track mind, however, just wouldn't let go. "You gotta ask her out," he yelled. "Can't you see that she's just begging for the kind of satisfaction only a lusty football stud can provide?" Paul turned and glared at his friend. Scott was shorter than Paul by half a head, and sometimes he seemed dumber by 10 times that amount. But what Scott Jeske lacked in height or intelligence, he more than made up for in sheer obnoxiousness. "I told you, man, she's dating Pulver." Scott shook his blonde head and grinned. "I got the official word, pal. That relationship's going nowhere. It's Zerosville." His small blue eyes darted furtively, quickly searching to make certain Pulver wasn't within earshot. "Take a shot, for Christ's sakes." Paul took the water bottle from Scott and splashed his face. God, he knew he must smell like a zoo by now. 3.5 hard quarters of kissing dirt was no preparation for asking a stunner like Meg Penny out on a date. Goodness knew he had thought about it long enough. He'd even rehearsed a number of lines consisting mostly of clever quips and jaunty witticisms. He'd scrapped them, however, deciding they just made him sound as smart-alecky and horny as Scott. But as many times as he'd almost approached Meg, just as many times he'd chickened out. Oh, sure, he'd talked to her. All the guys joked and partied with the cheerleaders to some extent. But he'd never even taken her aside for a one-on-one chat, much less asked her to a movie or a dance or even for a harmless ice cream soda. Again, Scott intruded on his reverie, his insinuating tone growing ever more irritating. "It grieves me to see you think so small," Scott whined. "It really does, Paul. I'm seeing opportunity knocking, and you're just not answering. Give me a break, will you, Scott? I'll ask her out. I'll ask her out." The words were spontaneous, unplanned, but as soon as they dropped from his lips, he knew that he'd made a decision. Yes, by God, he would ask Meg Penny out. People said that he was handsome, with his long face and his short nose, his straight, short brown hair, and his green eyes. Paul didn't think of himself as handsome, and he'd always felt awkward around girls. But maybe, just possibly, Meg wouldn't mind being around him for just a short date or something. This pronouncement of intention, however, wasn't enough to stifle an immediate gratification man like Scott Jeske. "Bullshit. When?" he demanded to know. "When the time is right," countered Paul. "Timing is everything." Just then, Terry Stokes, a defensive linebacker, intercepted a wobbly pass and made a quick dash of a whole 9 yards before getting yanked down. Whoops and cheers erupted from the bleachers, and Meg Penny and company started their leaping and cavorting again. Coach Evans, constantly stalking the sidelines like a hungry tiger, stopped, watched his defensive boys pick themselves up and brush themselves off, then spun to his bench with an emphatic gesture. "Okay, offensive line in." "Yeah, sure, bozo," said Scott tauntingly as he and Paul jogged out together for the huddle. "When Ronald Reagan skis down Old Windy naked, that's when you'll ask her out." "You'll see," said Paul, pulling on his helmet and forming up with Ricky Tees, the quarterback. "You sure can catch a pass." "Too bad you can't make one," Scott taunted. "Hey, shut up, lardheads," said Tees. "Listen up." The play was called. The lineup was formed. Every muscle in Paul's body seemed to ache as he looked over the scrimmage line into the scowling faces of the Banning Raccoons. Somehow these clowns seemed lots bigger than the Hawks, especially when you knew all they wanted was to dig a hole with your face guard and then stuff your body in it. "Hup!" cried the quarterback, grabbing the ball and then backpedaling. Paul, despite his misgivings and occasional lack of confidence, was a natural athlete. Responding to the call, he went into action, heading hard to one side toward the sidelines, feinting one way to fool his cover, and then charging at breakneck speed to the targeted spot where he had a chance of being open to receive. The Raccoons surged in toward the quarterback, who did a little skip, danced a little dance, then had about a third of a second to see if his boy was open. Paul ran along the white chalked line just where he was supposed to be. The quarterback's arm cocked back, sprang. The football sailed up into a sweet, perfect arc. Paul put on the necessary speed to be in the right place at the right time, and as the football sailed down toward him, he was aware of a mighty huffing and chuffing behind him. His cover, well, better behind him than in front of him. He reached out, and almost as though by magic, the ball slapped down directly into his hands. He caught it. He pulled it into his chest, but in doing so, he had to slow down. By the time he was ready to pick up steam again, he realized that he wasn't alone anymore. In fact, there were 5 guys zooming in on him, looking as if they were ready to kill. Paul tried to dodge, but it was too late. The surge hit him like an express train without brakes. He was flung to one side, over the boundary mark and out of bounds. The sky seemed to spiral over Paul's head as he clung obstinately to the ball while the raccoons pulled him into his own team's bench area. The next thing Paul knew, he was being slammed into the team table. Gatorade spilled, towels flew, clipboards scattered. Somewhere a whistle blew and the referees were suddenly yelling. Paul was aware of heavy weights slowly lifting from his body. The tacklers, having brought down their prey, were reluctant to leave it. Dazed, Paul just lay there for a moment, staring up. And then, like an angel peering over the edge of a heavenly cloud, Meg Penny stared down at him with a horrified expression. "Say, Meg," said Paul, trying a wobbly smile, "do you have any plans this evening?" 2. From his perch atop his rebuilt 1958 Indian motorcycle, Brian Flagg stared glumly at the scene around him. How the hell did I ever end up in a dump like this? He wondered. Arborville, USA. He listened for a moment to the distant cheers rising from the high school football field. Then he leaned over and pulled the cold Coors from the Arborville High book bag. Popped it, sipped it. Ah, cold and clear. Hell of a lot better than the piss that Arborville produced. Mountain Chill beer. Flagg hated Mountain Chill beer. Mountain Chill beer was what had brought him here, to Arborville. Brought his old man anyway, and along with the old man in need of work came Mom and little baby Brian. But that was a long time ago. The old man had left. Mom had stayed, however, to take care of her son, eking out a tenuous, seasonal existence, just as Arborville, USA did. Arborville was a small community formed in the misty past before the Great Depression around some reasonably decent ski slopes. Unfortunately, the initial investors ended up as Wall Street casualties in 1929, and Arborville ski slopes never quite recovered, never gained the recognition and pizzazz or classiness of a Vale or a Sun Valley. Part of its economic recovery hopes clung to the location of a new brewery in the surge of growth after World War II. But now, after the 1970s, with the giant breweries such as Anheuser-Busch either swallowing or putting the independents out of business, Mountain Chill Brewery of Colorado was a dwindling proposition. What they need to try, Brian Flagg reflected as he took a pull of his Coors, is to learn how to make some good brew. That would be a start anyway. It was really a pretty amazing town when you thought about it, Brian mused. It was as if it were frozen in the 50s. Like this whole football business. Pure 50s. The buildings all had the square, boxy look of the 50s, and the people, well, they were just as square and boxy. The place even had an old-time diner and an old-time movie theater. Maybe what Arborville should become, thought Brian Flagg, is a life-size museum, a tourist haven for all those children of the 70s who were nostalgic for their parents' own youth. He looked down at his clothes and his bike and smiled grimly to himself. Yeah. And I'll be the hoodie teenager who loses in the end. The fact that Flagg was a teenager was something he tried hard to hide. You had to look past that quiet, adult, dark intensity. You needed to peer through the shades that always hid his eyes. Only then might you guess that he was actually a hair short of 18. His outfit surely offered no clues to his age. Certainly not the two-tone 40s thrift jacket over the white t-shirt, and not the worn blue jeans, the crepe-soled rockabilly shoes, and the tiny metal stud in one ear. No, these things made Brian Flagg look as if he'd been through a lot more living than one can experience in 18 years, which, of course, was just the effect he wanted. He wondered idly now if all that cheering back at his alma mater meant that the Hawks had scored a touchdown. Not that he cared much, that was behind him. No, mostly what he was concerned about now was what lay before him, this riverbed. He was going to try and jump the mother. It was dry now, more like a ravine than a riverbed. When it actually had been a river, there also had been a bridge. But all that remained of the bridge now was a short section of rotted timbers extending out into midair. Flagg started the motorcycle and maneuvered to the edge of the gully, one hand still holding the beer. He drove in a lazy loop for a moment or two, contemplating the bridge. Then he drove halfway up the thing, stopped, and kicked the wooden supports with his foot. Yeah, he thought, this should do. The timbers should make an okay ramp. A quick dart up the ramp, then over that 30 feet to the other side. Sure, no sweat. Decided finally, he drove the motorbike back the 50 yards or so he needed for a good takeoff. As he listened to the revving sounds of the engine and steeled himself for the jump, he noticed peripherally a figure emerge from the woods nearby, followed closely by another, smaller figure. He turned to check them out, then laughed to himself. Shit. Just the can man and his mangy mutt. The scruffy old dude, the can man, was a codger who looked as if he'd fallen off the rails in the 30s and decided to stick around. He lived in an old shack up a ways, and made his living collecting bottles and cans and whatnot, which he turned in for nickels and dimes. The can man was a figure of popular local mythology, wearing all sorts of identities to the minds of youngsters growing up in Arborville. Brian's own mother had warned him to stay away from the guy, but when he was only 9, Flag had actually ventured to the shack one day, where he'd quickly ascertained that the can man was just a harmless fellow who didn't have much to say. Certainly he wasn't any kind of bogeyman. In fact, Flag rather identified with him. He was an outcast too. Their bond ended there, however. The can man had little to do with anyone or anything except the business of being a hermit and collecting stuff to sell. Brian understood. In fact, he respected that. But his dog, now there was another matter. That scruffy mutt had already tried to bite him a couple times, so Brian gave the creature a wide berth. Now they were his audience. So fine, he'd show the can man and his dog how to jump a gully. Flag took another swallow of beer, then crumpled the half-empty can and threw it toward the can man. "There you go, guy," he snarled. "For your collection." The dog barked and Brian Flag chuckled. He could still hear the cheering from Arborville High, and he pretended that they were yelling for him. Yeah, here's Brian Flag, Colorado's answer to Evel Knievel, about to show his stuff to the world. What, a 25-foot jump? With a machine like this one under his butt, why, it would be child's play. "Yo," he called. "Here goes!" He gunned the throttle of the Indian, jammed the bike into gear, and spun out, spraying dirt behind him. The engine roared loud and hard, and the thrill of acceleration added excitement to Flag's determination. The wind whipped through his hair, whistling louder and louder as he went faster and faster. He bent his head forward to decrease the drag and yanked the throttle down all the way. The field flashed by, the bridge approached. Man, oh man, this was going to be a rush. He was really going to do it. But then the Indian coughed. It sputtered and it coughed again, just yards from the bridge ramp. Flag gunned it again. What the hell was this? Damn, he wasn't going to have the speed to make the jump. Instantly he jammed on the brakes, but it was too late. The bike skidded, kicking up dust as it veered to one side. Desperately he dug his heel into the ground, fighting his momentum as he reached the lip of the gully. For an endless moment he hung, teetering at the very edge of the busted bridge. Brian desperately shifted his weight, lurching back away from the precipice. His muscles strained as the machine tottered beneath him, and then the bike dropped, dragging him along with it. It really wasn't too deep a fall till he hit the side of the gully, maybe 5 or 6 feet, and Flag managed to land without the bike falling on his head. But the jolt was too strong and the pull of gravity too great. Both he and the Indian tumbled and slid ass over elbows, handlebars over axles, to the bottom of the gulch, collecting a goodly amount of dirt and dents along the way. For Flag, the world twirled around, away, and then, with an abrupt lurch and a splash, he found himself at the bottom, lying in a thin trickle of water, the motorbike on top, pinning him to the muddy clay. Wetness spread through his trousers, sopping them, and he struggled to get up. "You not only let me down," he said to the Indian, "you rub my nose in it. What kind of faithful companion are you?" The cheers from the high school football game seemed to mock him. Then closer applause came from above. Flag looked up. The can man was peering over the edge above, a big grin on his stubbly face. He started to wheeze with laughter. Flag shot him a glare, then began to wiggle out from beneath the bike. The can man chuckled a little more as he polished Flag's discarded Coors can and chucked it with a clank into his plastic sack. The mutt whimpered away. Flag sighed and finally pulled himself free. The can man turned and followed his dog. Flag shook his head morosely. God, the humiliation! He couldn't have suffered this failure alone. He had to have Jimmy Nick the can man witness it. Like that saying, if a tree falls in the forest with no one to hear it, does it really make a sound? If Brian Flag gets chucked into the mud by his bike, does he feel embarrassed unless someone sees it? Well, he felt damned embarrassed. Maybe that meant he had just proved something, though hell if he knew what. It wasn't as if the old can man was going to go and blab his story all over town. The can man didn't say diddly to most people, and he didn't exactly hang out with the boys on the general store porch. So why did it bother him? Flag knew why. The can man didn't use his mouth much, but sure as hell he used his ears. He knew Brian Flagg, and sure as shit he knew the boy's troubled history. Trouble, trouble, trouble was the theme here, with no happy endings, just a couple of stretches in juvie hall getting reformed. The old can man was probably thinking, typical Flagg move. Trouble. He thinks he's so cool, and he ends up wallowing in a ditch. Brian stood and brushed his pants off. He pulled the bike up and pushed it toward a dry area so it wouldn't get messed up worse. He loved his bike. It was cheap transportation, cheap freedom, and Brian Flagg cherished freedom deeply. Now more than ever, since he'd been deprived of it a few times. He just had to work out the kinks, that was all. He'd get it running right again. He was a pretty good mechanic, used to his machine. Still, as he parked the bike, the memory of the can man's derisive clapping and the cheering in the distance lingered in Flagg's mind. A low heat of anger simmered deep as he knocked some of the mud off the bike. People could be real jerks, all right. They peg you for something, and then that's what they stick you with. He remembered when he was just a kid, he'd hear the whispers behind his back. Hey, that's Josh Flagg's boy, isn't it? Like father, like son, blood will out. Following in his daddy's footsteps. God, that had hurt. All his memories of Joshua Flagg had been good ones. At least up until Joshua Flagg had embezzled that money and skipped town, abandoning son and wife. That was a pain that Flagg didn't think about much, but, of course, it never really went away. And ever since his dad ran off, the whole town had been waiting for him to turn bad too. All Brian had ever wanted was to be somebody, to be different. He'd made a few mistakes, sure. And the way he acted, the way he dressed, yeah, maybe it wasn't exactly in the regular social mode of Arborville, USA. But it was him, it was Brian Flagg, and to hell with them all if they couldn't take a joke. Right? Damned right. He'd show them all. Soon as he could get some money together, get some prospects someplace else. He'd be out of here, leave this stupid little nowhere town, dumb old Arborville with its cheesy ski resort and its watery, gassy beer. He tried to start the bike, but it didn't even sputter. Yeah, he'd be out of here all right, but not right now on this bike. He'd have to get the bike fixed and working right before he could even think about such a thing. He'd have to get the tools. Reluctantly, Brian left his bike and began the walk to town. 3. Arborville, USA. It wasn't a name that carried a lot of magic, not like Hollywood or Miami or New York. An occasional tourist at the Indian Summit Resort might ask, named after Julius Arbor, right? The multi-millionaire. Maybe he started the place, yeah? The residents, upon hearing such a question, would just smile knowingly and neither nod nor shake their heads. The truth, which they seldom shared, was that Arbor was the name of the trapper who had built a shack there over 100 years ago and had ended up ignominiously scalped and butchered by the local Indians. Arborville Lodge, a headquarters for hunters, had become Arborville Resort in the early 20s. The town that grew up to house the people who worked at Arborville Resort became Arborville. But in truth it remained a town, marooned in the middle of the country, clinging desperately to the past with a vague hope for the future, but mostly just happy to eke out a present. Arborville had all the prerequisites of a classic American town. There was a weather-beaten post office, a pseudo-colonial town hall, an American Legion building that desperately needed a paint job, a pseudo-Gothic high school and a ticky-tacky box of an elementary school. And of course there were clusters of suburban houses strewn around, each built in whatever cheap style predominated in the decade of their creation, but the single enduring symbol of an earlier innocence, of a period of hope and prosperity, as well as the cornerstone of its social life, to say nothing of its gustatory tradition, was the town diner. The Tick-Tock Diner was built in the late 40s in the classic roadside Pullman design, as though poised and ready to be hitched up to some train and make a streamlined exit at any moment. It was the 50s, however, that had left its stamp on the place, when Tandy Rumpyard had bought it and called it Tick-Tock after the garish neon clock sign he'd purchased in Denver at a bankruptcy sale. Even today, Elvis songs still played on the jukebox and echoed against the diner's metal walls. The whole place smelled of years' worth of malteds and cheeseburgers, a cemetery of cracked linoleum and dulled metal. The Tick-Tock might have been a monument to nostalgic memories of better days, if the owner had cared to polish it up a bit, take out the patched orange booth seats, and remortar some of the tile. But why should he? Arborville was too busy just hanging on to care much about nostalgia. It was too busy using the Tick-Tock Diner as a place to eat and meet to think in terms of its history and style. And they all did use it, from the oldest resident to the youngest, each agreeing you could say what you wanted about the grease and the pall, but the Tick-Tock still managed to brew the best coffee in town. Sheriff Herb Geller certainly thought so. It was his kind of coffee, all right, not like the battery acid stuff at the local McDonald's. This coffee was thick and rich, dark and deep, with a smooth taste and no afterbite. And they served it with real cream, too. Well, half and half. Close enough. The sheriff half-turned on the creaky old metal stool that sat as part of a row in front of the counter. He looked out into the afternoon light, and then he looked back at his coffee in its chipped cup, and then he looked over to where Fran Hewitt sat, dreamily watching the convection heat rise from the macadam parking lot. The sheriff was dying to make some conversation with the lady, and coffee, he supposed, was about as good a subject as any. "Coffee's even better than usual," said Sheriff Geller, easing his girth a little closer to the counter. Fran looked over at him, her eyebrows raised. She didn't seem at all annoyed that he'd interrupted her daydreaming. "Pardon me, Herb," I said. "I'd take this coffee any day over that battery acid they dredge up over at McDonald's." "Yeah, it ain't bad, is it?" Fran was a handsome lady in her 30s, with a kind of resignation hanging on her that signified she'd been waiting on tables all her life so far, and expected to be waiting on tables the rest of her years. Still, she kept herself looking good, and had a touch of sass to her that Herb found appealing. "You want some more?" she asked. "Sure do." She poured him some more coffee, and the steam and rich, nutty flavor rose up in a hot breath from the stained ceramic cup. "You're an obstinate fella, Herb. Everybody else who comes in here is sucking up the iced tea on a scorcher like today, and you're sticking to your coffee." He was about to respond to that, when a pair of telephone linemen barged through into the diner and plopped into a booth. "Pardon me, Herb." "Ma bell rings," said Fran, pulling a couple of menus from a rack and going around to serve the men. Herb took a stainless steel metal creamer from its spot by the salt and pepper and poured himself some into his coffee. Steam rose, and clouds swirled in the liquid as he looked at that coffee. Hell, he thought, why am I drinking hot coffee on a day like this? Fran came back and he immediately waved at her. "You know, I'm one stubborn son of a bitch. You're right. Give me an iced tea, Fran." She smiled, filled a glass with ice and poured. "Good. I suppose you've guessed that the manager is giving me a healthy commission on iced tea today." Geller laughed as he took the iced tea. He drank some, no sugar, and he said, "Yeah, Fran, hits the old spot." It was that kind of day. He was about to start up another conversation, broaching a subject he'd been working up to for half an hour now, when the lineman started waving for Fran's attention. Herb Geller had been sheriff of Arborville for over 10 years now. Before that, he'd been a police officer in Denver, accepting a job as a cop in the small town when he got sick of dealing with big city stuff and just wanted to get away. When Sheriff Patterson had thrown in the towel and retired, Herb Geller had been in the exact right spot to run for sheriff. He liked the job. He really did. It wasn't just that he liked being a big fish in a little pond. He had honestly grown to care about this town and its people, to sympathize with their problems. They were people just like people everywhere, and the fact that they had to hang on just a little harder than most to keep their town alive appealed to Geller. Trouble was, here he sat, a good 3 years past the Big Four. Oh, and his wife Abby was long gone. She said she couldn't stand it here, that she missed Denver, so she moved back and got hitched up to some other cop. And now Herb Geller was getting tired of just dating the pretty snow bunnies that showed up for winter vacations. Now he was looking around for someone steady. And then, just last year, Fran Hewitt showed up. She was with some guy at the time, but now the guy was gone. Herb had started noticing her right away, but at first Fran had seemed about as friendly as a rattlesnake. She wouldn't go out with nobody. But lately she was getting friendlier, smiling at him and talking. Then it was his turn to get nervous and tongue-tied. It was one thing to chase ladies who were eager for a holiday romance, ladies you probably would never see again. It was a different thing entirely with a woman you saw every day, who knew all your warts and ticks and probably your history as well. So now he was really thinking hard about putting it on the line, thinking about finally asking Fran Hewitt out. He drained half the cold glass, thinking about what to say. As Fran stepped behind the counter and slapped the order onto the ledge of the window between the serving area and the kitchen, Geller groped in his mind for another conversation starter. "That's the biggest order the whole hour I've been here," he said. "Looks like the game's put you out of business." She looked at him strangely, then realized he was just making conversation. "Don't worry. When they're done screaming their heads off, they'll come in here like a flood." "More iced tea?" Herb pushed his glass forward. "Please." Fran had long hair that was drawn tightly behind her head now, making her look severe. But those bluish eyes and those soft lips betrayed a kind of vulnerability that appealed immensely to Herb Geller, that made him really want to know about this lady. As she poured him the tea, he noted admiringly the way she kept her uniform starched and clean. He caught a whiff of fresh scrubbed skin, a hint of opium perfume, which just happened to be his very favorite. Good to see this town get up on its hind legs about something, she said. Even if it is only a football game. Takes their minds off their troubles. Been a lean year for most folks, Fran shrugged. Ski season's almost here. There'll be tourists. I hear you like the tourists especially, Herb. Before he could comment, she grabbed his plate, which held the remnants of his tuna on whole wheat. You done with this? Yeah. Cripes, he thought. So she'd heard about him and the ski ladies. It figured. This wasn't a big town, and it was only to be expected that the sheriff's sexual activities would get talked about. Still, her comment did put a bit of a crimp in his confidence. He'd been planning on playing himself as a shy and lonely guy, both of which he really and truly was, down deep. But with his reputation, it sure didn't look like it. The truth was he didn't really mind much getting rejected by ladies he didn't especially care about. Experience showed that about 1 in 7 would say yes anyway, but when you did care... Ah, the hell with it, he thought. Get on with it, Geller. You know, Fran, he said, they got a new band out at the Tin Palace tonight. The Spurs. Country and Western, so they say. Is that right? Fran turned, but her expression stayed blank. Supposed to be pretty good. That's nice. You like country music? Herb continued, not knowing what else to say. Then she seemed to get it. She leveled her gaze at him, really looking at him for the first time all day. Herb, are you asking me out? Herb stammered for a moment. Well, yeah, I guess I am. Suddenly it was Fran's turn to be flustered, and Herb Geller couldn't tell why. He had a bad feeling, though. As she scribbled out his check, her back turned to him. I don't know, she said suddenly. I'm stuck here pretty late. Gotta make a living, you know. Uh-oh, here come the excuses. Herb knew a gentle letdown when he heard it, and he didn't have to hear any more. Feelings sinking a bit, he tried to bow out gracefully. Yeah. Must be tough to get away. Suddenly a commotion sounded from outside. Both Herb and Fran shifted their gaze to the street, viewed through the diner's window. What they saw was a horde of high school students, streaming banners and making noise, descending upon the diner. We won, was the cry. We beat 'em, Fran, yelped a girl in glasses as she flung open the door and entered, bringing the noise inside with her. We won, 21-14. Oh shit, said Fran. She turned, bent down, and hollered into the kitchen. George, here they come! The teenagers poured in, sweaty and wide-eyed, whooping and waving, turning the whole diner into instant chaos. Herb shook his head at the sight. He pulled out his wallet to pay, took out one of his cards, and handed it to Fran along with a $5 bill. If you ever get a little time to yourself, here's my number down at the station, he said. Oh, and keep the change. Hardly acknowledging this, Fran just grabbed the money and the card. Stuffing both into her pocket, she went off to deal with the babbling teenagers at the counter. Okay, one at a time, she yelled. Bemused, Herb looked down at the receipt she had handed him. Below the addition, words were jotted. I'm off at 11, they read. A rush of relief and happiness flooded Herb Geller. Not a rejection after all. He had a date, a real, genuine, maybe this might lead to something date. He stuffed the check behind his ticket book, squared his shoulders, straightened his gun and holster, and sauntered off to his cruiser, feeling proud and happy. The teenagers ignored him. 4. The old pickup truck grumbled and squeaked to a halt right next to the Tick-Tock diner. Brian Flagg jumped out of the back, slapping the battered blue side of the cab. Thanks for the ride, he said to the man in the baseball cap behind the wheel. No problem, fella. Stay good. Brian winked, and the pickup truck roared away, leaving behind a rooster tail of dust. Gotta see Moss Woolsey, thought Brian. He'll help me out. I gotta get my bike fixed before dark, and Moss is my only hope. Brian Flagg started up the road toward Moss's place, past the Tick-Tock. Too bad he didn't have time for a Coke or something. He could use one. Still, with that horde of his classmates inside there, the Tick-Tock scene was not exactly one that he cared to make today. Just then, Sheriff Geller walked out of the diner, easily the last man that Brian Flagg wanted to see right now. Or forever, for that matter. Luckily, Geller didn't seem to notice him, but just slid into his bubble top and gunned the engine. Flagg picked up a little speed, skipped over to the sidewalk, and faded into the shadows of a hardware store's awning. He turned his back, pretending to admire the hammers and chisels on display in the front window. Sheriff Geller was the guy who'd put Flagg on ice twice, and he was not the sort that Brian Flagg cared to make idle chit-chat with. The black and white Lincoln eased along the road behind him, and Flagg could almost sense it stopping. Oh, shit. "Flag! Congratulations!" cried that too familiar voice. Brian Flagg turned. "Congratulations for what?" he asked, in a surly tone. "Hear you got a birthday coming up. No more Juvie Hall, right?" "You got that right, Sheriff," Brian said. "You bet," said the sheriff, stabbing a finger at him. "Next time you fuck up, you're in the majors." Herb Geller grinned. "See you around, Flagg." The bubble top cruised on. Flagg sighed. Geller would like that. Geller was the guy who'd pegged him early as a juvie and had made damn sure that Brian Flagg didn't get an inch to spare. That was why, when Brian Flagg had first been caught at something even slightly unlawful, in this case, fooling around in the brewery with some guys, guzzling some free beer in the middle of the night, the proverbial book had been thrown at him. And it was in the Websterville Juvenile Detention Hall, for 4 long weekends of reform, that he had met the guys that had gotten him into trouble the second time, Vinnie Marshall and Ted Klinko. Once sprung themselves, they'd bring their motorbikes over to Brian in Arborville for minor repairs. Brian had palled around with them for a while, attracting Sheriff Geller's attention. Then, when Vinnie and Ted were seen hauling loot through the broken door of someone's apartment, the sheriff immediately showed up at Brian Flagg's house, with a search warrant. Unfortunately for Brian, the guys had stashed a few stolen articles in the shed in his backyard. Equally unfortunate, the shed was the place where he kept a small bag of marijuana as well. They never caught Marshall and Klinko, at least not around these parts, but they did put Brian back in Juvie Hall for his summer vacation. It wasn't like he didn't expect it, though. Maintaining his hard veneer, Flagg had always cultivated the rougher crowd. If there ever had been a gang in Arborville, Flagg had belonged to it. That it had been a play gang consisting only of a bunch of kids who liked to pretend to be tough meant nothing to the local authorities. Brian Flagg looked like a hood, therefore he was a hood, and like any potential troublemaker he should be squashed. The earlier, the better. Flagg knew he shouldn't complain too much. He had played the role, and at least it gave him an identity, one he liked a hell of a lot more than those white-bread sorts who were the general run of Arborville youth. And it wasn't like he didn't have friends here, he thought, as he headed toward the sign labeled Moss's repair shop. There were some folks around who liked him. Moss Woolsey was a friend, and Brian knew he could count on Moss helping him get his wheels back on the road. Flagg sauntered across the street and went into the grimy cinder-block garage. Ah, the smell of old tires and oil, of gasoline and elbow grease. Flagg smiled at the familiar aroma. It was in this garage that, with the help of Moss, he had fine-tuned his mechanic skills. It was there that he had learned the heavy-duty by-the-seat-of-your-pants mechanical stuff, like how to strip an old engine, clean it, put it back together with second-hand parts, and then stick it into a car shell it wasn't designed for. As soon as he reached the legal age, Flagg fully intended to get into serious drag car stuff. Right now, though, a motorcycle would have to do. As he strode in, Flagg saw Moss Woolsey bent over, wrenching away at the engine of a large snowcat. On the cat's door was the Logo Indian Summit Ski Resort. "Yo, Moss," said Flagg. "Que pasa, buddy? I see you fooled the resort people again. Make 'em think you can fix this thing. Way to go." The muscular, middle-aged black man lifted his head and peered at Flagg. A thick, soggy cigar protruded from his mouth. "Yeah, it's a ritual, ain't it?" Moss said, surveying his visitor and reacting with a flinch. "Whoa, you look like hell, man." Flagg looked down at himself. He was dusty, disheveled, and still wet. He ran a hand through his usually well-cared-for hair and found that it was a mess as well. He struck a pose and said, "It's a fashion statement." Moss grunted. "The only statement them clothes got to make is, I look like hell." Flagg didn't want to bother his friend while he was busy, so he made his pitch immediately. "My bike's sitting out at Elkins Grove. Can I borrow your ratchet set?" Moss took the cigar from his mouth. When Moss took the cigar from his mouth, that meant he had something important to say. "You kidding me? The Summit's got me overhauling 6 fucking skidoos, 3 cats, and 2 flatbed snowmakers. By Monday!" Flagg shook his head and looked back out to the bright sunlight. "What's the hurry? Must be 90 degrees out." Moss chuckled. Apparently deciding it was time for a break, he strode over to one of the flatbed snowmakers he'd alluded to. There was a 6-pack sticking out of a pile of man-made snow on the lip of the thing, and Moss took one of the bottles and tossed it to Flagg. He took another for himself, opened it, and took a pull. "Just Indian summer out there, boy." Another pull, a shake of his cigar out toward the mountains. "Before you know it, winter'll come tear-assing through this town with no apologies. Fall ain't nothing but a rumor around these parts." Using the edge of a steel locker, Flagg knocked the cap off his beer bottle. "Come on, it barely pissed snow the last couple of years. The whole town's ready to fold." Moss looked troubled by that remark. This year's gonna be different. Is that right? Take my word. You're gonna wish your piece of shit excuse for a motorcycle was one of these sweet little rigs. He patted the side of one of the snowcats. It wasn't a brand new snowcat by any means, but it had been kept polished. Its big front skis looked good, and its fuselage was shiny and ready. I'll put on chains, said Flag. What about the ratchets, Moss? Moss shook his head and went back to work on the engine. Flag had been afraid of this. He and Moss were still pals, but it was true that it was Flag who was always asking the favors. And there was no question that Moss had not forgotten the joyride Brian took last month in a Porsche that Moss had been fixing in his shop, a ride taken totally without permission. The car came back with no dents, but Moss had been furious. What if the sheriff had caught you, man, he had yelled. My ass would have been in the same crack as yours. That's a $35,000 piece of machinery there, Brian. I could have gotten into a shitload of trouble with the owner if you'd even scratched the thing. Flag didn't blame Moss for being angry, but he really needed those ratchets now. The bike's motor just needed some adjustments, some tightening, that's all. It was an old thing that Flag and Moss had put together themselves, and you couldn't blame it if it conked out once in a while. Still, Flag owed his friend. Maybe he could offer recompense. Maybe if I put in some hours for you over the weekend, he said, it would lighten things up. Moss sighed. There's 12 ratchets in that set. 12. They better all be there when I get it back. Flag grinned. He went over to the tool bench to where he knew the ratchet set was, and he gathered it up, rolling it into its cloth sleeve and sticking it into his jacket pocket. Thanks, Moss, he said. I owe you one. Moss grunted. You owe me too damn many. Flag said goodbye and strode out, eager to fix his bike and wrap his legs around freedom again. 5. In the mountains, the light at dusk has a curious otherworldly quality. It seems to bend around the slopes, filling valleys with soft shadows. It is a beautiful time of day, and tonight the sunset was especially beautiful. The can man, however, didn't give a damn about sunsets. Not tonight or any night. He was too busy. He had his job to attend to, and a working man didn't have time to stare at the mountains and watch the sun go down. It had been a good haul today, the can man thought as he picked through the batch in his canvas sack. There was a Budweiser can, a Miller Draft can, and a Coors can. In fact, the very one that Punk Kid had tossed before he'd made the kamikaze motorcycle run into the gully. What was the guy's name? The can man wondered, as he sorted the various brands. Oh yeah, Flag. Brian Flag. Guy that came poking around all the time when he was younger, trying to make conversation. Probably trying to learn the can trade, trying to dip into the can man's business. Well, the punk wouldn't steal any of his tricks of the trade, not from Jimmy Nick, the can man. Tricks like the one he was about to perform. The can man lifted his cracked work boot. Strapped to the bottom of the boot was the ancient rusty iron skillet the can man had imported from a junkyard in Denver when he came out here. In the waning twilight, he studiously inspected the arrangement of the cans, making sure they were lined up just so. He aimed, then pushed down hard. Whomp! Metal against metal, the skillet mashed down on the perfectly arranged cans, flattening them. The can man moved his foot and checked his handiwork. Yep, just right. Now on the old low stump, instead of 3 cans, there were 3 flat circles. They were easier to carry this way, and the boys down at the recycler center liked them this way. They liked them so much, in fact, that they gave the can man an extra quarter a pound. No, his skillet secret was one he wouldn't share with anyone. After all, there were only so many cans to go around in Arborville, and the can man had dibs on them all. He chuckled as he stared down at the flattened cans. Good un, he said. Then he looked over at Nixon, his dog. You gotta do this right, Tricky Dicky, or they won't pay you that extra quarter. Nixon looked at him with sad eyes. Then he yawned and scratched. Huh? Dicky, don't talk back like that to me. I fed you some good groundhogs today, your favorite, so don't sass the old can man. He picked up the 3 circles of aluminum and tossed them into a large wire basket near the ramshackle porch of his shack. Then he picked out 3 more from his sack and situated them on the stump in preparation for his skillet maneuver. Let's talk philosophy this evening, boy. You tell me, Nixon, how many angels can dance on the head of a beer can? Whomp! 3 more flattened cans. He was developing into a regular machine. In the 25 years since he'd first appeared in Arborville, Jimmy Nick, also known as the Can Man, had become something of a local institution. And in all those years he hadn't really changed. Today, just as then, he was a grizzled old codger with gray hair, a stubbly beard on a wrinkled face atop a wiry frame. The truth also was that the only rights he had to this land and this shack were squatters' rights. No one bothered him, however. He was harmless. And besides, he took care of some of Arborville's litter problem. Takes a special aptitude, doing what we do, having your own business, the can man told Nixon as he threw more flattened cans into their storage bin. Like I always tell you, boy, our motto is, can do. The can man was putting out the next 3 cans to be flattened when it happened. The first hint that something was up came from Nixon. The dog let out an odd sort of whiny growl, then jumped up suddenly, his hair sticking up on end. Startled, the can man knocked over one of the cans. He turned to look over at Nixon, who was now growling at the sky. Following the dog's gaze, he looked up into the twilight but couldn't see anything. Then he realized that it was a sound that Nixon was reacting to. The sound of a low whine that was rapidly rising higher and higher in pitch. And it was getting louder, too. He turned to the west, toward the sound, and then he saw the light, a soft glow when he first noticed it, but getting brighter and brighter. And the whine kept growing, too, turning now into a roar. Cripes, it's a flaming chariot, thought the can man. Coming down to get him. The roar grew deafening as the fireball hurled closer. The can man fell to the ground, covering his face and his ears as the fiery thing raced by like an ignited freight train. And then it landed, exploding in one huge, scorching blast. Even from a distance, the can man could feel the heat flowing over him like a river. When the noise subsided, he became aware again of Nixon, barking crazily. Then the dog tore off toward the woods where the thing had crashed. Holy shit, I've got to see what that thing is, thought the can man, stumbling as he got up, at first forgetting about the skillet still tied to his foot. He wobbled about, his heart hammering in his chest, finally getting the thing off, and then running after the dog, taking time only to grab the hand axe leaning against the shed, just in case. There was no problem in finding the thing. It had burned a path straight through the tops of the trees. Thank God it had been raining this week some, thought the can man, or the whole forest would burn up in a snap. Instead, the flames were just dancing on the tops of the trees, flickering out. The can man followed the trail of destruction, noting how some trees had been snapped in half. He could still hear Nixon barking up ahead. Wait up! Wait up, you mangy mutt! He cried, stumbling through the thick growth. Suddenly he stopped, startled by what he saw ahead of him. A crater. The thing burning down from the sky had smacked into the forest with such force that it had made a huge hole, splashing earth aside as if it were mud. Nixon was barking away at the edge of the crater, but he didn't go down into it. The can man eased his way closer and stroked the dog comfortingly. Hey, pal, what we got here then, eh? The can man peered up over the edge, a bright light bathing his battered features, filling the darkening air with an eerie glow. Woo-wee, he said, staring down into the crater. Blue and green flames danced along the crater's rim, but they were slowly dying out as brackish smoke funneled up into the night sky. The fumes had the smell of burnt sulfur mixed with charred wood and scorched earth. It made the can man's eyes tear up. He watched a while, waiting for the flames to flicker down. Then he picked up his axe handle and, brandishing it before him, approached closer. You stay here, Nixon, he ordered. No telling what this is. But I suspect it's one of them there meteorites, and near as I recall meteorites, they're made from metal. Who knows, we might have ourselves a fortune here. Maybe we can buy ourselves a can factory. The dog growled. Okay. A canned dog food factory, how's that? Through the diminishing haze, he could make out a charred, red-hot sphere protruding from the earth. A sphere with a crack down the middle. Maybe we got us some goodies inside, Nixon. Now stay back, boy, stay. I'm going to check this baby out. The heat remained fierce, but moment by moment it slacked off. The can man was impatient. He wanted to see if this was indeed going to be the big find of his life. He stepped down farther, feet crunching the burnt earth. He squinted down at the object through watery eyes. Then he saw it. Inside the sphere something pulsed. It was more than light, more than flames. It was the shimmer of something fluid, like the glimmer of a reflection at the bottom of a well. It stirred and turned, undulating, slithering. A soft hissing sound filled the air. Nixon, too, was transfixed, his bark silenced. With a faint whimper, he scurried away, spooked. Good idea, pal, said the can man. But me, I'm the curious type. Gotta see what this is. Whatcha think? Molten gold? Platinum? Worth lots more than aluminum, I should think. To one side of the crater there was a fallen branch, stripped of its leaves. The can man picked it up and began to poke at the thing below him. He aimed the end of the stick into the glowing, cracked hulk at the bottom of the crater. He stuck it in as far as he could safely reach, to where a kind of volcanic soup boiled within the object. The stick slid into the fluid. What he sensed at the end of his probe was a thick, curiously viscous substance, like tapioca pudding when it's still hot. It didn't look much like metal, thought the can man. I wonder what the hell it... There was a tug on the stick. It was a gentle tug, like the nibble of a trout at the end of a fishing line, but it was a definite tug nonetheless. Creepy, thought the can man. Well, he could let this thing cool a while, then check it out. He had a weird feeling here, and maybe it would be wise to just leave well enough alone for the time being. He'd come back later to check this number out. He pulled the stick from the smoking object. There was something on the end of the stick, he noticed immediately. Something that looked grossly like a giant glob of phlegm, a mass about the size of his fist. Its transparent surface steamed and sparkled in the glow from the object and from the traces of fire that still flickered on the periphery of the crater. The can man tilted the stick more, giving it a little shake. The funny-looking stuff didn't fall off. Instead, it clung as if it was glued on or something. Well, I'll be, said the can man. This is just the damnedest thing. Nixon, come here and have a gander at this. He stepped back up the side of the crater, waving the stick back and forth with greater force. Then he checked the wad again. It was still there. It seemed to flex now, drawing into itself. Hey, what a discovery, thought the old man, stepping back. Fascinating! He stared in wonder at the complexities of this globule at the end of the stick. It seemed to sparkle with a kind of iridescence that dazzled the old man's eyes. For a moment he stood transfixed. Incredibly quickly the stuff streamed up along the stick. Like a cobra striking it hit the old man's hand, folding about it like a sheath. The old man screamed, but there was no one to hear him. He let go of the stick, but it was too late. The blob of stuff was now attached to him, fully wrapped around his hand, all the way up to the wrist. The can man stared down at the thing in horror. His hand started to tingle, to itch, and then it felt as if it were on fire. 6. Freshly showered and wearing clean clothes, Paul Taylor strolled along a Arborville street with his friend Scott Jeske, feeling like $1 million. I can't believe it. I catch the winning touchdown pass and get a date with a dreamboat to boot. Have I had a good day or what? Dusk was settling down over Arborville, cooling it a bit. The street still smelled of hot dust and car exhaust fumes, and people, exuberant from the football victory, had returned to repopulate it, walking home, or perhaps doing a little bit of shopping. That's the 4th time you've said that, man, said Scott. I admit I'm proud of you, pal, but if you pat yourself on the back anymore, your arm is going to fall off. Sorry, but I just can't believe it, said Paul. I'm really happy, really and truly. You know, it's not often I get to go out with someone I really like. It's hard enough to ask plain girls out. But Meg Penny, sheesh, my brain is getting foggy just thinking about her. Nah, it was just all the tackles today. You'll be fine, Taylor. Then Scott seemed to notice something. He snagged the crook of his friend's elbow and dragged him off toward a row of small stores. Come on in here for a moment. It suddenly registered with Paul that Scott was dragging him into the Rexall drugstore. What are we doing here? Paul asked. I gotta go home and get ready. The door chimed as they walked in. The Rexall store was clean and neat, but its narrow aisles were heavily stocked, and the effect was rather claustrophobic. The place smelled of syrups, powders, antiseptics, and chewing gum. Scott pulled Paul along toward the drug counter in the back, his voice lowered to just above a whisper. Lend me $5 till tomorrow. Paul was aghast. What for? Scott's narrow lips formed into a self-satisfied smile. You're not the only one with a date, pal. I'm bound to score with Vicky tonight, and I got to invest in a little protection. No telling what bugs are creeping around town tonight. Paul stopped in his tracks, doing a double-take. Vicky? Vicky DeSoto? The girl most likely to make Penthouse Pet of the Year? And if she made Playboy, they'd have to have an L-shaped gatefold to fit her all in. No, he didn't buy it for a moment. You're gonna score with Vicky DeSoto? Scott beamed. That's right. I understand women like Vicky, he said with a conspiratorial wink. They're like frying pans. You gotta get 'em hot before you put the meat in. You're a true romantic, said Paul, feeling pretty disgusted but amused nonetheless. Come on, spot me a 5, Scott persisted. A voice called from behind a stack of tampons. Come on, boys. It's closing time. That would be the pharmacist. Paul could see a mound of graying hair bobbing near the cash register, below it a pair of horn-rimmed glasses. Exasperated, Paul dug into his pocket, pulled out his money. He separated a 5 from his thin stack of bills and handed it to Scott. Just make it quick. Scott grabbed the 5 and sauntered confidently to the back, while Paul turned to the magazine rack and picked up the latest Time magazine. Carl Sagan was on the cover, framed against a picture of the Milky Way. The words read, "Outer space. What's really out there?" Paul just hoped that whatever was out there, it wasn't as creepy as his friend Scott Jeske. Yep, he was going to score tonight, no question, thought Scott Jeske, as he strode past the rack of aspirin and painkillers to where the pharmacist stood, a surly expression causing his mustache to curve up at the ends. Clearly the guy wanted to go home, which was okay with Scott, since this wasn't going to take long. "Hey, pal," he said. "Give me a pack of Trojans and a Banaka spray." Somewhere behind him the door chimed. Another last-minute customer. The pharmacist seemed to be considering Scott's request, looking as though he'd just as soon kick the kid out as serve him. Finally, with a contemptuous grunt, he turned away to get the stuff. Scott waited, drumming his fingers on the countertop, trying to disguise both his nervousness and the rising excitement about tonight's date. He'd had his mind set on dating Vicky DeSoto for weeks, and tonight was finally the night. A man walked up behind Scott and plopped a package of Contac on the counter. Out of the corner of his eye, Scott saw a dark suit and a white clerical collar. Above that, a balding head. Holy shit, thought Scott. It's my minister! Reverend Frederick Meeker, pastor of All Souls Lutheran Church, gave Scott a beatific smile. "Well, Scott Jeske, good game today." For a moment, Scott felt as though he were frozen in his shoes, caught by his own minister buying a pack of rubbers. Sheesh, this was the guy who'd christened him, for Christ's sakes. This was the guy who'd lectured about the sins of the flesh and the desires of the heart. He just prayed that the pharmacist was going to put his stuff in a brown paper bag. Thanks, Reverend. How you doing?" He managed through a rigid smile. "My hay fever's acting up, but I'll live." The Reverend pursed his lips. "You know, I haven't seen you at Sunday services lately, have I?" "Well, said Scott, but he got no chance to continue, since the pharmacist had reappeared, displaying 2 bright red packs of condoms. "You want the ribbed or the regular?" he asked. Oh no! Unless he got brilliant real fast, his mom was going to get an earful of this, Scott thought, hemming and hawing. Then inspiration struck. "Ribbed, I guess. They're not really for me." He ventured a look at Reverend Meeker. The guy's eyebrows were raised so high it almost looked like he was growing his hair back. "Oh?" he said. Scott pointed over to Paul, immersed in a magazine. "No, they're for my friend over there." The pharmacist and the Reverend both craned their necks to get a good look at the guy in question. Their reaction encouraged Scott, and he forged on. "Yeah, he's planning to take advantage of some poor young girl tonight. You should hear him talk about it." "Disgusting." The pharmacist looked doubtful. "Why doesn't he buy them?" "I had to drag him in here as it is. The guy's totally irresponsible." He slapped his $5 down, wanting to get this over with as soon as possible and get away while he still had these guys actually believing his story. As if sensing the people were staring at him, Paul looked up from his magazine and called down to his friend. "Come on, Scott! What's the holdup? I don't want to keep her waiting, I told you." "Perfect." Scott shrugged to the pastor as if to say, "See? What did I tell you?" Reverend Meeker seemed to believe Scott's story, looking down the aisle at Paul with concern and compassion. The surly pharmacist shook his head. "That boy doesn't need condoms. He needs a muzzle." "You really can't blame him, sir," said Scott. "It's the school food. Far too much glandular reactives, I say. I think we ought to get the FDA in to check it. Me, I always brown bag it." He got his change, snatched the sack, and tipped an imaginary hat. "Well, gotta run. Maybe I can discourage him from the error of his ways." The pastor looked as though he wanted to ask Scott if he was going to start coming back to church, but seemed too stunned to get the words out. The pharmacist just gave a disgusted grunt and started ringing up the pastor's purchase. "Well, get the stuff?" said Paul, putting the magazine back on the rack. Scott slapped the sack. "You bet. What were you talking about with the collar there?" "I was going to just settle for plain rubbers, but good old Reverend Meeker, he highly recommended the lubricated sort." He grinned. "He says he likes them bright red, too." Feigning shock, Scott looked back over his shoulder. Good grief, he must have gone to Jim Baker University. 7. It was controlled chaos as usual at the Penny household, a 60s-style colonial nestled in a cluster of similarly modeled homes. Peg Penny, the mother, was trying to deal with the remains of the evening dinner, carting dishes into the kitchen and sticking them into her GE dishwasher. At the same time, she had to cope with the baby, gurgling away in her high chair, as well as two 10-year-olds who were playing with their desserts. Meanwhile, George Penny, the father, was rattling around with his stereo, trying to get his favorite station tuned in to accompany his evening's paper reading. And Meg Penny, older teenage daughter and ace cheerleader, was running around on the upper level, rooting through drawers for the right clothes to wear that evening, making all kinds of noises when those tried-on clothes didn't look right for her date with Paul Taylor that night. When Peg came out of the kitchen to get the next load of dirty dishes, she found her 10-year-old son, Kevin, balancing his entire square serving of lime jello on his spoon, while his pal Eddie Beckner looked on with glee. Before she could do or say a thing, Kevin stuck his mouth onto the jello and, with one mighty suck, inhaled the entire glob. This action was greeted with a squeal of approval by Christine, the baby. Eddie Beckner, who had disdained his own green jello, opting to eat only the whipped cream on top, applauded. "Kevin, don't eat with your face," said Mrs. Penny. "We're in a hurry, Mom," explained Kevin. "We're going bowling with Anthony." All enthusiasm, Eddie piped up. "And then to the movies." That news stopped Mrs. Penny cold. She didn't approve of most of the movies they were letting young kids in to see these days, and she was more than vocal about this matter. "What movie?" she demanded. Kevin, well aware of his mother's opinions on the subject, kicked his friend under the table to shut him up, but Eddie's mouth was already cruising along at full speed. "Garden Tool Massacre, your basic slice and dice." Mrs. Penny did a double take. "Your basic what?" This guy in a hockey mask chops up a few teenagers, and then he noticed Mrs. Penny's reaction. "But don't worry, there's no sex or anything bad." Peg Penny was still an attractive woman, but when she frowned, as now, the severity of her expression gave no hint of her beauty. "No, absolutely not." "Mom, come on," said Kevin. "Kevin, I will not have you seeing that kind of trash, and that's final. Do you understand?" Kevin nodded sadly. There was no use trying to argue with her when she had that kind of face on. "Yes, ma'am." Peg Penny had just turned to deal with baby Christine, who had tossed her spoon onto the floor, when another crisis erupted, this time from upstairs. "Mom!" Meg, her daughter, called down from the second-story landing. "Have you seen my pink sweater?" Yes, she certainly had seen Meg's sweater. Peg Penny cringed. "It's on the hamper, honey," she said, heading for the stairs. "I meant to talk to you about that." Leaving the children to their own devices, she started up the stairs to deal with her teenage daughter. Meg Penny, meanwhile, was going through the hamper, a flash of pink, a blur of fuzz. She plucked up the cashmere fabric and was staring bemusedly at it when her mother walked into the room. The thing looked as though it had shrunk. "What happened?" she asked. "Well," said Mrs. Penny, "I'm afraid it got mixed up in the wash. I meant to do it by hand." "Maybe it will stretch back," said Meg, slipping it on over her bra, trying to get the bottom down to her blue jeans. Alas, it went only to her midriff. Meg stared down at it a moment, then looked up at her mother. "It's an interesting look." They both laughed, and Mrs. Penny was clearly relieved at her daughter's reaction. Generally, they got along very well. Of course, there were the occasional tensions, inevitable in a situation where a daughter was inheriting a mother's youthful beauty while mom traveled into middle age. Inevitable also due to the fits of independence typical of adolescence. But still, they had a lot in common, Meg and Peg Penny. They were somehow good friends. "I'll tell you what," said Mrs. Penny. "Why don't you wear my Ann Taylor blouse?" Meg was taken aback. That blouse had cost a lot of money. "Really? Are you sure?" "I'm sure," said Mrs. Penny. Meg was very pleased. She would look good in that blouse, and she wanted to look nice for her date tonight with Paul Taylor. She figured her father would like Paul. He was always telling her to date guys that were straight arrows. Funny thing was, that was the part of Paul that she'd never much liked. He just seemed too normal. But then, when she joined the cheerleading squad, and she got to talk to him a little bit, she found that beneath those Midwestern good looks, he was actually an interesting individual. So when he'd asked her out today, she'd not only said yes, but she was thrilled at the prospect of dating him. Suddenly the doorbell rang. "Oh my God, that's Paul," she said. "Now, you're sure he's okay, dear?" "Paul is the kind of guy Daddy wants me to be going out with, I'm telling you. But can you deal with the door? I'm going to be very late getting ready." "A woman's prerogative, Meg. I'm sure your father is dealing with the door. I'll just go down and check." Mr. Penny, however, had just settled down into his lazy boy with his paper, and was not about to get up and answer any door. So the task was left to Kevin. He swung it open to find a teenage boy, looking very nervous and smiling too broadly. "What is it?" Kevin asked. "Hi," said Paul Taylor. "I'm here to see Meg." "What for?" asked Kevin, not really interested, still grumpy because his mother wouldn't let him go with Eddie to see the movie. "Well, just to see her. Is she home?" "Just a minute." The door slammed shut in Paul's face. He took a deep breath, let it out, telling himself to stay calm. He didn't want to blow this date. Surely it was his most important so far. When the door opened, an older version of Meg looked out, smiling, which made Paul feel loads better. "I'm terribly sorry. You must be Paul." "I'm Meg's mother," the woman said. Turning on the politeness to full power, Paul said, "Nice to meet you, ma'am." Mrs. Penny beckoned him to enter. "Come on in. Meg will be right down." As Paul entered the nicely kept home, Kevin Penny tried to squeeze out the open door along with Eddie. Mrs. Penny caught Kevin by the back of his collar, spinning him around in a challenging manner. "And where do you think you're going?" she demanded. "To Eddie's. I'm sleeping over, remember?" "Okay, but you're not going anywhere without your jacket," she insisted. "Oh, Mom, it's boiling out." "It's October, and it's nighttime. You're wearing your jacket." Kevin stomped to the nearby closet and pulled out a light gray nylon jacket which he tossed over his shoulder. "Put it on," his mother demanded. Kevin put it on and tried to zipper it up, but the zipper jammed halfway. "Stupid coat." Paul watched, feeling like a third wheel, as Mrs. Penny descended upon her son in a mother-henish manner, giving the zipper a few hard tugs until it surrendered to determined motherhood and shut all the way. She bent over and kissed Kevin on the cheek. "Bye, honey. Enjoy yourself." The moment Kevin and Eddie escaped through the door, a crash sounded from the kitchen, followed a second later by the wailing of a child. "Oh, Lord, Christine," said Mrs. Penny. "Excuse me, Paul." She hurried back to deal with the accident, leaving Paul to his own devices. He looked around. Nice house. Typical suburban, a lot like his own, but with a touch of individuality, plus some class and style. The same classiness showed also in the oldest product of the penny union, Meg. The traits that Paul liked most about her were her poise, her sense of style, plus the obvious intelligence and wit she showed in conversations. Suddenly there she was, bouncing down the stairs in a pretty beige ruffled blouse that suited her perfectly. She wore a bright, welcoming smile and, most exciting of all, Paul thought, she looked extremely pleased to be going out with him. "Hi, Paul." "Hi," Paul said. "You look great." "Thanks." "Ready to go?" "Oh, yeah. I've been looking forward to it. But I want you to meet my dad first. It'll just take a second." Paul shrugged. No problem. Dads were one of his specialties. Somehow he found that he knew how to handle fathers. Just talk about football and compliment them on their home and family, and they'd love him. Paul anticipated no trouble here. No trouble at all. Meg took him into the den, where a man lounged in a reclining chair, immersed in the newspaper. "Daddy," said Meg, "I'd like you to meet Paul." The newspaper lowered. Paul recognized the man in his horn-rimmed glasses and neatly clipped mustache immediately. It was the pharmacist from the Rexall drugstore. "Hello," said Paul, extending a hand. The man did a double take and then looked as though he were about to bite off Paul's hand. "Ribbed." "What?" Paul took a defensive step backward. Mr. Penny stood up and started waving his paper at Paul. You're taking my daughter out?" "No. Not after what that Jeske boy had to say about you." "No way!" Meg looked totally baffled, but Paul immediately guessed what had happened. "Sir, I can explain." His precious date with Meg Penny at stake, Paul Taylor explained, for all he was worth. 8. On the way into town, he'd been lucky and snagged a ride in Clint Ziegler's pickup truck. But despite a great deal of thumb-wagging, no one had stopped to pick up Brian Flagg on his way back to Elkins Grove. Finally, he had to walk the whole way along Route 9, and then another mile until he reached the dry riverbed, lugging Olmos's ratchet set in his pocket. He should have brought a flashlight too, he thought, as he approached the familiar skeletal stump of the bridge he'd tried to use as a ramp. The sun was long gone, and night had clamped down tight on the countryside. There was a full moon, however, and from it enough light to see what he was doing. There were just a few adjustments that he had to make on the bike, and he'd worked on that machine so much he could probably fix it in the dark, just by touch. In the distance, a dog howled. From closer came the hoot of an owl. A cool, dry breeze was blowing down from the mountains, swaying and rattling tree branches in the forest nearby, and pushing the smell of pine and dead leaves into Flagg's face, and the smell of something else. Brian Flagg paused by the ruined bridge and took another sniff of that air. Yes, there was something else. A burning smell. He surveyed the tops of the trees, and yes, there was a trace of smoke, coming up from just about the area where the can man lived. The old man must be having a barbecue, thought Flag, or burning refuse or something. Nonetheless, the smell made him feel slightly uneasy. As he looked at the wavering smoke against the night sky, the hairs at the nape of his neck lifted a bit, and he shivered. The mountain countryside could spook a guy once in a while. Injun ghost dances, some people called the sensation. Flag just shrugged it off and went down into the gully to deal with his bike. It was still there, of course. There was no danger of anyone wanting the thing. Brian had paid a whole $25 for it, almost as soon as it got dumped in the city junkyard. Back then it looked hopeless, rusty and dilapidated, but the frame had been good still, and the tires were almost new. Otherwise it was a mess, but Brian Flag had a talent for spotting potential in old stuff. Now the bike meant a lot to him because he'd saved it. It was almost like he'd made the whole thing. He hauled the bike up, pushing it up the gully slope at any angle so the wheels could get some purchase. It was a struggle, and when he finally pushed it up over the rim, he was puffing heavily. When he had his breath back, he wheeled the thing to some flat ground near a stand of trees. Here, he not only had optimum use of the moonlight, he also knew the damned bike wouldn't roll away from him. He put the kickstand down, crouched, and opened up Moss's ratchet set. Straining to see in the dim light, he began to work. Suddenly he heard a soft rustling sound. Flag tensed, looking around. It had been an odd noise. He listened a moment longer. Hearing nothing more, he went back to work, ignoring how greasy his hands were getting. More rustling. This time, however, it was closer. It seemed to come from the trees to his left. A twig snapped, and Brian paused, holding his breath as he listened. He heard nothing more. Flag slipped the ratchet into his back pocket and flipped the ratchet box closed. Then he flicked on the motorcycle's headlight and panned it across the base of the trees and the surrounding field. Nothing. Damn, this was creepy, although nothing to get upset about, of course. The night was always full of odd sounds, and this valley could do weird things with sound, thought Flag as he clicked the light off. That sound could be coming from... He turned around and found himself staring into horror. Wild, shrunken eyes, an open mouth, silently screaming, crazed tangle of hair. Flag gasped and stepped back. It was the can man, and he looked as if he'd just been through a meat grinder. Abruptly, the scream broke loose, wretched and hoarse, from the can man's mouth. He brought up his arms into the moonlight, and Brian could see that one held a rusty hand axe and the other hand was wrapped in something weird and smooth, something reddish with speckles and sparkles. Flag didn't get a good look because the can man turned and held the hand out. He took the hand axe and made an erratic swing at his own arm. The axe blade glanced off the forearm, doing not much harm. But God, was the guy nuts? He was trying to cut off his own hand. Another scream ripped from the can man's lips, and he pulled the axe back again for another try. God, he had to stop the loon, thought Flag, racing up and catching the axe. With several hard yanks, he managed to wrestle it out of the old man's grip. He hurled it away into the brush, where the guy couldn't get at it again. The can man screeched again, shuddering with agony. As Brian spun him around, he could see the guy's eyes actually rolling with the pain. It was that thing on his hand. What the hell was it? Hey, old guy, be still, I'm trying to help you, he cried, surprised at the scrawny man's strength. Flag managed to raise the arm up into the moonlight to where he could get a good look at it. Boy, the old lunatic had done some damage with the axe. The forearm was shattered, mangled, and on the hand, oh, Jesus, what was that? The old man's hand was cocooned with a thick, oozing mass. Translucent, it looked like a jellyfish wrapped tightly and stubbornly, with a strange glitter to it, an odd pulsing. But inside, Flag felt his stomach churn. This translucent gunk was colored a queasy pink, and through the pink showed what was left of the can man's hand, skeleton, with just a shred of muscle, a faint wrapping of vein. Even as Flag stared down, transfixed with revulsion and horror, the mass moved slug-like up to the new slash the man had inflicted with the axe, staunching the blood and clogging the dent. There was a faint sucking sound. The can man howled. Flag, distracted, no longer had a good grip on the old man, so he was able to break free. Off balance, stunned with what he had seen, Flag staggered back as the can man charged off back into the woods, screaming like a madman. Flag recovered. He had to help the poor guy. He'd never seen such dreadful suffering. Wait, he cried. You need help. The can man just kept going, so Flag chased after him, the image of the horror on that man's arm still vivid in his mind. As he entered the woods, he could hear the can man blundering about in the undergrowth up ahead like a blind, maddened bull. Wait! He cried again, as he caught sight of the man in the moonlight. clutching his hand to his chest, whimpering and moaning with shock and horror. Adrenaline-pumped moments passed as Flag ran through the woods, getting closer. Up ahead, he could see the ribbon of Route 9 snaking toward Arborville. The can man was making toward the road, but he seemed to have no particular destination. He was just running, wildly, as though running would stop the pain he was clearly experiencing. Flag just hoped that he heard the motor first, and then he saw the lights, moving along the road at a good clip. "Oh, shit," he said. "Old man," he screamed. "Watch out!" But the can man did not hear him, did not heed the words. He loped out into the road. Brakes screeched like a banshee's call of doom. 9. Paul Taylor gripped hard at the wheel of his dad's Toyota Celica, trying to get control of himself. God, he was pissed. He took a deep breath as the car barreled through the night. He reached over and turned the radio to the local rock station, letting the power chords of Def Leppard pound from the speakers in the rear. A bright moon floated in the clear sky above. The dense forest hurtled by to either side of the car. After a long silence, Meg Penny finally spoke. "I'm really sorry about my father. I've never seen him like that." Clearly, she was just as embarrassed as Paul about what had happened, and just as eager as he to get this date back on track. Paul nodded, then exhaled slowly. "That's okay. Just a misunderstanding. I've made better first impressions, that's for sure." "Well, no harm done, I guess," she said, loosening up a bit and leaning back to enjoy the night air rushing through the open window. "Wrong," said Paul. "Scott Jeski's gonna die." Meg chuckled. "You like the idea of the imminent death of a football player, Miss Rah-Rah-Rah." "No. The humor of it all is just starting to sink in. The look on Daddy's face, the look on your face, priceless, just priceless." Paul sighed and began to untense, allowing himself to smile. "Yeah. I guess maybe it was pretty funny. To think, your father, Mr. Straight, selling condoms and thinking, talk about being hoisted by his own petard. Still, Scott is going to pay." Meg changed the subject. "So tell me about this restaurant that you're taking me to. You know, I had to pass on Mom's meatloaf tonight. This better be good." Paul laughed. "Oh, yeah. My parents and I go to this place a lot. It's over in Sidewinder, called the Overlook. They get a lot of the resort business, and also passers-by on the highway looking for a nice place to eat. They say the chef actually met Julia Child once." Meg laughed. "No, the food isn't bad, and the view is nice, and they're candles, and Dad knows the owner, so we can maybe get a glass of champagne or something. I thought it would be a nice quiet place, I dunno, to just talk. It's not very quiet back at school, and there's always class to go to, or practice, or other distractions. It's just that, well, I've always felt that maybe you and I, well, maybe we had a lot to talk about." "Oh? What makes you say that, Paul?" Paul took in a deep breath. "Well, I read a lot. I'm a good reader and a quick reader, so I can put away a book in a day or two, and I've been reading since I was about 4 years old. And every day, Meg, every day, I see a different book under your arm. So, anyway, now I've got these whole different worlds my head travels in, worlds I really can't talk about to other people. And I thought maybe you had worlds too, and maybe we could share those worlds." Meg was quiet for a moment. "Paul, that's a wonderful thought. Yes, I do like to read. And these days, you don't get too many people who enjoy immersing themselves in books. But is that the only reason you asked me out?" "Heck no," blurted Paul. "I think you're the sexiest, most wonderful girl in school." He was immediately embarrassed, and he was glad of the darkness, because he knew he was blushing. Meg laughed. "Whew. For a moment, my faith in the male of the species was being shattered. No, but it's true about the books. It's not just a line, Meg." She patted him on the knee. "I know, just teasing you, Paul." A nice glow filled him, and he took a moment to look over at her, outlined in the glow from the headlights. Nice silhouette. Along with her perfume and the sense of warmth near him, Paul realized that his heart was pumping with excitement again. "Paul, watch out," she cried. "There's a man running across the road." Paul swiveled his gaze back immediately. A figure was jumping out of the shadows to the side of the road up ahead and was headed straight for them. Paul slammed on the brakes and swerved, honking the horn to warn the guy. The man angled, but instead of moving away, he ran straight into the path of the car. All this happened in just a split second, so Paul wasn't able to do anything else. Then the brakes locked. Bang! The front of the Toyota connected with the man, barely clipping him. The man bounced off the car and curled up on the ground to the side. Paul brought the car to a halt. "It's not your fault, Paul," said Meg. "I saw it. He ran right into you." Paul swallowed. "We've got to help him." They jumped out of the car. The man lay in the middle of the road, holding himself and moaning. Just as Paul was approaching him, he saw another figure rush from the woods onto the road, puffing. In the still-lit headlights, he was able to make out that the figure was that of Brian Flagg. Paul knew Flagg, although more by reputation than anything else. They weren't enemies, but neither were they friends. Brian Flagg was simply the school's primo hood with a juvie record, yet a bit of an outcast. So it was natural that Paul should think that this poor old guy on the pavement here was running away from him. Flagg! Jesus Christ, what did you do to him? Flagg knelt down beside the old man. He turned to find that the person who had addressed him was Paul Taylor. "Hey, I'm not the one who bounced him off my car, pal." "Right," said Paul, approaching cautiously. "But you chased him into the road." "Stop it, both of you," Meg protested, striding out between them. "Can't you see this man needs help?" Paul knelt down to the side of the old man and helped Brian Flagg to sit the guy up. "Careful," said Flagg. "He's got some kind of corrosive shit on his hand." "Hey, I've seen this guy," said Paul, when the grizzled head swung into some light. "This is the can man. His words were stopped by the sight of the man's hand as it came into the light as well. It was dim, so he couldn't see the hand clearly, but there seemed to be some kind of slime all over it. Slime and blood, with a hint of bone. "Oh, God," said Meg, seeing it too. "What the hell is that?" "Don't look too close, or you'll lose your cookies," said Flagg. "I don't know what it is, but old can man needs a doctor." "We're not far from the clinic," Meg said, pointing toward the town. "Yeah, that's where we'll go then," said Paul as they helped the guy toward the Toyota. The man smelled of sweat and blood and bad stuff that Paul couldn't identify. Halfway to the car, the old man started shivering and trembling, as though from fever. "Take it easy, mister. We're going to get you some help, okay?" A moan bubbled from the man's lips. From the sky, fell from the sky. His voice was like sandpaper on sandpaper. What's he saying? He's in shock," Meg said. Paul remembered the special class he'd had a couple years ago in CPR and related emergency procedures. "You needed to keep victims of shock warm, didn't you?" "Yeah. There's a blanket in the back of the car." Meg pulled open the door, reached in, grabbed the blue wool blanket, and gave it to Paul. Flagg helped him wrap the can man up, and then they eased him carefully into the back seat. Meg assumed her position in the passenger seat, and Paul was about to run around to the driver's side when he noticed that Brian Flagg hadn't moved from the side of the car. "Come on, get in!" "What for?" Flagg asked. "There's going to be a lot of explaining to do to the doctors, and you're part of it. Now, you gonna get in, or do I make you get in?" Reassuming his tough guy role, Flagg pretended he was dusting some dirt from Paul's shoulder. "What's wrong, Taylor? Worried about a little insurance claim on Daddy's car?" "Maybe I will come along, just to make sure you don't lay the whole thing off on me." Meg stuck her head out the window. "Are you two done? Will you hurry? We've got an emergency here." Paul circled around and got in the driver's seat. When he slammed the door, he saw that Brian had pushed Meg over and was sitting beside her, closing the door behind him. "Hey, Flagg, get in the back," Paul demanded. "What?" Flagg said. "Hell, I ain't sitting in the back seat with that thing on the can man's hand." Flagg stretched out and draped his hand over the back of Meg's seat. He smiled at Paul. "Whenever you're ready, pal." Gritting his teeth, Paul turned the engine over, stuck the car in gear, and got going. He drove fast and he drove well, as Meg guided, and Brian explained how he'd just been fixing his bike when he'd bumped into the can man, totally out of his mind. He was trying to hack his hand off with this hand axe. "You should have seen it," he said. Meg shuddered. "I'm really glad I didn't." "Yeah, so I tried to stop him, but when I got a gander at the stuff on his hand, well, that kind of took the wind out of my sails. So then, he just took off, with me chasing him. All in all, I guess it turned out for the best. You guys might not have stopped if he hadn't run right in front of you. I just hope that the doctors at the clinic can help him," said Meg, looking back at the old man in the back seat. "Yeah, I mean, who's going to take care of Arborville's can problem if the can man kicks the bucket?" said Flagg. The Arborville Memorial Hospital was a flat, long brick building just outside of Arborville on a fairly isolated stretch of road. An ambulance sat in the driveway beside a parking lot empty except for 2 cars. Paul drove right up to the front of the building and, with the help of Brian Flagg, hustled the can man, still wrapped in the blanket, his eyes blank and glassy, into the glaring strip lighting and linoleum of the emergency room. The place was deserted except for the night nurse, who sat at her station absorbed in some paperwork and hardly noticed the new arrivals. Paul left the other two to keep the can man upright and went to the desk, trying to get the nurse's attention. "Excuse me," he said. "One moment," she said. She wore black glasses around a pinched face, and her hair was tied into a bun above the matronly bulges in a starched white uniform. She was working intently on some kind of report, scribbling onto a yellow manila folder. Paul impatiently tapped on the counter, then looked back behind him. A strand of drool was rolling from the can man's mouth onto the blanket. "Now, how may I help you?" the nurse asked, putting the folder away and finally deigning to look at Paul. Paul pointed back at the blanketed old man. "This guy needs a doctor right away." "He's got something on his hand," said Meg. "Some kind of acid or something." The nurse didn't even look at the man. "Does he have Blue Cross?" "I don't think so," Meg said, clearly flustered at the question. "Medical insurance of any kind?" "I don't believe this shit," said Flagg, muttering under his breath. "Ma'am, this is the can man. He probably checks this place out once in a while, picking up discarded cans. He does a service to you guys. And he needs help," Paul said. For the first time, the nurse looked directly at the man. She wrinkled her nose at the smell as the can man trembled beneath the blanket, swaying on weak legs. She pressed a buzzer. "The doctor on duty is busy with another patient right now," she explained. Almost immediately, a bulky male orderly with a crew cut answered her call. She turned to him. "Willie, would you put this gentleman in room 3, please?" Willie nodded and took the can man from Meg and Flagg's grasp and steered him to a rolling gurney. He picked the guy up and laid him down on the gurney, as if he were a sack of cotton. The can man began to whimper fearfully, his feverish eyes focusing on Brian Flagg. "Take it easy, old dude," said Flagg softly. "These guys are gonna fix you right up." Paul watched as the old man turned and looked up at Flagg, a glimmer of intelligence and hope in his eye. He quieted down. Paul looked over to Meg, who was studying Flagg, clearly as surprised as Paul at the compassion he displayed. As the orderly wheeled the gurney away, the nurse handed Paul a clipboard holding several blank forms. "You'll have to fill these out," she said. Then she went back to her own business inside the station. "You think he'll be okay?" Meg asked, looking at the door still swinging from the recent exit. "He could lose that hand," Paul said. "It's up to them now." Brian Flagg, though, seemed to shrug off his concern like a dirty t-shirt. "You guys can stick around if you want to. I'm out of here." He headed for the door. Meg shot him a look of disappointment, and Paul thought quickly. What next? They could leave now, sure, but all they'd be thinking about was that groaning old guy with a gunk on his hand. It would ruin their whole evening. This way, if they stayed, well, they wouldn't be eating cordon bleu and sipping underage wine. But they'd be together, and they'd still be able to talk, to get to know each other. "Do you mind if we stay for a while, just to make sure?" Paul asked. Meg smiled sweetly, looking very beautiful. "I was about to ask you the same thing, Paul. Let me see if they've got a Coke machine nearby. Diet orange if they've got it, okay? I'll be sitting over in the waiting area." "Right." He stopped, then turned back to her. "You know, for a really lucky day for me, my luck swerves around, doesn't it?" "Lucky, Paul?" "Yeah. I mean, you saying you'd go out with me. Wonderful luck." She smiled again, sexily. "Nothing to do with luck there, Paul Taylor. If you hadn't worked up the courage to ask me out in a week or two, I would have had to ask you." He went off to look for the soda machine, his heart much lighter. 10. As it turned out, though, a clinic waiting room was not a spot particularly conducive to deep conversation. Paul dutifully filled out the forms as best he could, though they looked really funny with just the can man penned in for a name, and the woods near Elkins Grove as an address. He put the forms back on the counter at the nurse's station, but she ignored both him and them. Then he returned to continue the awkward talk with Meg. They were both preoccupied, of course. There was no way to ignore the environs. Not with those bright fluorescent lights humming into your eyes, not with that medicine and rubbing alcohol smell reminding you where you were. A half-hour dragged by as they talked and thumbed through the different magazines lying around the waiting room. Meg was paging through a big thing called Special Report, Fiction, and Paul was checking out a car and driver. Paul looked over at her. "I bet you've had better first dates, huh?" "I don't mind." That smile again. "Wonderful. Hey, you want another soda?" "Sure, same again, okay?" "No problem." The vending machine was just inside the swinging doors. It was a Pepsi machine, not a Coke machine, but it did have Diet Orange, so Paul wasn't complaining. He dutifully fed the quarters into the slot and punched the buttons. The machine produced the beverage with a rattle and a thump. Another few quarters, this time for a Pepsi, and as he put them in, Paul happened to glance up the hospital corridor. It was much as it had been before. At the end of the corridor was the room where they'd put the can man. He was lying on the same gurney there, unattended. He seemed to be unconscious now, not moving at all. Sheesh, thought Paul. The doctor still hasn't gotten around to him. As Paul stared at the man lying on the gurney, something odd happened. There was a strange kind of movement under the blanket, a kind of wobbly flutter. What the hell, Paul thought. Was the guy out, or was he awake, his hands going through spasms for some reason? Leaving the sodas in their trays, Paul walked up the corridor to the open room. To one side of the hall there was activity. Soft voices came from the examination room where a doctor was putting the finishing touches on an old woman's arm cast while he spoke to her gently. Paul walked past, turning his attention back to the room where the can man lay. Yow! The blanket was heaving up now, like a wave. What could be doing that? As he approached, Paul noted that the can man's head was turned away. But just as he entered the small cubicle, the head flopped over to face him. Filmy eyes stared up from a white, skull-like face. A bloody froth bubbled up from within the can man's gaping mouth with a rattling, gurgling sound. "Oh no," said Paul, stopping dead in his tracks. He went no farther, instead turning and heading back double-quick to the room where the doctor was working. Bounding in, he cried, "Doctor, you gotta come right away." The doctor looked very annoyed at the intrusion. "Can't you see I'm with a patient here?" Paul pointed down the corridor desperately. "There's a man dying. Please!" Paul grabbed the man's arm and dragged him into the hallway. "Down here," he said. "We brought him in earlier." They entered the cubicle. But now there was no movement beneath the blanket. The can man lay still and oblivious to everything, as though sleeping. "Is this the hand injury?" the doctor asked, automatically slipping into professional mode. "Yeah." There was this weird stuff on his hand, and the doctor took the edge of the blanket and peeled it off. Paul Taylor gasped, but he couldn't take his eyes off what lay below the blanket. Strands of a saliva-like substance clung to the underside of the blanket. "Oh my God," the doctor said. The only part of the can man that was intact was his head. From the neck down the body it was half dissolved. Paul and the doctor stood frozen, staring down at the quivering mass that looked like a moldy fruit and gelatin salad layered over a skeleton. The bare bones of the can man's ribcage framed the soupy remains of internal organs, and his spine ended in a lump of twisted white that had once been his pelvis. All the rest was just a mass of steaming gore that wafted up a noxious smell of acrid putrefaction. Paul almost threw up. He staggered back, his mind reeling, but was unable to tear his eyes away from what lay on the gurney. "What the hell is this?" the doctor, aghast, finally said. "The thing on his hand," said Paul. The doctor broke from his paralysis. He ran to the door and hollered for help. "Nurse, get in here!" The thing on his hand. It wasn't there anymore. Where the hell had it gone? He had to find it. The thing was dangerous. Paul sensed that much. The horrible thing was a danger to everyone here in the clinic, maybe even to the whole town. He knew this fact, not so much from logic as from a queasy instinct he'd felt, ever since he'd first seen that pink blob on the can man's hand. Paul pushed past the doctor, charging into the hall, looking for that thing. It was a living thing. It had to be. It was a living thing, and it had to be found. He hurried down the hall, whizzing past the nurse who had been summoned from her professional stupor by the doctor's call. Paul looked first to the right, then to the left, checking the doorways. A little way down a door was open. It was an office, and on the office desk a phone beckoned. They were going to need help here, no question about that, Paul reasoned. The thing had killed the can man, killed him in the most horrible way imaginable. If it had killed once, it would kill again. Paul knew he had to call the police, and the sooner the police got there, the better. He went into the office toward the phone. It was hungry. Hunger was the only immediate sensation it knew, and now that it was bigger, so was the hunger, grown into a rapacious, ravenous urge that filled every wildly growing and splitting cell in its mass. In the hot place it had known little, its hunger as small as it was. It had known pain as well, with the heat and the pressures of gravity. But somehow it had thrived despite the pain, thrived and survived the screaming thump that had ended its long journey. When the cool night air had hit it, it had automatically contracted. But then the solid thing had come swimming into its ken, and it flowed around the thing, tasted it, found it organic and good, clung. The blob had found food. There had been fulfillment there, There, in the first drink of tissue and corpuscles, in the squirt of warmth as the blob's fluids had descended upon the flesh and blood of the hand, dissolving it into assimilable plasma. Yes, in feeding had come satisfaction, but the blob was weak, and this was its first food, and it took a time to feed, and to grow. But then, in the darkness under the blanket, after the confusing sensations of speed and of other animate forms around it, its cells began to multiply, and it was able to manufacture more fluid, and its feasting was able to commence unabated. But then the blob had sensed something else. It had sensed danger. And so the life-giving essence sucked from its prey. It had departed, aware of the movement of the other animate forms it instinctively knew were not only its food but its enemies. Now it hung at the top of the wall, hiding, waiting. The flesh and blood it had consumed was of poor quality, and so its strength was not great. But now it sensed the presence of a delicious and desirable pile of animate food, fresh and young. With a pseudopod, it gently shut the door behind Paul Taylor as the teenager went to the phone. And then the blob began to crawl up to the ceiling, along which it flowed like an upside-down spill of vomit. The room was sterile, featureless. The only illumination came from the single lamp which cast a pool of light onto the desk and the phone. The ceiling was covered in shadow. Paul Taylor picked up the phone and dialed 911. The phone rang several times before anyone answered. Then Paul heard a woman's voice. "Sheriff's office, Sally speaking." "I have to talk to the sheriff," said Paul. "It's an emergency." "One moment," said Sally. There was a pause. Paul took a deep breath and tried to control the fear he could feel crawling up his spine. He had to stay in control. Another voice spoke on the phone. Paul recognized it as the voice of the sheriff. Geller speaking. Paul felt a great deal of relief hearing that voice. His dad and Herb Geller were bowling buddies. He'd known Herb Geller since he was a kid, and the officer used to give him rides in his bubble top. "Sheriff, this is Paul Taylor." "Paul, what's the matter, son?" "I'm at Arborville Memorial. An old man's just been killed out here." Paul had taken up a pencil on the desk. He was nervously tapping the eraser against a pad of hospital stationery. He did not notice the 2 globs of moisture that dropped onto the edge of the desk, nor the small plumes of steam that rose up as the fluid ate into the wood. "You said, killed?" "Yes, sir," said Paul. "Okay, you sit tight and I'll be right out. Who else is involved?" "I'm with Meg Penny, and Brian Flagg was here earlier." The sheriff's voice rose with suspicion. "Flagg? Where is he now?" 2 more drops of fluid fell onto the desk. 2 more wisps of smoke grew, and this time Paul Taylor noticed. "What?" "The ceiling was dripping or something." "I don't know," he said into the phone. Paul looked up. It was hanging there just above the lamp. It looked like a monstrous red slug, glistening with a sheen of moisture, a soft glimmer in the light. Another spatter of moisture dropped onto Paul Taylor's hand, and the droplet burned his skin. He looked back up in horror, frozen, unable to do anything. The blob dropped down on him like a cloak of phlegm. Paul Taylor screamed. 11. Meg Penny sat in the waiting room, flipping through the magazine and waiting for her Diet Orange soda. She wondered what was keeping Paul. He should have been back by now, she reasoned. Something was wrong. The doctor had called the nurse, and the nurse had gone running. Since then there had been silence. The clinic felt spooky now to Meg, as if something was about to happen, something bad. She was worried about Paul. Even though this date had taken a bad turn, it wasn't Paul's fault. He was a good guy, she knew that much now. Good and conscientious. There was plenty of time for more dates, and Meg Penny knew that she wanted to go out with Paul Taylor again. But they had to get through this nasty business first. That old man, that horrible gunk on his hand, it made Meg sick just to remember it, the way it had eaten away his hand. It was terrible. Being alone in this room made Meg nervous. She had to see what was going on. Besides, Paul had been gone a long time. She got up and walked toward the swinging door into the clinic corridor. Maybe after this all was taken care of, they should just call it a night, and Paul could take her home. That would shock Daddy, all right, especially after what he'd been thinking after that ludicrous condom thing. Maybe she could show Paul some of her collection of books, and the beautiful classical record collection she listened to often. Meg saw the doctor and the nurse at the end of the hallway, huddled over the gurney that held the can man. Meg couldn't see what they were doing, so she started to walk toward them. Maybe Paul was with them, she reasoned, and he could tell her what was going on and how long it was going to be before they could leave this place. Then, from a nearby office, she heard the scream. Paul's scream. It didn't last long, for almost as soon as it started, it was muffled. But it lasted long enough for Meg to tell exactly which office it came from, and she hurried to the door, twisted the knob, and pushed through. The lamp had fallen to the floor, and its glow was thrown across the tile and upward, glaring in the young woman's eyes, casting swaths of light surrealistically across a scene straight from hell. Paul Taylor lay on the floor, and something was on top of him. It was pink and translucent, a massive glob of gunk that trembled and contracted around Paul. And it was alive. "Paul!" she cried. A gurgle, squishing noises sounded, along with the slap of protoplasm against linoleum as the teenager desperately flopped and struggled against the gelatinous thing, enfolding him as some massive fly trap might an insect. And it was pulling him across the floor, this mass, pulling him toward an open window. A faint breeze through the window carried an awful odor back to Meg, the stink of acid and blood. Paul had managed to push a naked arm free of his attacker, and he reached out for help. Meg raced up to him and grabbed his hand, pulling, trying to prevent the globular creature from dragging him out the window. But even as she pulled hard, she could see what was happening to Paul inside the monster. His skin, it was corroding just like the can man's hand. But this time the entire body of a healthy teenager was being consumed. "No!" she cried. "No!" And she tugged for all she was worth, trying to pull Paul from beneath the writhing organism. But the thing was incredibly strong. It carried her along with it, toward the open window. Then something gave. She felt herself hurtling back, thumping onto the floor, lights exploding in her vision. As her vision cleared, she realized that she was still holding Paul Taylor's hand. She had pulled him free. She had... Meg looked down at the end. Attached to the naked arm. Attached to... nothing! She was holding Paul Taylor's severed arm. Gasping, unable to do anything, filled with revulsion and terror, she looked up and saw the blob slurping up the side of the window, to the sill. And inside it, like a dying baby in a dissected womb, his features melting away within the noxious slime, hung Paul Taylor. Then, with a flop and a loud liquid sound, the monster was gone, leaving a spore of blood behind it. Only when she looked back down at Paul's arm and realized that it was pulsing in her grip, as though still clinging desperately to life, did Meg Penny scream. Surrounded by a night alive with flashing red emergency lights and milling people, Sheriff Herb Geller strode from the clinic entrance toward the group of stunned people. He still didn't believe what he had seen. God! The can man. He'd never seen a body in worse shape, and Herb Geller had seen his share of bodies too. And Paul, little Paul Taylor, Chet Taylor's kid, dead and gone, leaving behind only his arm. Geller had looked at that arm too. It looked as though it had been eaten through with acid at the bicep. What kind of madman would be throwing acid around, for Christ's sakes? That must have been what happened to the can man. Got splashed with some kind of acid. Herb Geller just wanted to head into the nearest toilet stall and have a talk with a commode. But his pride kept down his dinner, and his badge kept up his professionalism as he walked outside to talk with Paul's date. Meg was in the parking lot with her mother and father. She stood sobbing into Peg Penny's arms, sobbing and babbling hysterically. "Awful! A monster!" she was saying. Now, dear," said Mrs. Penny. "You said the room was dark. You don't know for sure." Meg looked up with a tear-streaked face. "But I saw it. It got Paul. It covered him. Ate him." "Shh," said Peg Penny, trying to offer comfort. Mr. Penny saw Geller approaching and separated himself from the others. "Sheriff," he said, catching him halfway and speaking in a low voice, "how about it? Can we take her home?" Penny's face looked lined and old with worry. "You might as well," said Geller. "Make sure she gets some sleep. Maybe she'll start making sense in the morning." "Yes, thanks, Herb," Mr. Penny said, turning back and ushering his wife and daughter to the family station wagon parked nearby. Geller watched them for a moment, then felt a tap on his shoulder. He turned and found Deputy Bill Briggs standing behind him, a few beads of perspiration dotting the forehead of his young pale face. "You let her go?" asked Briggs. "Yeah. We're not going to get anything out of her tonight. She's hysterical. Keeps going on and on about shapes and monsters or whatever. I got to call in to Paul Taylor's folks," said Briggs, nervously rubbing his neat mustache. "They haven't heard from him." Geller cleared his throat. "Let's face it, Bill. They're not going to." He thought about that arm, and he thought about little Paulie Taylor, and how much he'd loved the special police carnival, and how Geller had piggybacked him all around the Ferris wheel and the carousel and the hot dog stand. "I want the rest of his body found before dawn," It was the least he could do for Chet and his wife. As they walked back toward the clinic, a couple of white uniformed guys were wheeling a black body bag out to the ambulance idling at the lip of the runway. A paramedic with a crew cut walking alongside saw Geller and handed him a form connected to a clipboard. Geller signed the form. "Get those to Denver tonight. I need an autopsy pronto, not next week." "Right," said the paramedic, taking the clipboard back and helping with the body bag. Geller watched as the doors were closed and the men took their places in the cab. The ambulance rushed off in a storm of noise and lights. He took a deep breath, then put his official stance aside for a while and closed his eyes, letting himself be stunned, forgetting he was sheriff and focusing only on the fact that he was a human being who had just been confronted by pure horror. "Jesus wept," he murmured softly. "Herb?" said Briggs at his side. "You okay?" "Taylor was a good kid," he said. "I want the son of a bitch that did this." Just then, a highway patrol car screeched into the parking lot from off the road, its red lights revolving. Geller did not have to move to see who was sitting in the back seat. Mr. Juvie Hall himself, wearing handcuffs, Brian Flagg. "Maybe we got him," said Bill. "Yeah," said Geller, his anger and his sense of outrage obscuring everything else in his head. "Maybe so." He saw Meg Penny, getting into her family car nearby, noticing the patrol car coming in. He saw that she looked alarmed when she saw Brian Flagg being led out from the car. Flagg saw her too, and there seemed to be an expression of hopelessness and anger in his usually blank face. And of accusation? What the hell had been going on with those kids? Some kind of weird ritual involving dousing the can man in acid or something? Geller had read about weirder things in the newspaper, but he'd never thought that something like this could happen in Arborville. And then the Penny car drove off, and the suspect was brought before the sheriff. "Hello, Flagg," said Geller. "We've got some serious talking to do, boy, and if I hear an ounce of attitude—" He lifted his fist. "God help me, I'll give you a pound of knuckles." Brian Flagg said nothing. 12. All in all, Scott Jeske was very pleased. The date with Vicky DeSoto was going exactly according to plan. If all went well at this delicate stage of negotiations, he'd be in the saddle in just a matter of minutes, and then be home by midnight, where he could chalk another victory mark up on his hit board. He'd parked his battered white '63 Impala on top of Lakey Ridge, a classic lover's lane overlooking Arborville. The date was supposed to have been for a movie, but he'd managed to nix that pretty quick, getting on to more active aspects of teen courting by feeding Vicky a drink. She'd taken it all right, and she'd liked it. They always did, the ones he was able to convince anyway. Painless punch, he called it, his own special concoction. Then he'd convinced her that it was such a gorgeous night, they shouldn't waste it being inside at some stuffy, boring movie, but should enjoy the fresh air, the night sky. And so, off to a place with just an absolutely wonderful view. And they could just sit and talk. Vicky had swallowed it, hook, line, and another drink. "I can't tell you how agonizing it is," Scott Jeske was saying now, leaning toward his groggy date. "I guess what I really just need is a shoulder to cry on. The thought of all those years, I was cut off. I didn't have the courage to tell people about how I was starving for physical affection." He leaned over and put his hand around her shoulder, while the other hand crept up her stocking to the hem of her high-riding skirt. She regarded this movement with giggly bemusement for a moment. Then his hand shot out for home base, triggering a cry of protest. "Scott, cut it out," she said, slapping his hand away. "I told you, I'll kiss you. But that's the limit." "What?" "But kisses, my heart kisses your heart. My soul kisses your lips. My fingers kiss your lovely, frilly underwear." She moved over to the door, pushing him away, her huge breasts rising up with alarm beneath her tight blouse. With a finger, she described a line across her midsection. "That's the imaginary line, and you can't cross it." Scott blinked. "Line? What are you, Libya? Look, I like you, Scott, and you make me feel like too. I told you we could go out steady for a while. Isn't that enough?" "Steady? Come on, Vicky. You're wearing my ring now. That makes you my girl." That painless punch had really done the trick, along with the football game today. She was just aching for a boyfriend, and apparently she really did like him. He'd thought for just a moment that maybe he could take it easy tonight, just get to know her, enjoy a few easygoing, no-tension dates. But the thought did last only a moment. "It is a nice ring," said Vicky, admiring the glitter at the end of the necklace hanging from her neck. "I do like it, Scott." "Thank God it doesn't have to breathe," Scott said, looking at the way it was stuffed between the mounds of her breasts. "Course, that wouldn't be a bad way to go." Now come here, baby. You don't want to traumatize me, do you? But she pulled away from his embrace, attracted by something. She pointed out through the fogged-up window, down the hill past the woods. Hey, what are all those lights down there? Isn't that the hospital? Ah, probably just some promotional gimmick. They're giving away free tonsillectomies or something. He made another lunge, but she dodged. Boy, the lady sure was cooling. What was the matter? Scott wondered. Then he noticed the empty cocktail glass by the gear shift. Of course! The painless punch was wearing off. Say, young lady, it looks like you're ready for another of my famous cherry coolers. I think I've had enough, she murmured. Nonsense. He pushed open the door, got out of the car, and went around to open the trunk and make her another one. It sensed food. It was still hungry, and it sensed the pair of animate foodstuffs in that frame of metal and glass atop the hill. It undulated toward the car, the remains of Paul Taylor still digesting, within its mass, like a lump in the stomach of a glass python. Food. It slithered up the metalwork, and it sensed an opening. A narrow opening, true, but it could rearrange its cells so that it could squeeze through. It lifted itself and pushed through the bottom of the door jamb, and it immediately sensed the warmth and the smell of the pulsing blood and skin and flesh. And another smell, astringent, odd. Inside the car, as the blob oozed through the door below her, Vicky DeSoto dozed, doped to the gills with Scott Jeski's alcohol, unaware of the creeping death hissing below her. Scott Jeski opened the trunk. A two-tiered homemade bar unfolded, complete with ice chest and swizzle sticks. Nearby, in a little box, hung his collection of cheap school rings. A deadly combination, commitment and alcohol. They opened up a girl's heart and everything else, almost every time. Scott grabbed a bottle of 150 proof Everclear grain alcohol and a bottle of cherry juice. My own special blend of fine imported liqueurs, he pronounced as he poured the drink. Voila! Painless punch, cherry cooler, whatever you called it, it packed a wallop. He took out an old egg beater and whipped the mix to a froth, added some ice cubes and a cherry, and it was ready for round 3. Yes, sir, one more of these babies tucked away into her tummy, and Vicky DeSoto would be wanting to take advantage of him. He slammed the trunk, sipped the drink to make sure it wasn't too poisonous, and then cruised around to the driver's side of the Impala, where he eased back in, his offering ready for the lady's consumption. Just the thing to beat the heat, he pronounced. Even as he said this, he noticed that it was rather hot in the car. Whew, it's like a steam bath in here, he commented. Geez, just a few of his kisses on her voluptuous lips could do this. Wow! He turned to his date and held out the concoction. She was slumped on the seat. Vicky, no reaction. Vicky, here's your drink. Looked like she was out cold. There she lay, her low-cut dress showing off enough feminine attributes through her blue cotton blouse to make 2 girls happy, and a lot of guys deliriously ecstatic. He put the drink down. Nope, he couldn't pass up this opportunity. He scooted over and put his arm around her nonchalantly. Yup, hot as a dog out tonight. Weird for October, don't you think? Vicky? Still no reaction. She wasn't waking up. That's a nice blouse. Good material. Must be. Awful hot, though, he said, reaching over and undoing a button. Yow. Lots of creamy skin. The hint of more. The very sight got him hot, got his heart pumping. That's better, huh? No? Well, maybe one more. He undid another button. Not a peep from Vicky. Oh man, what a chance. To touch those hooters, get a grip on paradise. Boy, what a charge. He went for it, slipping his hand down deep into her blouse, expecting the thrilling touch of a bra to give way to the feel of a nipple in his. He heard it before he felt it. A wet, squishing sound. His hand felt something give, something like sticking it into a vat of warm gelatin. And then he realized that in his enthusiasm, he'd pushed too far and, no, that couldn't be. What the hell? Had Vicky been sweating so much that his hand had slipped down her abdomen? No, it was at the wrong angle. His hand and his arm had gone straight through her. Before this fact could fully register, though, the instinct to pull out came over Scott Jeski. He drew his hand back through the squishy stuff, but then something grabbed it. He couldn't move his arm. Something tight and hard held his arm by his wrist, held it fast. What? He said. Then Vicky's body, pale white in the moonlight streaming through the fogged windows, began to tremble. Her face lolled toward Scott, as though seeking another of his wet and sloppy kisses. But instead of an invitation from those rouged lips, there came a bloody froth, bubbling up. Oh, God! Oh, no! Scott's words turned into a scream. He pulled away again, more desperate now. But with a greater tug, the something inside Vicky DeSoto's dead body yanked back, jerking him to the elbow, the forearm, right into the girl's face. His arm vanished all the way into the body, even as a kind of steam hissed up around him, and a foul acid smell filled the confines of the car. Then he realized through his terror that his arm felt as though it had been soaked in kerosene and touched with a match. He screamed louder. A crunch! Vicky's torso fell into itself, collapsing. The features of her face started disappearing, eaten away from behind her skull. A bulbous, bloody mucus seeped up out of the ruined eye sockets, the distended nostrils, the once inviting lips, splashing with a searing impact onto Scott Jeski's face. He was pulled, kicking and screaming, into the horrible mess that Vicky DeSoto's body had become. His flailing foot hit the side window so hard that it smashed it. It quivered there against the sill for a few seconds. And then it was drawn in, limp. The screams stopped, and the sucking, sopping sounds grew louder. Steam rose from the window and was pushed away by a light mountain breeze as the moon glittered and shone on the surging, feasting creature within the Impala. 13. Meg Penny studied the oversized crystalline paperweight she held in her hands. She lay in her bed, the room lit only by a dim lamp on her desk. What was the name of that song? Oh yeah, Make the World Go Away. That was the way she felt now. She just wanted to sit here and just switch everything off. She tried staring into the paperweight, placing herself inside the quiet, snow-filled scene. It had always been her way of escaping. Tonight, though, it wasn't working. Tonight, her mind seemed fixed on what she had seen. That thing. That awful thing. Carrying Paul Taylor away. She shuddered and gasped, trying to push the thought from her head, even as she heard her parents' voices drifting up from the stairs below her. I knew I shouldn't have let her go out with that little son of a bitch in the first place, her father was saying, his voice tight and hoarse. Lower your voice, her mother cautioned. That poor boy is probably dead. Dead. The word pounded in Meg's mind. Dead. I want to know what happened out there tonight. Whatever it was, you can bet that Flag Kid was behind it, her father said harshly. It's about time they nailed that little psychopath. His ass is gonna fry this time, believe me. Brian Flagg. It was Brian her father was talking about, and he was wrong. Of that Meg was certain. She'd thought he was a hood too, but she knew that he hadn't had anything to do with tonight's horrors. She'd seen it in his eyes. He looked tough on the outside, sure, but his eyes showed a confusion, even a kind of vulnerability. Her thoughts were interrupted by the sound of footsteps coming up the stairs. The door opened. Meg turned and saw her mother, a glass of water in her hand, something unseen cupped in the other hand. Probably Valium. Her mother swore by the stuff to get you through times of trauma. Mrs. Penny sat on the bed. Here, Meg, she said. Take this. I don't want it. Come on, honey. You need to sleep. Meg sat up. Sure enough, there was a tiny Valium pill in Mom's hand. Meg took it and put it in her mouth. She took a sip of water, but she did not swallow the Valium. That's a good girl, said Mrs. Penny. Now, not another word. I'm sure the police will have this thing settled by morning. She kissed her daughter's forehead and went to the door. Mom, called Meg after her. You don't believe me either, do you? You're home now. You're safe. That's all that matters. Mrs. Penny shut the door behind her as she left. Immediately, Meg sat up and spit the bitter Valium out into her hand. She tossed it away. What they had said about Brian Flagg was all wrong. The poor guy. They were going to pin the blame on him. The blame for what had happened to Paul and the Can Man. They didn't believe her about the creature, and they were going to punish Brian Flagg. She couldn't allow that. She had to help Brian. She alone had seen what had really killed twice already tonight. Maybe she could do something about stopping it from killing again. She got up and started dressing. She'd done it before, sneaking out through her bedroom window, down a low-slung roof, down the drain pipe to the grass below. They hadn't caught her then, and they wouldn't catch her now. If there was something she could do to help, she had to do it. It was her responsibility to the community, and it was her responsibility to Paul and to Brian Flagg. Quickly, she slipped on her old jeans. It was bigger now, filled with the flesh and blood and bones of 4 people, but it was still hungry. Behind it, the wheeled vehicle steamed in the moonlight as it crept along the ground like a rolling, oceanless wave. The remains of its most recent victims roiled about its interior in a most satisfactory way. The illumination from the moon picked out the tumble of Scott Jeski's school ring, the rolling of bones stripped of flesh, the wash of blood. Down below the car, a squirrel skittered out, jumping up and perching on a fallen tree. It lifted its perky little snout and sniffed the night air. It shuddered, skipped, peered around over the edge of the log. A ropey tendril flicked out from the night, coiling around the squirrel. The squirrel squeaked and squealed as it was pulled toward the massive blot of protoplasm that was the blob. Then it was pulled into a vacuole. A hungry, diseased maw opened in the mass by the pseudopod and was swallowed up like a tasty after-dinner mint. Still, the blob was not satisfied. It flowed on through the woods. It caught a bird, and it caught a snake, and it caught another bird, and it popped them into its mass and absorbed them. Finally, it reached a hole near the road where it sensed a warm shelter of darkness. Slithering and reforming itself to fit, the blob slipped into the hole and into the sewers of Arborville. The sheriff's station in Arborville was a small one, cluttered with gray file cabinets, an old desk, and lots of police paraphernalia. It was a sight familiar to Brian Flagg. He thought of it as the waiting room of hell. He kept his eyes averted from the nearby holding cells. He had some grim memories of those cells, and he knew that was where he'd end up again. He sat now in a straight-backed chair, with Sheriff Geller and Deputy Briggs questioning him. He felt sullen and angry, and he barely heard what they were accusing him of. Hell, if it rained too hard in Arborville these days, people seemed to want to pin it on him. Deputy Briggs was asking the questions, while Geller sat with feet propped up on his desk, assuming his usual position of nonchalant authority. "Okay, Flagg," said Briggs. "Let's hear it again." Brian looked up at the man, then sighed. What was the use? They were going to pin this rap on him anyway. "Look at him," said Briggs. "He's too stupid to know how much trouble he's in." The deputy turned his back to Brian. "Why don't you wise up? I told you everything. I'm tired of hearing myself talk." "We're not boring you, are we?" said Briggs. "Bright kid like you?" Anger spilled out of Brian. "Look, am I under arrest or what? If I am, I want a lawyer." Briggs turned to the sheriff. "The man wants a lawyer," he said sarcastically. "Yeah, that's right," continued Brian. "And if you're not going to book me, I'd like to leave. Either way, I want you out of my face." That apparently tore it for Briggs. He grabbed Brian by the front of his jacket and dragged him up so that they were nose to nose. "Oh yeah, hard ass. I'm in your face to stay. What are you going to do about it?" Brian kissed him, disgusted. Briggs pushed him back in his chair, wiped his mouth, and cocked his fist back. "You little shit. I ought to bust your head open." "Bill," interrupted the sheriff softly. That stopped Briggs, who realized he was out of line. If there were any heads to be busted around here, that was the sheriff's job. Briggs went back to work, scrubbing his lips. Sally Jeffers waddled in. Sally, Brian knew, was the radio dispatch operator. He listened to what she had to say. Maybe this would clue him in on what was really going down. "Can't locate his mother," she said. "Well, we know his father's not around," said Geller. "Probably passed out drunk in some whorehouse somewhere," sneered Briggs. Brian clapped his hands. "Ooh, good one, Briggs. Call a shrink. I'm a broken man." The sheriff beckoned the deputy over, then pulled him to where he thought they were out of earshot. They weren't, however, and Brian could hear every word. "Turn him loose," said the sheriff. "Herb, we got witnesses placing him at the scene of the crime," Deputy Briggs protested. "No motive, no evidence, not a spot of blood on him. Flagg's a punk, but he's no murderer." "I think it's a mistake." "Your objection is duly noted," said the sheriff. "Now, turn him loose. We've got work to do." Briggs sighed heavily and walked over to Brian. "Take a hike," he said. Cripes, after all this hassle they put him through. They just wanted to scare him. It pissed him off. "Gee, Brian, we're awfully sorry we troubled you. Seems we went and made a mistake. Stupid us!" Brian taunted. Briggs stuck a finger under Brian's nose. He was so angry he looked ready to explode. "You're pushing your luck." "Go on, Flagg," said Geller. "Get out of here before I change my mind." Brian got up and strode toward the door. He stopped and turned to the deputy. "You ought to change your lipstick, Briggs. It tastes like shit." He spun on his heel and cruised out. God, he was pissed. They'd haul him down here like this for nothing. And all because he'd tried to help that poor old bastard, for Christ's sakes. The street was deserted, still dry and warm from the day's heat. His hands jammed into his jacket. Brian Flagg strode angrily along the sidewalk. He heard the muttering of a small motor behind him and turned around. A Volkswagen Bug, red, pulled up alongside of him. Meg Penny was at the wheel. "Brian," she said, "I need to talk to you." God, would they never stop hounding him? He wanted nothing to do with this chick. She was just trouble. He kept on walking. "Brian!" Meg called after him. She pulled the car over, turned off the ignition, and raced after him, finally catching up. "What the hell are you doing here?" Brian asked her. "I came down to bail you out." He couldn't believe his eyes. Meg was carrying a credit card in one of her hands, and she was showing it to him. Brian jabbed a finger back at the jail. "Who do you think they are? Neiman Marcus? They don't take plastic." He took the card and slipped it into her shirt pocket, relaxing a bit. "Look, I appreciate the thought. Now go home." "But I need to talk to you," Meg insisted. "I'm sorry about your boyfriend, I really am. But I'm tired, I'm hungry, and I'm in no mood for conversation." He swiveled around and headed off away from her. Up ahead, the neon of the Tick-Tock diner flashed invitingly, and Brian Flagg desperately wanted to put a cheeseburger into his gurgling stomach. He didn't hear her following him, and it surprised him that he was disappointed she hadn't. "You're getting soft, boyo," he told himself, and struck out at a faster pace for the Tick-Tock. When he got there, Fran the waitress was still tending shop, cleaning up while George the short-order cook hauled out a mop and a pail to clean up the tile. They looked as if they were closed for business, but Brian had to give it a try. He opened the door and headed straight for the counter. "George, Franny, ¿qué pasa?" Fran flashed him a crooked smile. "Hey, hotshot, we're closed." Brian flopped onto a chair and leaned his chin into his hands. "Fran, please, I've been dumped on all day. Give me a break, huh?" Fran was cool. She liked to trade quips with him, and he enjoyed that. "Aw, what's the matter, dear? Tough day at the office?" She returned his grin, then stuck a thumb behind her, indicating the kitchen. "Grill shut down. How about a sandwich?" He'd had his heart set on that cheeseburger, but his stomach would accept anything. "Beautiful," he said. "I'll just sit in one of these booths here. Get out of your way, Fran, okay?" He folded into a booth, trying to let the tension go from his muscles. He closed his eyes. Shit, what a day. If he could just forget everything. The next thing he knew, he heard the door fly open, followed by the sound of footsteps on tile, and the thump of a fanny hitting the booth seat across from him. He opened his eyes, and there was Meg Penny. "Geez," he said, "you don't give up." "I need your help," she said insistently. "What a surprise. And I thought you came out of the goodness of your heart." "I came because I thought we could help each other. In 3 years of school you haven't said shit to me, but now that you need my help we're old buddies, huh?" She looked down. She knew he was right. She was one of the preppy chicks he'd tried to talk to before, but she'd given him the cold shoulder, then and always. Now she spoke in a low, almost pleading voice. "Nobody believed me about what happened tonight. What did happen? You were there. You saw," she said. "All I saw was an old man with a funky hand. That's all I saw." And then Fran was there with a plate full of Lebanon bologna and cheese sandwich, along with a big pile of chips and a fat dill pickle. His mouth watered at the smell of the vinegar and the mustard and the sweet scent of fresh chips as she set it down in front of him. "Can I get you something, hun?" she asked Meg, looking at Brian as though to say, "What's a clean-cut looker like this doing hanging out with a guy like you?" "No thanks," said Meg. Fran shrugged and left. As Brian stuck a corner of sandwich in his mouth, Meg leaned over to him, speaking in a low and desperate voice. "That thing on his hand. It killed him, and it killed Paul. And whatever it is, it's getting bigger. I saw it." Brian chewed, giving her a long, blank stare. After he swallowed, he said, "That what you told the cops?" She nodded. "Can I ask you a personal question?" "Sure. I know you're the homecoming queen type and all that, but are you a little strung out on something?" Her eyes lit up with anger. Her face trembled with frustration. "You're just the same," she said in a low, tight voice. "Huh? You act like you're different. You put on a big show, but you're just like everybody else in this town." She got up. "You're full of shit, Flagg." She started to take off. That surprised him. What surprised him even more was his immediate reaction. He got up and grabbed her and gently but firmly pushed her back into the seat. "Hey, wait a second. Come on, take it easy." Suddenly she seemed to cave in, as though trying to hold back tears but not quite succeeding. Gradually they started leaking out, down her cheeks and onto the Formica tabletop. Brian took the half of sandwich he hadn't bitten into and offered it to her. "Here," he said, "eat something." She shook her head, refusing it. "Go ahead," he insisted. "You'll feel better." She took the half sandwich and started nibbling at it. Brian watched her for a moment. "I'm amazed," he said finally. "I never heard you say the word shit before. What was that like for you?" She looked at him oddly, and then couldn't help herself. She laughed, and Brian could see the nervous tension draining out of her face. "So, go ahead. I'm listening," he said, softening his voice. "Tell me all about what happened, what you saw. I'm sorry I wasn't listening, but you've got to admit, if someone told you that that little bit of something on the can man's hand devoured 2 guys almost 6 feet tall, then you'd have a hard time believing it, wouldn't you?" She nodded. "Yeah, I guess maybe I would at that. So tell me what happened. Everything. From the moment I left the hospital. I want to know. I really do." She nodded. She looked him straight in the eye and she told him. 14. As soon as they'd let Brian Flagg go, Deputy Bill Briggs had been dispatched to return to the team of firemen and paramedics searching around the clinic grounds and the nearby woods for the body of Paul Taylor. 45 minutes later, he reported in. "All we've found," Briggs said through his walkie-talkie, "is lots of ground mist, trees, and a couple of dead rats. We're coming up empty, Sheriff. And we've got our best searchlights sweeping the area. You want us to head into the foothills?" Herb Geller sighed heavily, thought about it a moment, and decided against it. "Negative. I'd rather have you patrolling the streets. We'll start again at first light when the state police get here." 10-4, said Bill Briggs, signing off. Herb hung the hand mic up and clicked the radio off. He rubbed his face wearily. The springs of the chair squeaked as he leaned back in it. A night to remember, this one, he thought. Or rather, a night to forget, quickly, soon as it got cleaned up. This shit had a weird quality he hadn't seen here or back in the city. Something out of sync, out of whack. Sheriff Herb Geller didn't like it, not one little bit, and he had the uneasy feeling that it was far from over. Just then, Sally Jeffers entered, a steaming cup of coffee in her hand, and an understanding smile on her face. "You look tired," she said, putting down the coffee. The smell of chicory, the warmth of steam, caressed his face as he picked up the cup and sipped. "Ah, been a long night. Thanks." "Gonna be even longer," she said. "That's the truth," said Herb, after another sip of the coffee. He shook his head. "1 deputy and 6 volunteers. I feel like that one-legged man in the ass-kicking contest." "You're doing all you can, Herb. This isn't your standard Friday night drunk." "Yeah, ain't that right?" he thought. And then another thought occurred to him. He unbuttoned the flap to his shirt pocket and dug out the check on which Fran had scribbled her message. He stared at it a moment, admiring how nice the handwriting was, even though Fran had done it in a hurry. "I'm off at 11. He glanced up at the clock. 10:45. "Something wrong?" Sally asked. "Just worried about a friend of mine," said Herb. "Guess I'm worried about everybody tonight." He squeaked out of his chair and got ready to go. "Think you can hold down the fort around here for an hour or so, Sally?" "Sure, that's my job." "Good girl. I'll bring you back some donuts." "Aren't you going to finish your coffee, Sheriff?" He looked down at the coffee. "Yeah, I guess I better have a little more. Something tells me I might need it." He managed to drink down half of it. It was a heavy-duty kitchen, the old-fashioned type with zinc sinks and a mammoth grill, and chip dishes skulking beneath the counters. Fran Hewitt had seen dozens like it in her waitressing peregrinations across the U.S. of A. Fran had always wanted to do something more than be a waitress, but it always seemed like the fastest and easiest way to do short-term work. Besides, it was the job she always found most available. She'd waitressed in L.A., in Denver, in New Jersey, all over the place. Wherever the men went with whom she was involved, there went Fran Hewitt, and she could rely on a waitressing job waiting for her that had a big grill, a formica counter, greasy refrigerators, and a large industrial sink by the dishwashing contraption. She carried the last of the dirty dishes back to that sink now, looking forward to her date with Herb Geller coming up in just a few minutes. Just a couple months ago, she wouldn't have gone out with him. Not that she hadn't liked his rugged Western looks. No, she'd been living with Freddie Nichols then, the guy she'd come west with. Freddie was a ski instructor looking for work, but the job never really went anywhere. And so he had taken solace in lots of drugs and alcohol. Then, in July, when he'd finally come out of his stupor, he'd just up and gone, leaving her in the lurch. Now she had to keep working here until she scraped up enough money to go somewhere else. Or got hitched up with another man. With a sigh, Fran dumped the heavy plastic box onto the sideboard by the sink. George would deal with this mess, that was his job, and she'd be able to split this joint for her date with Sheriff Herb Geller. She'd gone out with cops before, but never with a sheriff. The idea intrigued her. Clump went the dishes, silverware rattling. And then she noticed the gurgling sound coming from the main sink. Fran walked over and looked down into the yawning basin. The drain was backing up. Filthy water was welling up a good 8 inches into the basin. Greasy bubbles broke the surface. God damn it, she thought. What a time for catastrophe to strike, before a big date. Usually it struck a few months after a big date. She sighed and grabbed the plunger from below the sink. Gotta deal with this before it gets worse, she thought. She was about to put the base of the plumber's helper down over the lips of the drain when George entered the kitchen. Hey, didn't I hear something about a date with the sheriff? George said. That's right, she said. You ain't got no time to be mucking around with that. George was a lean man of 40 or so, tall and handsome. He grabbed the plunger and smiled at her. Now shoo! Hey, knock yourself out, she said, smiling with thanks for his chivalry. The sink gurgled behind her as she left. Fucking sink! George was a short-order cook, not a plumber, but he could fix a sink or a john as good as anyone. All it was usually was just some shit clogging up the pipes. Figuratively or literally. George attacked the sink with the plunger, wanting to beat his record at quick solutions to life's little problems. Simple. That was George Ruiz's dictum for life. You have to stop being scared of it, then just go in for the attack and bang-o, your problem is solved. He put the black rubber base of the plunger down into the water and started plunging. The sink rattled and thumped, and the greasy water in the basin splashed around. After a half a minute of serious plunging, he removed the plunger and took a look down at his handiwork. A couple of bubbles wavered up, nothing more. The sludgy water hadn't gone down an inch. Hell, said George. What this place needed was a plumber's snake, but the owner was too cheap to get one. Still, maybe the obstruction was near the drain, and he could work it out with his bare hand. George rolled back his shirt sleeve and stuck his hand in, all the way up to the elbow. He felt around down there, but his groping fingers didn't touch anything. What the hell could it be, he wondered. It must be farther down. He pulled his arm out and leaned over the sink, looking down into the drain, contemplating the problem. Maybe he could use a coat hanger, sometimes that. A slimy red coil shot up from out of the drain. Before George could move away, the tentacle was wound around his neck and face like an insanely long frog's tongue. He was yanked headfirst into the mucky water with a great splash. Fran could tell the kids were having a heavy-duty conversation. As she approached, she could hear Brian Flagg saying, Look, even if I were convinced, I'm the wrong guy to back you up. I'm not exactly Mr. Credibility in this town, you know. No, he wasn't that for sure, thought Fran. But she liked Brian. For some reason, despite the way he dressed and acted, she could see that he wasn't hardcore punk. After over 20 years of relationships with men, Fran Hewitt knew hardcore baddies all right. Brian Flagg wasn't one, not yet anyway. She arrived at their table and set down the 2 plates she carried. On each was a slice of apple pie. Brian looked up. Gee, Fran, the sandwich busted me. On the house, said Fran, getting a charge from being charitable with the boss's goods. Last 2 pieces. Eat up or I chuck 'em in the garbage. I'm not proud, said Brian, pulling his plate closer and digging in. The girl, though, didn't touch hers. Fran gathered up the sandwich plate and went back to the kitchen. Weird seeing Brian Flagg with that corn-fed, preppy sort, Fran thought. She's cute, though, and probably just what he needs to help straighten him out. She hit the swinging doors to the kitchen, calculating that if she could finish this stuff in under 5 minutes. She heard the sounds first. She turned the corner to where the view of the kitchen, as well as to the hallway leading to the office, stockrooms, and freezer in the back, was unobstructed. There was a body sticking out of the sink, legs kicking convulsively into the air, arms splashing out great gobs of water onto the floor. George's body, George's legs, George's arms, and the water that splashed out. It was red with blood. Wrapped around the part of the torso still visible was a filmy red coat of slime. Slime that rippled and sucked, dissolving skin and bone. Fran screamed. She had opened her mouth to cry for help, but a long, hard scream came out instead. Before she knew it, Brian Flagg and the girl had run into the kitchen, and they too stood frozen, looking at George Ruiz's body jerking and thrashing. God! Something was dragging George down the drain, as if he were caught in a garbage disposal. Fran, said Brian. Oh, shit! The girl gasped. The sink started to buckle. The pipes started to groan. Not knowing what else to do, Fran started forward to pull at George's legs, to stop this insanity. Brian grabbed for her, but missed. She moved over to the other side of the room. Don't touch it, he yelled. The legs of George Ruiz churned about wildly. The feet were swelling. One of the kicking shoes exploded in a spray of blood. The other foot had kicked free of its shoe. As the body was dragged farther down the drain, the toes popped, splat, 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 blood everywhere. Then, George was gone. Fran looked at the damaged sink as a hush descended upon the room, unable to believe her eyes. Had she taken some kind of drug that was giving her hallucinations? A drain pipe just didn't swallow a full-grown man. Brian and the girl were frozen too. Fran looked over to them as though for an explanation, and then hell really broke loose. Like a column of pus, something heaved up out of the sink, shooting for the ceiling. On and on it unraveled, splattering onto the ceiling and sticking, growing into an upside-down mound of gunk, dripping with blood and steaming fluids. Fran smelled a terrible acid odor, cut with a tinge of the sewer. The thing clung to the ceiling, pulsating and oozing, hanging between Fran and the others. Brian Flagg held a hand out to her. "Fran, come on, over here!" But as though attracted to the motion of his arm, the bulbous nightmare on the ceiling shot out a web of tendrils extending to the floor, cutting them off from her. And then the blob started oozing down. Nothing that Meg had said in describing what she'd seen prepared Brian for the creature that hung from the ceiling before him. No, it was infinitely worse than what Meg Penny had described. "That's it," whispered Meg. "That's it, only bigger." The hanging tendrils trapped Fran in the corner. Hardly thinking about what he was doing, Brian reached over, grabbed a pan of hot grease and lobbed it up at the thing. The hot grease singed, and the pan hit dead center of the thing. That didn't faze it at all, but rather served to turn the thing's attention onto Brian. The shift helped Fran, but it didn't do much for Brian. The blob shot another tendril at him, and he jerked back, bumping into Meg. "Gotta get out of here," he said. They turned and ran, even as the mass of blood-clogged protoplasm overhead surged along the ceiling, smashing the overhead fluorescents and twisting the electrical conduits right out of the wall. As they headed through the hallway, plaster crashed behind them and metal screeched. With a frizzling bang, an electrical surge blew out every light in the diner. Sparks showered down from the darkness. The back door, Brian thought. Gotta get out of here. He held tight onto Meg's hand as they careened away from the monster in the kitchen. Above them, electrical sparks hissed and danced from exploded light fixtures, bathing the hall in a hellish lightning. Brian was able to make out the back door, and he hurtled toward it, reached it, turned the knob. Locked! "Damn!" he cried, even as he heard and sensed the monstrosity heaving toward them, squeezing through the hallway. "Brian!" cried Meg. "Over here! There's a thick door!" She yanked open the metal handle of the walk-in freezer. Brian followed her immediately into the chill, banging the door shut behind them. The interior of the freezer was still faintly lit from its emergency batteries. To either side of them were racks of meat, frozen vegetables, and bags of French fries. Their breaths misted in front of them as they backed up against the cold metal of the room, slipping a bit on ice. Thump! The thing hit the outside of the door with booming resonance. For a moment there was silence, and then the door began to creak terribly as the creature pushed in. Slowly the door bulged in toward them, groaning. With a gasp, Meg grabbed Brian and clung to him, terrified. Brian watched helplessly as the door bowed in a little farther, breaking the seals. The blob seeped in, oozing around the straining gaps. "Oh, Brian," gasped Meg. Brian held on to her, feeling helpless. He watched as part of the thing flopped in, then slid a pseudopod across the floor toward them. This was it, he thought. That thing is going to get us, just like it got George, just like it got Paul and the can man, and God alone knew who else, and... Suddenly the tendril stopped. It quivered a bit, as though sensing some bad stench. Then it drew back, more slowly than it had come in. The ooze flowed away from the openings of the door, and then the creature was gone. They stood there for a while, just hanging on to each other, surprised that they were still alive. "We better wait a bit, make sure it's gone," said Brian, shivering with more than the cold. "Yes, but I don't understand. What stopped it?" "I don't know," said Brian, "but I sure as hell hope that Fran Hewitt had the sense to get out of here." 15. When that horrible thing had smashed through the lights and rampaged off after those kids, she felt as though her whole body had been set into a vice, and she'd nearly fainted. What the hell was that thing? Help! She had to get some help, she dimly realized, swaying against a sideboard. With that word nagging at her, she felt a surge of adrenaline charging through her, and she was finally able to move. She didn't know how much time had passed. Not much, she supposed. But she had to get out, get help. No argument there. As she darted through the kitchen, she heard a groaning from the back of the diner, like metal contracting. She raced through the darkness of the serving area and headed for the door, stubbing her toes only once. She hit the door and it hit back. She went down, breath half knocked from her. What? Of course. George had already locked the door so that no other customers could come in and stop them from cleaning up. She got up and rattled the door, getting hysterical. George had the key, though, and George was... Her senses returned to her. Was there another key somewhere? She was about to fumble her way over to check the cash register when, at the other end of the diner, the shadows began to move. The light from the neon sign flickered over the tops of the chairs and tables, but the chairs and tables were bobbing, as though on a wave in the sea. That thing! Panicked, she grabbed the nearest chair and hurled it with all her might through the plate glass window to the left of the door. Glass exploded out, and Fran clambered through the opening, unmindful of the jagged edges that tore her uniform and scraped her skin. The breath of hot night greeted her. The end of her skirt ripping away, she ran for all she was worth down the street. Wait a moment. There was a phone booth on the other side of the block. If she cut through the alley, she could get there faster, and she could call Herb Geller. Yeah, Herb could help. Herb could send the whole goddamn army in. She turned into the alley, running hard but awkwardly, knocking over garbage cans as she went. An alley cat scooted out of her path, yowling. The smell of orange rinds and coffee grinds hurled into her face as she scrambled over the pavement. Sure enough, up ahead, at the end of the alley, like a beacon, was the phone booth, sitting in a pool of street lamp light. She ran the last few yards full throttle, hurtling into the booth. "Oh God, I hope I kept that card he gave me," she breathed, fumbling through her pockets. Around her all was quiet. No sign of the creature, just stillness and night. Sure enough, the card was lodged right where she'd put it, by her order book. She thumped a quarter into the machine and waited for the dial tone. Nothing. Damn, goddamn phone! She flipped the cutoff switch, got her quarter back, and tried again, this time jabbing in the numbers. Again, nothing. From the distance came the crash of glass. She jumped, looked around. Still no sign of danger. But then a scream sounded, not loud, muffled, cut off quickly. Desperately, she returned her attention to the phone, reinserting the coin and praying for the dial tone. A long, continuous humming sang from the earpiece. Quickly, she pounded in the numbers. Fran Hewitt did not notice the feelers of blood-red slime undulating down the outside of the phone booth from above, sucking along the glass like a leech's underbelly. Not until the final number was dialed and she looked up. She screamed and immediately grabbed the handle of the door, slamming it shut all the way. The thing was dripping down over the booth like some kind of putrid melting ice cream. Fran wedged her leg against the door and grabbed up the dangling receiver to cry for help. Before she could say anything, the phone spoke. "We're sorry," said the recorded voice. "Your call cannot be completed as dialed. Please hang up and try again." "No," she said, fighting down her terror. "Stay calm," she told herself. "It's all over if you don't stay calm." She managed somehow to reinsert the quarter and dial again, despite her shaking fingers. She looked up and saw that the gelatinous creature had totally engulfed the phone booth. Only a dim red light filtered through the pulsating slime. Then there was a ringing at the other end of the line. A hope. But even as hope swept through her, the booth's metal structure began to creak and groan as pressure was applied from the outside. Tiny red bulges of slime appeared along its joints. The ringing continued. "Please, God," said Fran. A female voice came onto the line. "Sheriff's Department, Sally speaking." "Sally, help me," cried Fran. "Please help me. Get the sheriff." Snap! A sharp, jagged crack appeared in the glass next to Fran's head. "He went down to the diner," said Sally. "Is this an emergency?" Another crack appeared in the glass. Fran turned toward the sound. It was as if she were at the bottom of a swimming pool of mucus. She could only make out vague forms. Something floated toward her from the gloom. No, it couldn't be. Embedded in that colloidal substance and pressing against the glass, his face already hideously dissolved, was what was left of Sheriff Herb Geller. Fran opened her mouth in horror, but before she could scream, the glass sides of the booth burst apart, and the creature poured in from above, from below, from all sides. The sheriff billowed in on this tide of pain to give her a big, bloody kiss hello and start off their 11 o'clock date dead on time. Shivering, Brian Flagg pressed his ear against the cold, cold metal of the door. "Anything?" asked Meg Penny. "No," he said. "Not a peep. But I don't know if that's good or bad." He saw that she was shivering even harder than he. Taking off his jacket, he offered it to her. "I'm okay," she insisted. I don't need it, so you might as well use it, he said, slipping it over her shoulders. Meg looked away, but Brian saw the tears welling up in her eyes. Hey, he said, don't worry, we're going to get out of this. She turned to him and put her arms around him. They stood together for a time like that. She was warm and soft in his embrace, and something about the way she held him touched Brian Flagg deeply, sensing that this was no time to hold back, that they could both use whatever comfort they could offer one another. He hugged her close, giving and taking. Long seconds passed, and he said, We'd better go. Yeah. You ready? He said. Not really. Neither was he, but nothing ventured, nothing gained. He grabbed a meat hook from one of the racks and unlatched the door, ready to slam it back at the slightest hint of attack. They stepped outside and moved cautiously down the hallway. The place was a total mess, with overturned shelves, ruined lights, and the dark stain of blood splattered over the walls like obscene graffiti. Franny, called Brian. Franny! There was no answer. He pulled Meg along behind him. Holding on to the side of a shelf, he peered into the dining room. She's gone, he said, stepping forward and immediately slipping on something. He staggered forward and bumped into some shelving. In the darkness, he could feel a gooey tendril flop onto his neck, sticky and warm. Brian! Meg cried. Brian lurched to the side, striking out with the meat hook as he fell back against the wall. He turned to face his attacker, and he saw the open tin of jam falling from the shelf above. It landed at his feet, splattering. Great, said Brian. I killed the strawberry jam. Let's get out of here, said Meg, which was a truly excellent idea. 16. The Reverend Frederick Meeker, minister of the only Lutheran church in Arborville, stepped from the doorway of his church, turned, and locked it. He'd been working in the church library, double-checking some tricky references he needed to document his Sunday sermon. He always liked to include the names of books, along of course with the chapters and verses from which his texts were taken, so that his parishioners could delve deeper, if they were so inclined. The Reverend Meeker prided himself that he was not one of these thud-and-blunder preachers, thumping the good book over the heads of his flock. His sermons stood not only on the rock of God, but upon mountains of scholarly work available to anyone who cared to explore. He just wished that more people did care. Seemed like everyone was sinking into a morass not just of sin, but of ignorance, especially the youth of today. Like that incident in the Rexall today with young Scott Jeske and his purchase of those prophylactics. If the youth of today took their minds off sexual pursuits and put them into learning, well, then the world would be a better place. He was just turning away from the ornate wooden doors of the church when he heard the tinkle of broken glass. Down the road, a block and a half away, was the establishment known as the Tick-Tock Diner, a rude and crude blemish on the community. But it was from the opposite side of the Tick-Tock's block that the oddest sight came. Where there had once been a phone booth, there was now a twisted frame of metal and shattered glass, and some kind of reddish water was pouring from the booth, slipping into the gutter and washing down into the sewer grill on the curb. What was that thing? Merciful God, he cried, as a shudder gripped him. It didn't move like water, it moved like something that was alive. He was about to turn, go back into the church and call the authorities, when a second, louder crash distracted his attention back to the diner. There the front door was being kicked out. Two figures appeared. The Reverend recognized both Brian Flagg and Meg Penny, but before he could call out to them, they raced off into the darkness. What in heaven's name was going on at the Tick-Tock Diner? He decided that he'd better go and check. Somebody might need help. He was 44 years old, but he kept himself in shape with a regular exercise program at the local Young Men's Christian Association. In no time at all, he was in front of the Tick-Tock, where he discovered that the front door wasn't the only thing broken. The plate glass window off to the right was smashed, with a chair lying in the bushes below it. From inside the diner, he heard a low moaning. Hello? He said. He entered the darkness, almost immediately thumping his shin against the door. Ouch! He said, suppressing a curse. The lights weren't working in here, so he took out his keychain, which had a small pocket flash attached. The small beam provided enough light for him to pick his way through the scattered tables and chairs. Is anybody in there? Is anybody hurt? No response. He found the door into the kitchen and entered. Up ahead, at the end of the hallway, he could see a shaft of light. He made for it, but was stopped by that moaning sound again, close by, higher in pitch, and rising. He swung the light beam around and caught the glow of the eyes of an alley cat, licking a spill of gravy and meat from the floor. He exhaled, relieved. Just a cat. He turned back. That open door, that spill of light. As he approached it, he could tell it was a freezer door, wide open, letting out light and cold. He looked inside. Nothing but food racks, hanging meat, and... Wait a second. How odd. In the frost on the floor were frozen chunks of some unidentifiable substance that glittered like fine jewelry in the light. Fascinating. Maybe Abner Abel down at the university would be able to make something of these things. He looked around and found a shelf holding a few mason jars. He opened one, crouched down, and scooped up the rough, magical-looking things. Like chunks of rubies they were. He fastened the top back on the jar and carried his strange prize away. Meanwhile, at the sheriff's office, Meg Penny and Brian Flagg rushed in to get some much-needed help. Brian realized this was the first time he'd ever actually wanted to see Sheriff Herbert Geller. But instead of the sheriff, they found themselves confronted by a frazzled Sally Jeffers, sitting at a lit-up phone console, overwhelmed by incoming calls. "We have to see the sheriff," said Meg. "I don't know where he is," said Sally, punching a phone line in. "Sheriff station, please hold," she said into the mic in front of her mouth. "What about Briggs?" demanded Brian. Sally pointed at the radio. "I can't raise anybody. All I'm getting is static." She punched another line. "Sheriff station, please hold." Then she turned back to Brian and Meg. "Last I heard from the deputy, he was heading up to Elkins Grove to check out some disturbance." She punched a button and spoke into the mic again. "Sorry to keep you waiting." Meg turned to Brian. "Elkins Grove." Brian swallowed. "That's where I found the old man." They rushed out of the station, got back into Meg's VW, and zoomed into the night. The patrol car was parked on the side of the road in a long swath of tall grass just before the woods. "Look over there," Meg said, directing Brian's attention. She parked, and they got out, approaching the patrol car cautiously. The driver's door hung partially open. "Looks like he left in a hurry," said Meg. Brian looked suspiciously into the black and white car. This was the same place where he'd run into the stricken can man. Just about the same place where the can man had run into the road in front of Meg and Paul. Brian looked out into the woods. "Yo, Briggs!" he called. In the woods, crickets chirped, nothing more. "He's up there somewhere," he said to Meg. "In the woods. In the dark woods." "Right. I guess we could wait here." Meg sighed. "While that thing wipes out the whole town?" She started up the incline, and Brian Flagg followed her, muttering to himself. "Never thought I'd go out of my way to find a cop." They wended their way through the thick underbrush. The pale moonlight filtered through the thick latticework of branches overhead, highlighting the shallow ground fog that had been building as they progressed. Brian bumped his head into a low-hanging branch. "I feel like fucking Hansel and Gretel out here," he complained. "We should have brought some breadcrumbs." "Shh," said Meg. "I think I hear something." There was something, realized Brian. They stood still, listening to it. A distant thrumming sound, fading in and out of the silence of the night. "What the hell was that?" Brian asked. Meg shook her head, and they went a little farther before the rumbling sound stopped them in their tracks again. "Boy, that sound gives me the willies," said Brian. Meg looked around apprehensively. Suddenly a bright light flared up deep in the woods, suffusing the sky above them with a white glow. Brian started backing away, pulling Meg with him. "Maybe we should get out of here," he suggested. "Maybe you're right," said Meg. But before they could set upon this course, the vibration in the air grew deeper and louder. The light approached, sending moving shafts through the trees, turning night into artificial day. An unnatural wind kicked up suddenly, whipping the foliage into a frenzy. Brian felt the sudden urge to run. The light swept over them, and a descending wind almost knocked him down. He lost sight of Meg. He spun around, looking for her, and it was then that he saw the men. Or at least he supposed they were men. After the events of the evening, there was no telling what was what anymore. There were 6 of them, and they were coming down over the ridge toward Brian and Meg, silhouetted in the blinding light, approaching through the wind-whipped mist like figures in a dream. A blazing row of lights rose up from behind them, hovering in the air, spotlights sweeping the night. Brian and Meg crouched down against the wind. Then Brian knew for sure what he had merely suspected before. There was a helicopter up there, a damned high-tech job at that. As the 6 men approached, Brian could see that they looked so weird because they were dressed in white plastic suits that covered every inch of their bodies. They looked out of clear plastic faceplates, and they apparently talked through the small speakers slotted just below their necks. The sight of them gave Brian goosebumps. "Ever seen anything like this?" he asked Meg. "Yeah, in E.T.," said Meg. All in all, said Brian, I'd rather go home. One of the men separated from the others and neared the couple. Brian could see the man's face clearly through the faceplate. This was an elderly dude, wearing a smile and a twinkle in his eye. Don't be frightened, he said. His voice doubled as it filtered through the headgear and issued from the speaker as well. We're here to help you. And all dressed up for the occasion, said Brian. Please, come this way, said the old guy as the others hustled around the pair and pointed the direction they wanted them to go. Well, so much for freedom of choice, said Meg. They were briskly escorted through the woods, over the ridge, and into a clearing, where all kinds of people in white plastic suits bustled around like worker ants among a profusion of lights, vehicles, and machines. As soon as they entered this odd bivouac, a man and a woman with clipboards joined the marching white suits and barraged Brian and Meg with questions. Look, who are you people? Demanded Brian. Name? The woman asked Meg. Meg Penny, she responded. Name? The man asked Brian. Meg Penny. He pointed at his companion. She's an imposter. Someone had popped up from nowhere and was trying to fit a blood pressure sleeve over his arm. Brian batted it away. Get that off of me! Are you a resident of Arborville, Meg? Asked the woman. Yes. Have you ever had high blood pressure or heart disease? No. How about you, sir? Asked the other guy with the clipboard. Diabetes? No thanks, quipped Brian. I'm trying to cut down. Have you been experiencing any vomiting, nausea, or diarrhea? The woman asked Meg. Not until she got a look at you guys. This isn't getting us anywhere, thought Brian. That old geezer, he's clearly in charge. The older man was leading the troop through the vehicle encampment. Brian broke free of the men in white and fell in step with the leader. Hey, you want to fill us in, pal? He said. Who the hell are you people? The older man smiled kindly. My apologies. Identifications are in order, I suppose. I'm Dr. Meadows. I head this group. We're a government-sanctioned biological containment team. Meg heard that as well. Biological containment? We're microbe hunters, young lady, Dr. Meadows said. He was about to tell them more when they were suddenly interrupted by a yell from one of the vehicles. Flag! Brian looked up. Who should it be but Deputy Bill Briggs? He was escorted by a somber-looking chisel face sporting A-45 Colt automatic on the hip of his white suit. What are you doing here, boy? Briggs demanded. The men from GLAD here are showing us how to keep our leftovers fresh. Briggs wagged a finger. These people are here on serious business. They don't have time for your bullshit, understand? Dr. Meadows turned to the man escorting Briggs. Colonel, has the deputy been briefed in detail? Yes, sir, said the gun-toting man. I'm heading back into town now to get things started, said Briggs. Splendid, said Dr. Meadows. Colonel Hargis will arrange an escort. After shooting Brian a glower, Briggs continued on with Colonel Hargis. Brian noticed a great deal of activity off to the right, where a number of trees had apparently been burned. When they walked closer, he could see that there was a big charred hole in the ground, still steaming slightly. The smell of the burned trees and something more hung in the night air. What's going on there? Meg asked, indicating the white suits setting up equipment and lights near the smoking hole. That is the source of our worries, said Dr. Meadows intensely. A troublesome little souvenir from space. A mote in God's eye. What? A meteor, said Meadows. Meg moved forward, fascinated by the sight, but Meadows reached out a glove and gently restrained her. Don't get too close, he said. There's danger of contamination. I don't understand, said Meg. Meadows turned to them, and his features were clearer now in the light. He had a handsome, well-preserved face, even though Brian figured the old bird must be at least 70, judging by the gray hair, the wrinkles, and the gauntness. But the old guy seemed spry and lively, bursting with energy. His blue, expressive eyes darted here and there as he talked, and there was an enthusiasm and excitement in every gesture. I'll make it simple, Dr. Meadows began. The dinosaurs ruled the earth for millions of years, and yet they died out almost overnight. Why? Meg shrugged. It was way past Brian, too. The evidence points to a meteor, or maybe an asteroid that fell, bringing alien bacteria with it. Bacteria to which there was no natural immunity, just like in H.G. Wells's War of the Worlds. Plague? Said Meg. Is that what this is all about? The scientist shook his head, smiling. No, prevention. Think of us as that apple a day that keeps the doctor away. We look for possible infection from outer space. And if it comes, we make sure it doesn't spread. And you think your meteor brought some killer germ from outer space? The man's eyes looked up to the sky and he spoke in a breathless tone. It's something I've expected and prepared for all my life. Brian shook his head. Ooh, boy, you got a surprise coming, Buster. He'd figured it out by now. This was what the can man had been babbling about. The light from the sky, the meteor. That thing on his hand! He must have picked it up from the meteor, steaming now in the ground. That meteor brought something all right, but if it's a germ, it's the biggest son of a bitch you've ever seen. And getting bigger, Meg added. Brian was surprised at the white suit's reaction. All the plastic faceplates swung their way, and the buzzing talk ceased. Dr. Meadows' eyes got very big as he turned to face them like somebody who had just been told he'd won a jackpot. Would you care to enlighten me? He requested. Meg and Brian looked at each other. How could they describe what they'd been through? You'd better start with Paul and the can man, Meg, said Brian. And then I'll pick up from there. She nodded and proceeded to tell the story, starting with that glistening glob on the hand of the can man. The scientist stayed stock still as he listened to how the thing had grown, how it had attacked and eaten Paul, how no one would believe what Meg had seen. And then Brian took over. He told of the huge thing in the Tic-Toc diner and how it had pulled George Ruiz into the sink and how it had moved like a son of a bitch, almost getting them. It's the most horrible thing I've ever seen, said Brian. It's like Dr. Frankenstein dumped all the spittoons in the world into one smelly glob and then stuck the electrodes in. Dr. Meadows nodded. Most curious, he said. We're telling you how people have been horribly dissolved by that thing, said Meg, and all you can say is, most curious? Forgive my emotional detachment, but it comes with the job. Biologically speaking, you must understand, I deal with much death in many horrible ways. Cancer, disease of various sorts, AIDS, what have you. I know them all too well, but this, he stuck a finger in the air, this is something quite different, it would seem. All those are diseases that strike from within. This giant amoeboid seems to strike from without. And as it absorbs its victims, its mass and cellular content expand. But the question is, my friends, is it single-celled or multi-celled? Its rate of growth suggests single-celled, and yet it is like nothing that exists in nature. By the way, did you notice the presence of a nucleus? He means, like the brain, said Meg. All I saw floating in that thing were pieces of bodies, said Brian. How about flagella? Huh? Like long antennae, said Meg. You mean, like in paramecia? Aha, the young lady has taken biology. Excellent. Perhaps I should direct my question to you. No antennae, sir, nothing like a paramecium. But come to think of it, it was kind of like the things we looked at under microscopes. Only it doesn't seem to have any skin. A giant amoeba without a membrane. Well, that is something. That's not to say it's an amoeba, but I think that we can assume that it's single-celled. The DNA structure must be very simple, yet terribly elegant, to promote an eating machine of this magnitude. You believe us, said Meg, just beginning to comprehend that they were being taken seriously. Yes, my dear, I believe you. Everything you have said confirms the existence of this thing, this horrid yet fascinating blob. And yet there may be even more to it than we know. As they were talking, more equipment and vehicles had arrived. Brian turned around, noticing for the first time that a windowless van had pulled up behind them. I can't begin to thank you both, Dr. Meadows was saying. This information is incredibly valuable. He went to the van and opened a back door. Please get in. Where are we going? Asked Meg. Back to town, said Dr. Meadows. Arborville is under quarantine until we've isolated that organism and checked every living soul for signs of infection. As I mentioned before, we are a containment unit. We don't want any disease to spread. But Brian didn't like the sound of this. He stayed put. In the meantime, we're your prisoners. Nonsense, said Dr. Meadows. You're my patients. Sounds like the same thing to me. Brian, said Meg, already getting in. Young man, said the scientist, getting stern. I'm far too busy to debate the point with you. Now, please step into the van. Meg stepped back down and grabbed Brian by the arm. But Brian instead backed away toward the woods, dragging Meg along with him. Look, thanks for the offer, Doc, but my bike's right over there and we can make it back on our own. He waved goodbye with his free hand. By the way, love your tailor. Gotta get me one of those. He turned around and ran smack into the broad-shouldered Colonel Hargis, accompanied by two other husky white-suited soldiers gripping M16s. tall too. They loomed over Brian Flagg like twin sentinels. "Get in the van," rumbled Colonel Hargis, in a voice like God's. Brian recognized the tone immediately and knew that this was no time for rebellion. "Oh, right, van ride sounds nice." He and Meg clambered in, and the door immediately slammed shut behind them. Brian could hear the colonel bellowing outside. "Get these civilians to the relief station ASAP!" "Yes, sir," came the response. Brian sat down on one of the benches in the windowless compartment. A dim light shone near the cab of the van. A few moments later, the engine started and the van jumped and rumbled toward its destination. Brian stared at the door a moment, then smiled over to Meg. He got up and tried it. "It's locked," he reported to his companion. "So what?" She was sitting, clearly tired, on her bench, as though relieved to be there. "Brian, what's with you? You're acting like a complete jerk." "I have a problem with authority figures." He checked his back pocket. Sure enough, Moss's ratchet was still there. He supposed he had a good enough excuse for not getting it back on time. He pulled the tool out and started working on the lock. "What are you doing?" Meg demanded. "I think we should get out of here," he said. "What?" "We ought to get my bike and blow this town. Things are getting a little thick." "Brian, that's crazy. These people are here to help us." "Come on, Meg. We don't even know who they are. NASA, CIA, the Royal Canadian Mounties? All I saw was a bunch of unmarked trucks. The whole thing stinks. We can't just run out. Let's think of it as looking out for our best interests." The lock clicked free. Brian pushed on the door. It opened. He turned to Meg. "You coming?" She wore a look of resolve on her face. "I have to go back, Brian. My family's there, people I care about. Well, I'm going. If you're smart, you'll come with me." She looked at him crossly, speaking bitterly. "Then go. Take care of yourself. It's the only thing you're really good at, isn't it?" That hurt worse than he'd have expected it to. "Nobody else ever volunteered for the job," he murmured, turning and checking outside. He didn't want to get run over by a truck cruising along behind. But there was no truck, and the ground that was trundling by wasn't passing too fast. A good jump would be a cinch. Then it got even better. The van slowed for a turn, and Brian jumped, without even turning to say goodbye to Meg. He hit the ground, tucked himself into a ball, and rolled into the roadside brush. The world whizzed around him for a time, then stilled. He picked himself up and he brushed himself off. The van bumped along toward Arborville. Meg Penny had already closed the door. Brian watched for a moment. "Christ Flagg," he muttered in disgust. "A cheerleader." Then he turned and started walking back to Elkins Grove, where all this had started and where his bike waited. 17. Bloody murders were imminent. Smack dab in center aisle, 10th row, Kevin Penny sat with his friends Eddie and Anthony, waiting for the deaths to begin. The movie screen was splashed now with the images of Susie, a gorgeous blonde in cutoffs and a well-filled t-shirt, and Lance, the muscular young camp counselor. They were sitting on a picnic table by a bunch of hedges, and they were necking. This was boring to Kevin Penny. He wanted the exciting stuff to start, and he had the feeling that that gardener there, the one in the hockey mask with the hedge trimmer, was going to get things going. "What's wrong?" said Susie as Lance came up for air, looking around apprehensively. "Isn't it awfully late to be trimming the lawn? Maybe that guy's a peeping Tom or something." "Well, let's give him something to peep at," said Susie, pulling her hunk back down. There was a cut to a close-up of the hedge trimmer, whirring and cutting twigs and leaves. Kevin Penny shuddered deliciously, stuffing his face with a handful of popcorn. To his left, Eddie and Anthony were wolfing down jujubes like nobody's business. There was the air of the forbidden here in the dank and musty movie theater, and it gave Kevin an extra charge to be doing just what his mother had told him not to. Not that what was happening on the screen wasn't exciting. Boy, it sure was. "I'm telling you," said the camp counselor in the movie. "Something's weird about that guy. Hockey season ended months ago." Behind the boys, one of the moviegoers was talking loudly to his date. "Watch this," he was saying. "He gets the camp counselor, with the electric garden weasel, but the girl gets away." The whirring got louder, and sure enough, here came Puck Face, slamming down his weapon onto poor Lance. Popcorn splattered as Kevin put salty fingers up to cover his eyes. "Eek! Blood everywhere!" He couldn't help but notice that Eddie and Anthony didn't stir at all. They just stared and chuckled, eating all this up along with their candy. "Watch," said the goofball behind him. "She's gonna run in the lodge and hide." Kevin was very annoyed. His very first slasher film was being ruined by some jerk who'd seen it before and insisted on telegraphing the upcoming action. Kevin turned and put his finger to his lips. Shh! As Kevin Penny expressed his annoyance, upstairs in the projection booth, Phil Hobbs, who had seen the movie many times, leaned back in his chair and turned the page of his old creepy magazine. The projectionist had read it before, and it wasn't as good as the old EC horror comics he collected, but he couldn't read his precious ECs at work. They'd get ruined, since he tended to suck down cokes and smear his comics with peanut grease while unspooling the evening's entertainment. You had to find something to do up here between pushing the on button to the film and rewinding the things, or you'd go crazy. Phil Hobbs liked to read comics, he liked to play with his yo-yo, and he liked companionship, the companionship he'd found in a pet he had bought some years ago, a spider monkey. He called the monkey Charlie, and Charlie really dug being assistant projectionist. He was also real good at shelling peanuts, and damn generous for a monkey. That was exactly what he was doing now, perched atop the rewind table, shelling peanuts. He took 2 from their husk, gave 1 to Phil, and ate the other. "Thanks, Charlie," said Phil Hobbs, chomping down on the nut, then flipping the page of the old black and white comic, not missing a flip of his yo-yo. Charlie chittered in reply. "Geez, what you think, Charlie?" said Hobbs, realizing that he was sweating. "Getting kinda hot in here, isn't it? Stuffy, too? Think we should report bad working conditions to the management or to the union?" He got up to check the air conditioning vent. Things giving off nothing, and on a night like this, maybe the vent's clogged or something. He unlatched the vent and opened it. Still not a bit of cool air was forthcoming. "Wonderful," said Phil Hobbs. "No, the union won't get the results as fast as we need them." He went to the phone and called down to Clyde Mitchell, the manager, still keeping the yo-yo going, executing some tricky moves to keep his mind off the heat. "Hi, Clyde," he said when the phone was picked up on the other end. "It's Hobbs. Listen, it's boiling up here. The air conditioning on?" "Sure is," said Mitchell. "And don't you know I'm paying a pretty penny for it?" "Well, it ain't happening up here. Come up and see for yourself if you don't believe me." He cradled the receiver and continued his yo-yoing as he delved back into his vampire story. Should have brought a Vampirella comic, he thought. He liked any given vampy story better than the usual run of creepy vampire stories. Charlie the spider monkey didn't care much about the heat, but something did attract his attention. A barely audible metallic creaking sound was coming from the duct that his master had opened. Charlie wondered what the hell it was, and his curiosity got the better of him. He abandoned his paper bag of peanuts and skittered over there, jumping up to the edge and perching, looking down into the dark hole. Creak, creak, creak. When Phil Hobbs held his hand out for his next peanut, he received nothing. He looked up from his comic book and saw no monkey on the rewind table. "Charlie?" He swiveled around and caught movement at the air conditioning duct. Charlie's tail, just disappearing. Good Lord, the simian simpleton had gone into the hole. "Hey!" cried Phil Hobbs and rushed to the hole. "Charlie, get out of there!" In the hole, there was only darkness. He could see nothing. He stuck his head in, calling for his pet. "Charlie!" His voice echoed into the piping. "Where the hell are you?" It gobbled down the tiny creature. Food, more food. It had lain a while in the sewers, feeding on rats and digesting its prey from the phone booth and from the police car it had invaded. But its raging need for more flesh and blood had urged it out of its hole, up and up, to where it sensed many animate bags of blood. Food, more food. And now the blob saw the man sticking his head into the duct, and it raced up toward the vibrations of his voice and the pulsing of his blood. Clyde Mitchell, the manager of the Arborville Theater, walked up the steps toward the projection booth. He couldn't figure out for the life of him what was wrong with the air conditioning. He'd checked the units downstairs and they were churning along, nice as you please. Still, he didn't want to upset his projectionist. Hobbs was a good one, and they were hard to get in a town like Arborville. Mitchell was young yet, and he had aspirations of heading for the top of the chain of theaters that he worked for. But he wouldn't get anywhere if this job wasn't run efficiently. At the top of the stairs, he tried the door. It was locked. He rattled it a bit, but no one came to open it. "Come on, Hobbs. Put the yo-yo down and open this door." No answer. Well, he had a key ring. Wearily, he pulled out the proper key and opened the door. The film was still chugging away. Light flickered along the front of the booth, almost like an erratic strobe, but otherwise the room was dark. The manager pulled out his usher's flashlight and swept it across the room in a slow arc. Phil Hobbs was nowhere to be seen. "Hobbs, you in here?" he called, becoming apprehensive. It came down with a whir. The yo-yo. It came down from the ceiling and bumped there at the end of its string. And something was dripping down it. Mitchell jumped back. What the hell? He automatically swung the flashlight up, cutting through the shadows. Phil Hobbs, the projectionist, seemed to be embedded in the ceiling. Some kind of runny glob was holding him there, like an insect stuck in tree sap. Even as Clyde Mitchell looked, he could see the light going out of the man's eyes, could see the skin starting to melt away, exposing cartilage and skull as the jaw opened and closed and the body twitched and jerked. And then Mitchell could see that Hobbs's body was being dragged across the ceiling, that the whole ceiling was a writhing mass. It seemed alive, and more gunk was spewing up from out of the air conditioning duct. Stunned, the manager could only think, so that's why he wasn't getting any AC. Then ropes of slime dropped from the ceiling, surrounding him. Terrified, he turned to escape. But the whole door was covered in a sheath of gunk. The audience in the theater screamed as the hockey-masked killer struck again. As though on cue, Clyde Mitchell screamed as well, as the ceiling dropped down on him. Meg Penny fumed as she was jerked and jostled by the military van zooming through town. That damned Brian Flagg! He'd just flown the coop, and here she'd thought he was showing some special qualities she'd never imagined he possessed all these years. She'd actually felt something for the jerk. You couldn't go through what they'd been through together and not feel something. But then he'd abandoned her, just like that, to save his own rotten skin. The van squeaked to a halt, and Meg heard the sound of footsteps running up to open the back door. The door was opened by another of those plastic-suited soldiers, who motioned her out. As she stepped onto the pavement, she realized where she was, the center of Arborville, Town Hall. The town hall was 2 stories of ivy-covered brick, situated to the north of the tree-lined town square. Usually it projected an image of dignity and austerity, but tonight, all was chaos. White-suited soldiers ran hither and yon, escorting Arborville citizens to shelters. Meg could see medical teams working with clumps of people, checking them out for infection under artificial lights. Lots of people were still in their bedclothes, having been roused from sleep. Yes, now the town hall was the town emergency relief station. From the top of a military half-track, a loudspeaker blared, "Please assemble in an orderly fashion and cooperate fully with our medical personnel." The soldier who had opened the door for her thumped the side of the van with his fist and shouted, "Clear!" A little dazed and discombobulated, Meg walked forward into the confused scene, looking for her parents. She found them quickly. They were in line for medical attention, along with 2 people she recognized as Eddie's parents. Mrs. Penny was holding her little baby sister, Christine. "Mom! Dad!" she called, running to them. Mrs. Penny welcomed her with a frantic hug. "Meg, thank God you're all right." "Where have you been?" said her father. "You had us scared out of our minds." She looked around, noticing an absence. Kevin. What had happened to her little brother? "Where's Kevin?" she asked. "He probably snuck off to that damn movie," said her mother. "He told us he was staying over at Eddie's." Eddie's mother, Mrs. Beckner, looked dismayed. "Eddie told us he was staying at your place." This was terrible. The thought of little Kevin and that horrible monster. A soldier was passing by, and Meg reached out and grabbed him. "Excuse me," she said, "my little brother's over at the movie theater on Main." "Miss, we're going by sectors. We'll get there shortly." "You don't understand." The soldier brushed her off. "We'll handle this, okay?" Mr. Penny, however, clearly didn't care for the soldier's attitude, and Daddy was a very confrontational man. "I don't see you handling much of anything, bub. You want a coffee break?" "Look, mister," the soldier began. "Don't look, Mr. Me. I'm a taxpayer. I pay your salary." Everyone was listening to the argument, which gave Meg the perfect opportunity to slip away. She had to get to the movie theater, get Kevin to a safe place and keep him there. This was no night for a 10-year-old to be out on the town. Kevin Penny was getting really steamed. This joker in the seat behind him was making a real nuisance of himself. Clearly he'd seen the film before, but why did he have to broadcast what was coming up? Eddie and Anthony didn't seem to mind. They were into the gore and the mayhem, not the suspense. But Kevin had always enjoyed suspenseful stuff, from the first time that a grown-up had played peekaboo with him when he was a baby. But there was no suspense in Garden Tool Massacre, not with Big Mouth blaring behind him. He tried to ignore the guy, and turned his attention to the screen, where 2 pretty co-eds in nighties were talking inanely as they made salads. But Kevin couldn't hear what they were saying. Big Mouth drowned them out. "Oh, you'll love this," said the guy. "He takes the Veg-O-Matic and dices them to death." That was the last straw. Kevin was fed up. He was going to give this guy a piece of his mind, just the way Dad would. In fact, he pretended he was Dad now, Dad with a mat on, as he turned to confront Big Mouth. But as he turned, expecting to see the bespectacled man with the bad haircut, he was buffeted by a faint wind. There was a blur of motion. All he got a glimpse of was the heels of the guy's wingtips as he was yanked up into the air. Kevin, and the guy's girlfriend, stared up, dumbfounded. What they saw was infinitely worse than any killer wearing a hockey mask and waving a garden hoe. Some kind of awful glop was spilling out of the 3 projection windows behind the audience. Only it wasn't like it was just liquid. It looked kind of like loose clay, animated. A tendril of the stuff had whipped down, lassoed Big Mouth, and pulled him up toward the greater mass. Big Mouth was screaming. But then the screaming stopped as he was pushed headfirst into the writhing mass, with no splash. His legs and arms wriggled frantically, and then blood and some other liquid started pouring down over the heads of the audience. Screams began, louder than any movie had ever aroused. "Look at that!" cried Kevin, pounding on Eddie and Anthony to attract their attention. Even as they looked, gobs of muck rolled down onto the aisle, grabbing a woman and pulling her off her feet. Panic seized the crowd. The projector jammed, freezing the movie on the image of a screaming co-ed, and then the hot light burned the image away, even as the creature invading the movie theater burned away the face of a man with a flick of a pseudopod. The audience became a mob. Panicked, they ran for their lives toward the bright red exit signs. "We gotta get out of here," said Anthony, but as the boys ran into the aisle, they were hit by running people. Anthony was carried along with the crowd, but Eddie and Kevin were knocked down onto the sticky, popcorn-covered carpet. The creature roiled toward them. The people came exploding out of the theater, and Meg Penny immediately knew why. The creature was in there. The monster was in there, and so was her little brother Kevin. She fought her way through the fear-crazed crowd and through the doors. She smelled the thing before she saw it. The gut-wrenching acidy smell, and the blood, and the taint of the sewer. She looked up the aisle and sure enough, there it was, bigger than before, incredibly big, spouting through the projection booth openings and pouring down the walls and aisle like oatmeal lava pouring through a flickering nightmare. "Kevin!" she cried, fighting her way through the crush of bodies. "Kevin!" There were groans and cries and screams everywhere, dominated by the obscene squelching sound the creature made as it wriggled through, grabbing people in a feeding frenzy. Meg was knocked over. A man above her tried to run along the top of a row of seats toward the exit, but with a whipping sound, a pseudopod lashed around his midsection, tore him away with a yelp, and dragged him back into the main mass of the thing. "Kevin!" she cried, pulling herself up. But she was immediately knocked down, landing just inches away from the face of a woman who had been half dissolved from forehead to chin. A scream struggled to break free, but she choked it back. "Have to find Kevin," she told herself. "Have to find Kevin." "Kevin!" she cried, getting back up. "Meg!" She turned toward the sound of the yell. There he was, still alive. He and Eddie were cowering in a corner near the theater's curtain as people surged past. She dodged around a row of seats and struck out toward them. The crowd was thinning out. Either the creature had got them, or they'd escaped from the theater. She reached the boys and, taking no time to hug Kevin, wrenched them away from where they stood and pointed toward the side exit. "This way!" she cried. But even as they ran, Meg saw peripherally the pseudopod lapping toward them over the seats in the strobing darkness. "Down!" she called, pushing the boys down onto the floor. The tendril flopped over them at freight train speed, smashing a plaster angel on the side wall into dust. "Come on!" cried Meg. "Hurry!" The boys responded instantly, getting to their feet and running with her to the exit. Meg could hear the surging horror lapping at their feet. The exit door was the traditional gray metal variety with a heavy-duty lock. Meg and the boys burst through it into the alley. Meg had a glimpse of the thing filling up the short hallway behind them. She had to close that door. That thing was going so fast. Meg slammed the door behind her. She heard and felt the thing pound against the other side like tons of dough striking a kneading counter. The door clicked shut, locking behind them. Meg permitted herself a quick sigh of relief. "Hurry!" she cried, and she struck off down the alley, along with Eddie. But where was Kevin? "Meg, help!" cried the boy, and Meg turned around. Kevin was still at the door, and instantly Meg could see why. She'd shut the door so fast she'd caught the hood of his nylon jacket between the door and the jamb, and now Kevin was struggling to get the thing off. But the zipper was stuck. She ran back to him. "Stupid coat!" sobbed Kevin. "Stupid coat! God!" The door was starting to bulge outward. pushed with incredible force from the creature. She grabbed the zipper and tugged on its latch. It refused to budge. Tears ran down Kevin's face and he mewled softly. Bubbles of slime squeezed through the bulging door. From the cracks oozed strands of the monster, blindly feeling around for prey. Then, one by one, the bolts on the door burst from their fittings. Behind her, she could hear Eddie yell, "Watch out! Hurry!" Why hadn't the kid run? With a strength born of desperation, Meg released the zipper and grabbed the front of Kevin's jacket. She pulled and ripped it wide open. Immediately, she tugged Kevin out of it and pushed him to one side. The creature spewed from the doorway, slapping across the alley, its deadly steaming tissue just missing Kevin and Meg and Eddie. "Come on!" she cried, grabbing them up and turning away from the surging tide of monstrosity. They ran down the alley. Her lungs were on fire, but she ran for all she was worth. Turned a corner. Hit a dead end. "There's no other way out," she cried. She could hear the garbage cans being hit by the creature as it probed out for them. She looked around and then down, and caught sight of a manhole cover. "Here," she cried. "Help me lift it." The boys helped her, putting their fingers in the pry holes and lifting the cover to one side with a clatter. At the corner, a dumpster, borne on a wave of the monster, smashed into the brick wall, crumbling and spewing trash, which was rapidly covered by the rolling putrescent ooze. "Down!" she ordered, grabbing Kevin and pushing him into the dark hole. "Come on, you too," she said, but Eddie needed no urging. He was already jumping down in Kevin's wake. The blob hissed closer, closer. Meg stepped down the first 3 metal rungs, ducking down below ground level and grabbing the manhole cover by its side. Somehow she found the energy to pull it back over the hole. It clanged into place, just as she sensed the blob pouring over it. She started moving farther down into the darkness, where she could hear Kevin and Eddie moving around. Something grabbed at her hair. Strands of acidic slime were leaking down, tangling in her hair. With a scream, she jumped and felt a rip on her scalp as whole clumps were pulled away. She hit concrete piping. She could hear her hair sizzling above her. She rolled away, sloshing through the water at the bottom of the round pipe, not even noticing the terrible stench. She ran into a form and gasped. "Meg!" cried Kevin. "It's us!" Kevin and Eddie were waiting for her at a juncture of the piping, in the dark. "Which way, Meg?" She pushed them in a random direction. One way was as good as another, as long as it headed away from that thing dripping down behind them. Anthony Peters watched in disbelief as the stuff slammed through the theater exit door, cutting his friends off. What was that thing? The kid watched it as it poured out, assuming a bulbous shape as it rolled after its 3 intended victims. Anthony was so dazed he didn't think to just turn and run. Fascinated, he watched the slimy creature squirm down the alley like an inside-out giant worm. It disappeared around the corner. "Eddie!" he cried. Eddie was his best buddy. They were blood brothers, he and Eddie. He couldn't just leave him. Anthony ran after the creature. Maybe he could help Eddie and Meg and Kevin. When he turned the corner, he saw an astonishing thing. There was the pile of gunk that had chased them all, at the cul-de-sac of the alley, and it was dwindling in size. "Eddie!" he cried in horror as he noticed by the dim street lighting the half-eaten bodies bobbing inside the gelatinous ooze. Could it have gotten Eddie? But then Anthony realized that the thing wasn't disappearing. It was flowing down a manhole into the sewers. It was still chasing Eddie and Meg and Kevin. They might be still alive. "Help!" he cried, turning and running back out of the alley. "Somebody help!" He had to tell everybody where that monster went. They had to save Eddie. 18. It didn't take long for Brian Flagg to find his motorbike again, and it didn't take long to fix it with the help of Moss's ratchet. Now came the tricky part. Getting away from this crazy place. Like, there were soldiers swarming all over. Brian didn't dare get on his bike and start it. The thing was too loud, and this close to all this military activity, he'd be a goner. They'd hear him for sure. Run out in their high-tech gadgets and grab him up just like that. So he was walking his bike now, through the undergrowth, trying to figure out the best way to sneak around the encampment to the road. Yikes! He ducked down behind a clump of bushes as 2 of the plastic suits, carrying M16s, marched by. Boy, and they had reinforcements too. One of the soldiers had a German shepherd at the end of the leash. The dog's nose was on the ground, sniffing away. One of the soldiers had a walkie-talkie. The sound of cross-chatter drifted over to Brian's ears from the device. "We got the town sealed tight as a drum," said the voice from the walkie-talkie. "Roads closed, phone lines severed, civilian radio frequencies jammed, Over! The soldier turned and disappeared over a rise, the light from their flashlights bouncing ahead of them. This was the way, wasn't it, thought Brian, getting back up and pushing his bike ahead of him. The one-lane road was just up ahead. If he could get there, he'd be home free. Of course, the best route was right past the area where that meteor had fallen. It was just as chancy as the alternatives, so Brian Flagg decided to try for it. Sure enough, there was the crash site, with all the vehicles and lights and equipment and stuff huddled around it. Brian skirted the periphery, the wheels of the bike rolling along beside him among the trees. The familiar burnt smell of the place wafted to him, along with the murmur of voices and the whirring of machinery. Just ahead, past a break in the trees, the moonlight washed across that narrow country road he'd been looking for, the one heading away from town. Yes, sir, he thought, smiling. Freedom just ahead! But then he stopped. The machinery sound had stepped up in volume, and there was a whining sound. Brian knew that sound. It was the sound of a winch. Those dudes were hauling something up. The meteor? But how could they get a grip on a piece of rock? Intrigued, Brian carefully set his bike down and went over to check this out. One little peep wouldn't do any harm. He crawled up through some underbrush toward the top of the rise. Looking down, he had a good view of the crash site and the crater. Holy moly. They had a crane there all right, and he could hear the whining of the winch even better from here as it pulled something up out of the hole. Soldiers were clustered all around, yeah. And wait. There was that old dude, Dr. Meadows, watching, alongside Colonel Hargis and another guy. Gently now. Gently, Meadows was saying. The thing at the end of the crane was being lifted up out of the hole, and Brian could see it very clearly. It was a charred and battered orb, but its smooth metallic surface gleamed in the moonlight. Brian Flagg took in a breath. Geez, that was no meteor. That was a satellite. A man-made shot up in the sky on the nose of a rocket satellite. The crane arm swung the demolished satellite away from the crater into the flatbed back of the truck, waiting to transport it away. Dr. Arthur Meadows watched the operation, cautioning the technicians to be careful. They were going to need everything here for their work, and they couldn't afford to leave any bits and pieces out in the countryside for someone to stumble across. No, there was too much at stake. Incredible. Just incredible, said Dr. Jennings, a younger scientist. Yes, isn't it, said Meadows. We've known for years that conditions in space have a mutating effect on bacteria. Dr. Jennings nodded. But who could have guessed this? Dr. Meadows smiled to himself. It was happening. His dream. He would prove once and for all that he'd been right all along. For years his colleagues had merely humored him and his theories. But now, through this accident, there would be no way they could patronize him. His name, in boldface, would go down in science history books. For all the ages. Who indeed, he said. Our little experimental virus seems to have grown up into a plasmic life form that hunts its prey. A predator, for God's sake. It's fantastic. What he didn't mention was that what he'd accomplished was nothing less than a recreation of what had happened billions and billions of years ago in the seas of Earth. A bubbling broth of amino acids had mutated into life forms that fed on one another to survive, life forms that reproduced rapidly, forming colonies of cells which were the first living animals. He'd always thought that cosmic rays from space had had a great deal to do with that mutation, but he'd no idea how extremely right he'd been. Putting that recreation of life's building blocks in a satellite, that chemical soup in a controlled environment, and then shooting it up past the shielding ozone layer, a brilliant move, one that had taken years to engineer, and now it had worked. But Dr. Jennings, a rather muddled sort, seemed slightly upset by this. Sir, he was saying, the organism's growing at a geometric rate. By all accounts, it's now 1,000 times its original mass. Colonel Hargis wasn't concerned about the creation of life. He had other fish to fry. Gentlemen, this could put the U.S. defense system years ahead of the Russians. What a petty mind, thought Meadows. Of course, those dollars the U.S. defense system had contributed weren't petty, and Meadows had taken them gladly. You don't understand, said Jennings, clearly quite troubled. At this rate, there may be no U.S. Nonsense, said Meadows. All we have to do is to contain it properly. He turned to Colonel Hargis. This is an incredible breakthrough, and I want it treated as a matter of top national security. Yes, sir, said Colonel Hargis. We've got this town locked up tight. A radioman suddenly rushed up, clutching a field radio. Colonel, he said, we have a sighting. Colonel Hargis grabbed the phone and barked into the receiver. Hargis here. A soldier's voice erupted loudly from the radiophone. In the background was the sound of a hysterically sobbing child. "Colonel," said the soldier reporting in, "we've got an eyewitness who says the organism pursued some civilians into the sewers." The child's voice burst out over the radio. "My name is Anthony, and that thing has Eddie and Kevin and Meg down there." Dr. Meadows blinked. The sewer system, of course. That was where it probably traveled with greatest ease in its present form. And what better place to stopper the thing up? "Excellent," he said. "We need a schematic of the sewer system. We'll isolate it and contain it down there. I want that organism alive." "What about the civilians?" asked Colonel Hargis. Dr. Meadows sighed. "I'm afraid, Colonel, that we are dealing with a matter of paramount importance. In this situation, civilians, I'm sorry to say, are expendable." The words rang in Brian Flagg's ears. "It's got Eddie and Kevin and Meg down there. Expendable." Outrage filled him. But more, Brian felt fear for Meg Penny. This was his fault. He felt ashamed. Most of all, he felt angry. That creature, that hungry blob of death. It was more important to these scientists, these military men, than the lives of the citizens of Arborville. And though Arborville had never done much for him, it was his home. And the people, well, they hadn't been much of a family to him, but they were all he had. And they were human beings. Not monsters, like those goons down there, blithely talking about Arborville residents being expendable. A hand reached down and grabbed him by the shoulder, yanking him up. He found himself staring into the faceplate of a soldier. "What do you think you're doing?" the soldier demanded. As Brian struggled to get away, he could see the men down by the crater turning toward him. He caught Dr. Meadows' eyes and knew at once that Meadows recognized him. Damn. Had to get out of here. Had to. He pulled out Moss's ratchet and cracked the soldier across the head with it. The man staggered back, dropping his gun, blood running into his eyes and down his nose, and gave off a blubbering scream. Brian lit out through the bushes, back for his bike, running for his life. He'd seen his death in Dr. Meadows' eyes. Meadows knew that he'd overheard. He raced to where he'd left his bike, lifted it up, kick-started it into grumbling life, and gunned the motor. Behind him he heard the loudspeaker blast away with a message. He recognized Meadows' amplified voice, and it sounded cold and menacing, echoing through the night above the sound of his growling motorbike. "We have an infected civilian trying to escape. Stop him at all costs before he reaches a populated area. Shoot to kill." Up ahead, bathed in moonlight, was the road to freedom, the road away from Arborville. All he had to do was to hit that road, put on some speed, and get the hell out of there. But he knew he couldn't do it. He knew now he couldn't leave Meg and the rest of Arborville at the mercy of that mutated organism, that mutated scientist. He turned the handlebars, cutting a hard U-turn. If he could just get around that army now. Above he could hear the distant sound of helicopter rotors. Ahead he could hear the yapping of dogs, the shouts of men. He cut off to the field past the trees and gunned the engine, zooming and bouncing along away from the main encampment. A whole crew of soldiers were running down the hill now toward him, and bright flowers of gunfire blossomed in the dark. The dogs were let loose, and he could hear them barking behind him. A searchlight from the approaching helicopter raked along the field like a starship's laser, looking to fry one desperately fleeing biker. No, he thought, riding hard, riding low. It didn't look good at all. But up ahead, all was clear. No soldiers coming toward him, they were all behind him. And then the jeeps cut him off. The staccato blasts of gunfire ripped the ground just yards from him. These bastards meant business. He was trapped. Desperate, with only seconds left before they closed in on him tight as a bear trap, he recognized where he was. Up ahead was that ridge of the riverbed, the one with the jutting bridge ruins, the one that had beaten him before. It was his last hope. He turned around, gunned the bike, and jammed it into gear, racing for the gully. Even as he picked up speed, the dog pack closed in on him, snapping at his heels. But he upped his speed, racing ahead of them. He threw the throttle even wider, all the way and then some. And just as when he'd tried it before, the engine sputtered. The bike lost speed. The dogs gained. "Not now!" Brian Flagg cried. "Please!" He heard the sound of gunfire behind him. A bullet smashed through his rearview mirror, shattering it. Come on, he cried. "Damn thing!" He stepped down on the kickstart. Hard. The engine screamed to life, and the bike rocketed forward with a burst of new speed. Brian hung on for dear life as the ramp of the bridge approached. "Woo!" cried Brian, feeling as if he were surfing on a tornado. The ramp loomed. Brian's bike hit it, He felt the bike lift up with a tremendous surge, like the fiercest roller coaster ride imaginable. The helicopter's searchlight flashed across him briefly, but he was going too fast. It lost him, and then he started coming down. Coming down, coming down. Coming down, heart in his throat, the wind blasting into his face. He had to concentrate on keeping the wheels straight, or he was lost. Wheels straight, wheels straight. Thump, thump, crunch. He landed, the wheels turning beneath him, and all his powers of balance were put to the test. Somehow, with the help of his shoes angled out against the old road, he stayed upright. He roared off into the night, flipping the bird to the barking dogs on the other side of the bridge. Brian Flagg gunned his motorbike and headed toward Arborville. But he couldn't get there. Not on his bike, anyway. It was that helicopter, that goddamn whirlybird. It was after him, and fast as Brian Flagg was on his Indian bike, it was much faster. Its searchlight caught him once, but Brian pulled a neat, evasive maneuver, heading off to the west of Arborville. Besides, he had an idea. He knew where he was going now, and he ate up the distance quickly, the helicopter still on his tail. The aqueduct was up there, in the foothills. Yeah, he thought, pushing the engine hard, praying it didn't quit on him. When he reached the aqueduct, he rolled down into the concrete riverbed. The helicopter swept past, searching, searching. Gotta hide the bike, he thought, cutting the engine, laying the machine down in a pile of reeds. Then, dodging the probing searchlight, he splashed up through the trickle in the concrete riverbed, up to the dark cave of the entrance. He crouched down in the shadows by the huge round pipe. In the spring, when the snows in the mountains melted, Arborville would have floated away but for the system of aqueducts which dealt with the runoff and were linked with the town's sewers. The helicopter zoomed past, but it kept on going, giving no indication of having found him. Good. Brian Flagg looked into the darkness of the aqueduct pipe. 19. Contain the thing. They must contain the thing, thought Dr. Meadows, as the jeep lurched to a stop by the impromptu command post in Arborville. If they could trap it, it would be just a matter of time before he could find the way to immobilize it, and then he could learn the true nature of this wonderful life he had created. Study it, get to know it, use it to create new mutants. Why, the secrets of life lay below him now in the sewers of Arborville. How precious, how terribly precious. "Come on, Doc, over here," said Colonel Hargis, guiding him to where a soldier was hunched over a folding table under a bank of lights. I radioed ahead to get the information. "Lieutenant Benton's got the stuff we need." The lieutenant welcomed them, and they declined the offered coffee. Then Lieutenant Benton gestured down to the sheets of schematics spread out on the table in front of him. "The whole goddamn town's sitting on a system of aqueducts," he said. "Run off from the mountains." "Can we trap the thing down there?" asked Hargis. There seemed to be 3 main junctions. Benton tapped 3 times on the map. "Here, here, and here. We close off those valves. I think we got it." "Excellent," said Dr. Meadows. "How fortunate it chose Arborville to descend upon." "Just hope it stays in the pipes if you want it alive," said Colonel Hargis. "I want it alive, Colonel. Whether or not it stays down there, do you understand me?" "I don't know, sir. Isn't it just as good to us dead? I mean, can't you do an analysis from a dead?" Meadows shot the officer a glare that stopped him talking fast. "Alive, Colonel. Alive. Now start getting those valves closed pronto. And what about storm drains, for God's sakes?" "We're working on those, sir," promised Benton. "So do it," said Meadows. "A team of soldiers for every valve. Now!" Colonel Hargis scrambled off to do his duty. Dr. Meadows smiled to himself. Maybe I should have been a general, he thought. No, he told himself, thinking about his creation oozing beneath the streets of Arborville. As a general, he never would have hoped to have a night as thrilling as this. The aqueducts and sewer system below Arborville were built in the 50s, after perennial flooding problems finally forced the town to raise the necessary capital. The builders had not used stone, as the Romans had in the original aqueducts, but rather huge concrete pipes. Now Meg Penny walked within one of those pipes, guiding her little brother Kevin and his friend Eddie through the maze of dark, drippy tunnels, slogging through ankle-deep water. Somewhere in this network of tunnels, she knew, the creature lurked. Somehow they'd gotten away from it for a time. How, she had no idea. She didn't even care about losing the hair, she was just happy they'd gotten away. But now they were lost, and she had to find the way out. The only lights they had were dim maintenance bulbs widely spaced along the tunnels. But they had to keep going. They had to find a way out. Getting back to the street was their only hope. If they stayed down here too long, the monster was bound to find them. They had to get out. Eddie was wiping his nose with the back of his sleeve and snuffling back tears. "Is it still after us?" he wanted to know. "I don't think so," said Meg, noticing how their voices echoed and carried down here, wondering if that thing had ears. "Quiet. Now." Kevin was in bad shape. She could feel him trembling. "I'll be good. I swear," he said. "I'll never go to the movies again." "It's gonna be okay, Kev," she said, wishing she believed it. "Come on, let's find a way out of here." In another tunnel, not far away, 3 heavily armed soldiers in plastic suits made their way slowly forward, weapons at the ready. Corporal Dennis Johnstone held in his hands the map that would guide them to the valve they had to close. Private Bill North's heavy-duty flashlight probed the steamy darkness ahead. He leaned over to speak to Sergeant Henry Washington. "Sergeant," said North. Sergeant Washington jumped, startled. "What? I think I hear something." "That's the sound of me having a heart attack, you idiot," said the sergeant. "Corporal, let's see that map. Christ, we'll never find that goddamn valve." Sarge," said Corporal Johnstone, directing his own flashlight to an area behind them. The sergeant looked. The beam picked out a bright red valve wheel. "All right, let's close it up and get out of here." They went to deal with the wheel. At just about the same time, Meg and the boys entered a large chamber. Several tunnels connected here, up on the walls of the chamber. The floor, though, was a lake of muddy water. At the far end of the chamber was a concrete spill-off ramp. "Look," said Kevin. "Look up there, Meg." From the top of the chamber, there was a spill of street lamp light, coming through an open storm drain above. "How do we get up there?" said Eddie, whining. As Meg's eyes adjusted to the increased illumination, she saw the answer. "Those pipes over there. We can climb those pipes." There was a series of cross-brace pipes running up the wall to the storm drain. "Come on, that's our way out." But first they had to wade through this fetid lake. Meg stepped in, and it went nearly up to her waist, but still not too deep for the boys, thank God. They splashed in after her, revitalized by the sight of a way out. As she waded, Meg heard the sound of a soft squealing. She looked around and found herself nose to whiskers with a large, grizzled rat, paddling through the water nearby. "Ugh, watch out for that rat," she warned the boys. She looked away, just as the rat was tugged under the water. "What rat?" asked Kevin. She looked back, and there was no swimming rat. But farther on she spotted another rat, clinging to a floating piece of garbage. Even as she watched, the rat was sucked under. The creature! It was close! She turned to the boys. "Come on," she said. "Hurry!" They hurried all right, but the trouble was that the concrete bottom of this chamber was slippery as hell with crud and mud. Meg heard a whirring sound behind them. She looked around, and in the dim light she saw the water churning. And the churning was getting closer. "What's happening?" asked Eddie, noticing as well. "Go!" cried Meg. "Go!" After what seemed an eternity jammed into a few seconds, they reached the network of piping riding up the wall to the storm drain. "Get up there, Kevin!" cried Meg, boosting her little brother up onto the first pipe. Kevin's foot caught hold, and his hands started pulling him up out of the water and onto the wall. "Okay, Eddie," she said. "You too now." She grabbed him to boost him up as well. But with a speed that astonished her, Eddie was suddenly ripped from her grasp. Like a half-submerged skier, he shot through the water, back across the chamber, splatting up a spray of water. "Eddie!" yelled Meg. Eddie screamed all the way. And then, halfway back to the other edge of the water, Eddie was sucked under. Meg Penny, hysterical, jumped out after him, trying to drag him back. Kevin Penny, on the pipes, horrified, saw his sister vanish beneath the surface in Eddie's wake. His shock broke loose in a cry. "Meg, no!" The turbulence in the water settled. Kevin could see nothing beneath the turbid calm. Kevin could not move. He felt as though he were frozen on the pipes. His sister, Eddie, both down there under that water, with that awful, horrible, gummy, sticky, hungry creature. It was too much to take, and the young boy's mind seemed to snap for a moment from the overload. "Meg, oh Meg," he thought. "It got you, it got—" But then a head bobbed up through the surface, flinging off water from long hair. It was Meg. The thing hadn't got her. "Eddie!" Meg Penny cried. The loss of the little boy was just too much. Her mind was spinning as she gasped in air and swung her head around, looking for him. "It got him!" Kevin yelled at her. "Get out of there, Meg! It got Eddie!" She couldn't believe it. They'd been so close, so very close to escaping. Meg waded back toward the pipes, still hoping that maybe it hadn't gotten Eddie, that she could save him, bring him back to his parents. An explosion of water directly in front of her. "Eddie!" The boy burst up from the water, and for a moment hope filled Meg. But then she saw the expression on Eddie's face, twisted in the throes of death. And she saw the stuff wrapped around his head, gummy liquefaction. "The creature!" Meg screamed, and Eddie was jerked back under, thrashing and struggling, eyes almost popped from their sockets. Fear drove her legs forward. She raced for the pipes. She had to get out of here, had to get out, get out! She reached the side of the chamber and grabbed the first pipe. "Up!" she cried. "Kevin, go up!" She couldn't help but look behind her as Kevin turned and started climbing up the pipes toward the drain pipe. The creature was rising up from the water. The top of it looked like the head of a cancerous jellyfish, rippling with inner gases. But then it lifted up higher, higher, an island of bloody mucus, quivering and slimy. By the faint light, Meg could see the half-dissolved bits of human carcasses hanging in the colloidal stuff, like obscene fruit in a satanic jello mold. She climbed frantically. Above her, Kevin slipped. She was far enough up to catch him. She set his feet back on the pipes and pushed him up. "Keep going," she ordered. There was only room enough for one at the storm drain opening. As Kevin clambered up through it, Meg ventured another look below her. The thing was still growing. And even more of it was pouring in from the other drains, like never-ending flowing mucus from subterranean nasal passages. The thing had become immense beyond imagining. "Oh my God," Meg said. She turned back to deal with Kevin. She had to concentrate on getting Kevin up that drain. Hanging on with one hand, she shoved him up the last yard, and Kevin wriggled through onto the street to freedom. "I did it, Meg. Here. Grab hold," he cried, turning back and holding down his hand. She scrabbled up, took his hand, and pushed for all she was worth up through the narrow opening. But she stuck. She didn't fit. It was too narrow. Nonetheless, it was her only hope. She struggled desperately, trying to squeeze herself through, Kevin pulling on her, but her shoulders were completely wedged in. As she struggled, she imagined the thing behind her, rising, pseudopods forming and whipping, sensing its prey above it, reaching for another juicy morsel of flesh and blood. "Run, Kevin," she cried. "Run! I can't make it." But Kevin just kept on pulling. The soldiers in the tunnel nearby heard her shouts, and they came running into the chamber. There they were confronted by the growing, bulbous form of the creature they had been ordered to contain. It was reaching up for a pair of legs sticking from the storm drain. "What the hell?" said the private. Automatically, he raised his M16, but the sergeant pushed the barrel from its aim. "That's the thing, all right, but we have orders not to shoot it." "But Sarge, what else are we?" The corporal was beginning. Then a coil of something shot around the legs of the sergeant and dragged him off his feet. With a scream, the sergeant was yanked through the water and into the oleaginous mass in the chamber. "Fuck orders," said the corporal, opening fire. Meg Penny heard the screams and the shots. Nothing had touched her exposed legs, but she still couldn't get through the storm drain. She collected her wits and her nerve and tried to speak calmly to Kevin. "Kevin, run to town hall." "But—" "Do it now." Kevin, nodding, got up and started to run off down the street. She couldn't get through here. There has to be another way, Meg Penny thought as she backed up, scooted down the rough concrete drain and started climbing down the drain pipes. The creature seemed preoccupied. The creature was devouring Sergeant Washington, who bellowed and screamed, fighting it. The corporal had waded out into the water, and the light from his blasting rifle sputtered harshly as the bullets ripped into the creature. But then the ground beneath him seemed to swell up. He looked around and saw a flap of stuff lift up from the water. "You're standing on it!" cried the private, still at the lip of the tunnel. "Shit!" cried the corporal, who tried to run around the flap. But then curtains of slime erupted all around him, slapping into him like a gigantic Venus flytrap. Meg Penny did not watch the flailing soldier being pulled down into the creature. She splashed along in the shallows toward her last hope, the spill-off ramp at the far side of the chamber. She scrambled up the concrete ramp. It was hungry, and it fed. Feeding made it hungrier. As it had rolled through the building on the surface, sucking in so many of the animate hunks of flesh, it had known such ecstasy, such pleasure, sucking the blood, dissolving the bones, feeling the hot life stuff of its victims mix with its own juices into a delightful boiling stew, making it grow and grow, able to eat more and more and more. Now, in the dark places, it swarmed about the plastic-suited creatures, easily dissolving this odd new skin, sucking out the life and the juices, thrilling at the sensations. The spattering hunks of metal had been odd, but the blob paid them no mind, forging ahead in its single-minded objectives. Find food, eat food. It had been pursuing food that was climbing up toward the light. But then it had been distracted by the creatures wrapped in the plastic, distracted by the bullets. But now the blob was no longer distracted. It set back after the food, which was no longer at the top of the pipes, but running through the water, trying to escape. It moved toward it, like a wave toward a shore. It sensed the pulsing blood in its victim's veins, and it sensed the victim's fear. The blob reached for the food, famished. The blob was hungry, terribly, horribly hungry. 20. It had been a simple enough decision, a little odd, but definitely workable. That tunnel had been awfully dark, and Brian Flagg had only one source of light available to him, the headlight on his Indian motorbike. And it wasn't as if the pipes weren't big enough. No, they were huge. 2 + 2 = 4 every time. Brian Flagg roared through the aqueduct system on his motorbike. He didn't know where he was going, he just went. Meg Penny was down here. Meg and her brother Kevin and his friend Eddie. That was what the voice over the radio had said. Then, as he whipped through the dimness, his headlight striking out ahead of him, he heard the screams. The screams and the shots. He found the turn and roared off toward the sounds, down the incline of the pipe. It was a girl's scream he heard. Meg Penny's scream. He hurried. Then he saw a faint light at the end of his tunnel. The pipe opened up there, into a chamber at the bottom of the pipe's concrete spill-off. And there in that chamber, surging up from the water like a pustulant boil, was the creature. And there, on the spillway, scrambling up the ramp like a poor half-drowned mouse, was Meg Penny. Brian Flagg roared up to the lip of the pipe, leaned over, and reached out. That thing was reaching out too, with a pseudopod the size of a log. But Brian's hand grabbed her outstretched hand, and he pulled her up. The pseudopod hit the spillway hard, slopping off and just missing Meg's feet as they were pulled up. "Brian," she said. He pulled her onto the bike. She wrapped her arms around him. He turned the handlebars and he gunned the engine. They roared off back up the tunnel. "Brian, you came back," she said, holding on for dear life as the bike zoomed away, the headlights slicing through the darkness. Now, which way had he come, Brian Flagg wondered. But then a blank wall reared up before them, and Brian put on the brakes and came to a skittering stop. Dead end. He'd gone the wrong way. He turned and saw the way he should have gone. But when they reached the intersection, there was something blocking them. Brian stopped, startled. There hadn't been a closure when he'd gone through this tunnel. What? And then he saw what had blocked the tunnel. A sheath of thick protoplasm, from the slotted vents above and below. Sticky stuff was still rolling through. They were cut off. There was only one thing to do. "Hang on," he told Meg. He turned the bike, and he headed back toward the chamber. Up ahead, limned by the dim light from the chamber, he could see the creature's main bulk. It was flopping up the tunnel, straight toward them. Brian Flagg revved the engine higher and higher. He pointed the headlights straight at the massive, globular nightmare coming for them. "What are you doing?" cried Meg, disbelieving. The thing was squeezing through vents, rippling through every side of them, sending out tendrils that just missed trapping them in goo. Brian pushed the bike harder, harder, getting up speed as they approached collision with the thing. At the last possible moment, he turned the handlebars. The bike screamed up the side of the pipe at a 45-degree angle, and then kept on going, the centrifugal force keeping the wheels on concrete and keeping Brian Flagg and Meg Penny in their seats. They rolled right over the monster, sweeping down in a spiral behind its mass. "Brian!" Meg cried. They tore toward the chamber, wind whipping through her hair, through Brian's torn jacket. Adrenaline pumping through him madly, Brian kept his hand hard on the throttle. That thing back there was fast, and they couldn't afford losing one bit of speed so close to it. Now, if he could only navigate that spillway. They burst from the tunnel, hung in the air for a moment, and then landed on the spillway. At the wrong angle. Both Brian and Meg were lifted from the seat and hurled over the handlebars as the motorbike slammed down onto the concrete, cracking the headlight as it tumbled and crashed downward. They flew asses over elbows, landing in the middle of the small underground lake. Brian fought his way to the surface. "Meg!" he cried, gasping. His leg hurt like hell. He must have struck it in the tumble. Something was bobbing beside him. He grabbed it, and it was loose and globby in his grasp. By the dim maintenance light, he could see the half-eaten body of a man, the remnants of a plastic suit. "Over here, Brian," Meg called. Shuddering, Brian pushed the dead man away, and the body softly sank out of sight. Meg was just a few yards off. "Over here," she cried, gasping for breath. "That tunnel over there, it's free. It's the way the soldiers came in." Soldiers. Yes, they must have been the ones to fire those shots. And that must have been one of them, half digested, he'd run into just now. They splashed and flailed through the water. When they reached the tunnel, Brian limped ahead. "You okay?" asked Meg. "Must have hit my leg when the bike went over," he said. They hurried on. A form separated from the shadows and stood in their way. They yelped, startled. They almost ran into him. It was a soldier in a white suit, laden with equipment. "I'm not going to hurt you," he said, frightened as they. In fact, Brian could see that there was a stunned look on the man's face. A glaze. "It got him," he said. "Johnstone and the Sarge." His faceplate was cracked. Blood streamed down his face. "How do we get out of here?" demanded Brian. The man didn't seem to hear them. They were trying to scream. Inside it. They were trying to scream! Brian grabbed the front of the man's plastic suit and shook him. Then he pushed him up against the wall. "You gotta show us the way out!" he cried. The soldier cringed away, whimpering. Brian could see now that his arm was flopping at an unnatural angle. The man's arm was busted. He caught a glimpse of shattered bone sticking through the plastic of the suit. "Oh, Jesus," said Brian. "Brian!" cried Meg, gesturing desperately back toward the junction chamber. He looked. He could see the quick movements there, the gushing glob of the monster, pouring back through the pipes, reforming, seeking them. The soldier caught sight of the thing as well. He stepped back, turned, and started running the opposite way, through the tunnel. "Follow him," said Brian. "He'll know the way out." They ran and they ran and they ran some more. The soldier ran hard despite the equipment weighing him down. Strapped to one side of the man was a walkie-talkie. As they ran, the walkie-talkie began to speak. "Baker team! Baker team! What the hell's going on down there?" The soldier didn't answer. He just kept on running. A few seconds later, the soldier stopped, breathing harshly. Immediately above him, a vertical shaft ran up toward the surface, ridged with a metal-runged ladder and topped, no doubt, by a manhole. The way out! "This is it," said Brian, looking up. Not only was there a manhole up there, it was an open manhole. He could see stars glittering overhead, and a face was peering down toward him. "We're coming up!" cried Brian, pulling Meg over and guiding her hand to the first rung. More plastic-suited men ringed the manhole, and two more faces peered down. Faces that Brian recognized. Dr. Meadows and Colonel Hargis. And they saw him. Recognized him. "Oh, shit!" "Close the manhole," Dr. Meadows said. "That's my man down there," shouted Colonel Hargis. "We have to contain the organism," said Dr. Meadows, looking down at Brian, cold ice in his eyes. "Now, close it off." "That's an order." "No!" cried Meg, as the manhole cover scratched across pavement and rattled into place. "No!" cried the wounded soldier, seeing what had happened. "No!" "Hell," said Brian. He climbed up the ladder. He was going to push that thing off, before they could do anything about it. Oh, hell. He could hear a truck. They were going to put a goddamn truck tire over the manhole cover. Sure enough, by the time he reached the top and pushed hard, the thing didn't budge. Not a half-inch. "You son of a bitch!" cried Brian. No good being up here. He stormed down the ladder. Below, the soldier was fiddling with his walkie-talkie. He flicked a switch and spoke into it. "Colonel! You can't! That thing's down here with us!" Brian grabbed the walkie-talkie from him. "Meadows? You hear me?" he cried into the receiver. No answer. "Talk to me." Then he noticed a chill around his feet. A pressure. "The water's rising," said the soldier. "It's coming for us." Brian looked down. Sure enough, the water level was inching up, lapping now at their ankles. The soldier whimpered and fell against a wall, beginning to weep with hopelessness. God, they were trapped. This was it, thought Brian. They were going to get eaten, dissolved, digested, just like the others. Damn. He looked at Meg, and she was staring at him in a funny way. "I thought you were going to look after yourself," she said. "I guess I blew it, huh?" He looked around, shrugged, sighed. "I'm sorry, Meg. I really am." "Me too." Then she was looking at something else. "Brian," she said. "Yeah?" She pointed down at the soldier against the wall, coming apart. "On his belt, Brian." "Look!" Brian looked. One of the pieces of equipment the soldier carried was strapped to his belt. Brian recognized it from war movies. It was a handheld grenade launcher. There were words stenciled along the metal side: explosive projectile, caution, blowback. Oh yes. Perfect. He looked at her, and to think he had given up. He grinned, kissed her hard on the lips, and stooped down. He grabbed the grenade launcher and pulled it off the soldier's belt. "This thing work?" he asked. The soldier nodded. With his good hand he reached up and yanked back a cocking lever. "It won't do any good. Not against that monster." Brian looked up the shaft. He put the walkie-talkie to his lips, thumbed the on switch. "Hey, Meadows, if you won't listen to me, then listen to this." He aimed the grenade launcher up the shaft. Meg and the soldier scrambled out of the way for cover. Brian's finger found the trigger, and he pulled it. The launcher tugged like a bucking bronco on his arms, but the missile went true. In less than a blink of an eye, it tore up the vertical shaft to the manhole cover at the top. Brian stepped to one side the very instant of the explosion. Metal and broken cement rained down, along with pieces of blown-up tire. It felt as though someone had clapped Brian on his ears. They were ringing like bells, but he was okay. Choking with the dust from the explosion, he picked himself up and called out, "Come on, folks! We got ourselves a way out!" As quick as they could, they climbed the ladder, Brian first. He had something important to do. The fresh night air struck him, revitalizing him, as he lifted himself out onto the street, gratified at the sight that met his eyes. Chaos. The truck that had been standing on the manhole cover was flipped on its side. And so had a lot of soldiers, including Brian could see Dr. Meadows, who lay just yards away, dazed, struggling to get back to his feet. Brian jumped up through, clearing the way for Meg and the soldier to get out. His eyes raked along the rabble on the ground. He saw what he needed. He scooped it up, an M16 rifle. He swung it toward Dr. Meadows. God, how he wanted to kill that bastard! A voice stopped him. "Flag, drop it!" He spun. Peripherally, he could see Meg crawling out of the hole, then the soldier, with Meg's help. But just past them stood Deputy Bill Briggs, leveling his service revolver. "It's a lie," he cried. "All of it!" "I said, put it down!" cried Briggs. "I'll blow you out of your shoes, boy." Dr. Meadows was using the time to pick himself up. "Shoot him!" he cried to Colonel Hargis. Colonel Hargis raised his rifle but hesitated. Brian could read the doubt in his eyes. The man, for all his hawkishness, wasn't as loony as the scientist, and this business was getting thoroughly crazed. "Shoot him?" said Briggs. "Shoot him? What is this? Russia?" The deputy swung his revolver, covering Meadows and Hargis. There were clicking sounds as the other soldiers swung their weapons on Briggs and Brian. "All right, hold it," said Briggs. "Everybody just put your guns down." "He's infected," said Meadows, pointing at Brian. "Contagious! He'll spread a plague through this town and kill you all!" Then Brian noticed that there were townspeople gathering around. At the word plague, they gasped and they drew back. That even got to Briggs. He swung his revolver around and put it on Brian. "Listen to me, Briggs," said Brian Flagg desperately. "Think for a minute. You suppose an army of guys in plastic suits shows up every time a meteor falls?" "Shoot him!" cried Meadows. "That is a direct order!" How'd they get here so quickly? How'd they even know to come? "Shoot, damn it!" Meadows yelled. "Shoot!" "I'll tell you how," Brian continued. "That meteor is man-made. It's a satellite. It's some kind of germ warfare test. They fucked up." Maddened by Brian's words, the scientist jumped over to Colonel Hargis and wrestled his M16 from his grasp. He swung it around, cocking it. "Don't try it," said Briggs. And the rifle went off. Blam! Blam! The bullets sliced through the air, whizzing past Brian's ear. He jumped and pulled Meg down, covering her as Dr. Meadows fired at them wildly. A bullet caught Deputy Briggs in the shoulder and his gun was knocked to the ground. Silence dropped onto the battlefield as Dr. Meadows swung the rifle toward where Brian Flagg huddled with Meg Penny. "You're the infection, boy, and I'm the penicillin," said Dr. Meadows. Brian was suddenly looking down the bore of the army rifle as the doctor tightened his finger, his aim better this time. Just then, something whipped out from the manhole. A pseudopod flung out, catching Dr. Meadows' ankles. His finger squeezed the trigger, but the shot went wide as he was tugged onto the ground. "What?" he cried, as the tendril pulled him toward the manhole. Dr. Meadows yelled and kicked as he was dragged along, tangled in the M16 strap. "Help!" he cried. "Help!" It was the creature, Brian thought, getting up. The creature reaching up from the sewers. Everyone just watched, stunned and unable to do anything, as Dr. Meadows was pulled down into the manhole. The rifle caught on the sides of the manhole, stopping him. "Help me!" he cried. "Please help me!" His voice was muffled through the plastic in the faceplate. Then the doctor started screaming, jerking violently, caught there in the manhole. Brian watched as something oozed and swelled up within the helmet, bubbling up over the man's head from within. And Brian could see the awareness in the doctor's eyes. He knew exactly what was happening. And then those bulging eyes were engulfed in slime. The M16 strap broke. Dr. Meadows was sucked away from sight. From the sewers of Arborville there arose a squishing, squelching sound. The monster was eating and growing. 21. For Colonel Hargis, it was just too much. Hell was bubbling below his feet, and the man who had made it was frying in his own mad doctor's stew. He looked around at the horrified faces of his men, staring at the manhole where Dr. Meadows had just disappeared. He saw reflected in those men's faces his own confusion, his own feelings of helplessness. The Soviet Union was half a world away now, a very distant threat to the national security. But the hell spawn created by Dr. Meadows in his satellite laboratory was right beneath their butts. And the trouble was, it seemed not to have the faintest inkling that it should be patriotic and loyal to its creators. The motherfucker would eat anything. Hargis ripped off his helmet and threw it to the ground. He grabbed an M16 from one of his men. "Let's scrag that thing," he said. He stuck his rifle barrel down the manhole and let her rip. Other soldiers stepped up along with him, aimed down the hole and began firing, making a furious din. The kick of the gun was gratifying in his hands, but as soon as his initial wave of anger passed, Hargis realized that if that blob thing was as big as the people who'd escaped the movie theater said it was going to take more than a hail of bullets to snuff the bastard. He knew just the thing, though. "Give me a satchel charge," he called as the rifles finished emptying their ammo into the hole. "Short fuse!" He had good men. Within seconds, one of them was hauling a package the size of a phone book up to the hole. "Let him have it," ordered Colonel Hargis. Connected to the satchel charge was a ripcord. The soldier pulled this and efficiently dropped the charge down the hole. It took no orders to make the other men step away from the opening. Kerblam! The explosion trembled below the feet of Colonel Hargis like the devil's own flatulence. A gout of flame ripped up from the hole, rising 20 feet in the air. "Chew on that, slime ball," said Colonel Hargis. "That ought to do it." The rumble from the explosion died. But then another tremble started up below his feet. First a simple movement, but then, suddenly a violent shaking. "What's happening?" said Hargis, struggling to stay on his feet. "I think," said Brian Flagg, turning and starting to run, "I think you pissed it off. Hey, kid, where are you?" But Hargis never did finish his sentence. He was cut off by the explosion of gunk, shooting up from the manhole like God squeezing a pimple. The creature, it was coming up. Streamers of the thing whipped around as it rose, grabbing Hargis by his shoulders and hauling him up with it. Hargis found himself abruptly stuck to a rising geyser of burning, churning fluid, rising up, toward the night sky. Hargis knew that this was it, but he was too hard a man, had seen too much action, to go out without a fight. His M16 blazing in one hand, bullets splattering into the column of pustulence, he reached with the other to the series of hand grenades strapped across his chest. He pulled the pins. Eat these too, slimeball, he thought, even as the creature swallowed him. Acids violently eating away at plastic, skin, flesh, blood, and bone. Meg Penny watched as the column blasted up, snaring the soldiers and carrying them up, stuck in slime. "Get out of here," said Brian Flagg, catching her by the arm and pulling her down the street along with him. Up and up went the creature behind them, emerging from the sewers. Finally it reached the peak of its ascent far above Arborville, and it began to fall back down, angling out over the street. It slapped down onto the pavement, roiling and congealing into one large ball of coagulated muck. Meg and Brian had reached higher ground before the thing fell. The noxious slime missed them. But as they turned, they saw it snaring others, townspeople slower than they. What soldiers remained were firing into the mass. The creature rolled over them like a wave of used Vaseline, strangling their cries instantly. "It's a mountain," said Meg. "Get back," cried Brian, tugging her along with the escaping crowd of people. Deputy Briggs was among them and shouted orders. "Back! Everybody back!" Chaos surged. Everything was in total pandemonium, and among it all the blob struck. Hungry, it was still hungry. Colonel Hargis's grenades went off inside it, lighting a chiaroscuro of green and red within in its form, but explosives couldn't stop the oozing thing from cruising on in search of more food, more food. Reverend Meeker had never been much of an eschatologist, but he knew something of what the Bible had predicted about the end times. And this looked like something biblical, all right. The judgment of God come to Arborville. My God, he said, watching the creature roil along. The day is come. Deputy Briggs grabbed him. Come on, Reverend, gotta get out of here. You don't understand, said Reverend Meeker, gazing up at the monstrosity, acceptance and resignation on his face. This has all been prophesied. Deputy Briggs tugged him along anyway. Meanwhile, a pair of soldiers nearby were working with a flamethrower. One held the weapon while the other lit it. There was a muffled thump as the flames poured out. You're hot, said the lighting soldier. The soldier holding the flamethrower turned. The creature was heading straight toward him, a tidal wave of horror. The soldier aimed and hit the trigger. The flames roared out, wrapping the monster in smoke and fire. We got it, cried the soldier. We got the thing. It's burning up. But then a pseudopod shot from the blob, as though from a cannon, heading straight at the nozzle of the flamethrower. It struck with such force that the tanks on the soldier's back exploded, engulfing him in a fireball. Flaming fluid splattered over the street. A splash of it fell on the Reverend Meeker, setting him alight. The Reverend screamed and fell, writhing on the street. Reverend, cried Meg, seeing the man go down, his arms and back on fire. That fire extinguisher, said Deputy Briggs, pointing over to a fire truck parked nearby. Meg dashed over to it along with the wounded deputy, and together they hauled the heavy, shiny cylinder off its mooring and over to where the Reverend Meeker lay burning and screaming. The blob rolled forward, just 30 yards away. Meg blasted Reverend Meeker in a cloud of CO2. The flames were snuffed out. Come on, get out of that thing's way, ordered Briggs, pulling the half-conscious, groaning Reverend along with him. Meg turned. There it was, rising up above her, the creature, wriggling and quivering with rapacious evil and hunger. Even as she looked, a pseudopod detached from the mass and shot forward toward her. Not thinking, just reacting, she turned the fire extinguisher on it. The CO2 hissed out, slapping against the pseudopod like the hand of a ghost. The pseudopod stopped. It recoiled like a snake writhing in pain. Meg backed away, having bought some time for herself. Thinking, the CO2, it stopped it for a moment. She sprayed some of the stuff onto her hand. The cloud wrapped her hand in an arctic chill. Cold, she said. It can't stand the cold. She had to tell Brian. She whirled around to find him. Brian, she cried. It's just like in the freezer. But Brian was nowhere in sight. Only the frightened, smudged face of Deputy Briggs was there. He ran for it, Meg, said Briggs. He's gone. Now let's get going ourselves. Town Hall. It's got the strongest walls in the city. They retreated. The creature, like a wobbling, slow-motion avalanche of dung, followed, squeezing easily through the stores and office buildings on either side of the street. As Deputy Briggs carried the moaning Reverend, Meg lugged the CO2 canister along behind, pausing every 10 seconds or so to blast errant streamers of goo. Invariably, the pseudopods would wriggle back into their parent in spasms from the cold. Once, when she accidentally released a particularly large cloud of gas, the stuff sprayed over the nearest part of the crawling blob. The thing cringed back, and they were able to gain some yards. Good girl, said Briggs. Keep it going. Town Hall just ahead. The whole street seemed to bow under the blob's weight, cracking as it streamed along. Meg let it have another, longer blast and then dodged back. Pseudopods waggled wildly behind her. The blob shuddered, then flowed on inexorably. Even as they mounted the steps of the town hall, the thing flowed its hellish protoplasm up after them, a deadly tide lapping up toward their feet. The CO2 canister banged up the stairs, heavy and awkward to drag. But Meg couldn't drop it. It was their only hope. She sprayed. The blob quivered, drew back. The horrid stench, acid and blood, acid and death, was everywhere now, mixed with the smell of burning. But all that Meg could smell was the CO2. Her hands were numb with cold. Hurry! Cried a voice from the top of the stairs. Get in! Someone was holding the door open for them. Thanks, said Briggs as a man scurried out and helped drag Reverend Meeker inside. Come on, Meg, get in! Meg Penny let loose a long blast. The blob pulled back, rearing like a fat giant cobra, and hurled itself, coming down at her like a blanket, cutting off the light from burning fires and the remaining street lamps. An arm reached out and pulled Meg through the door. The town hall door slammed shut, locked, and latched. With a mighty thunk, the door was hit from the other side. It bowed in with the tremendous pressure, but it held. Tendrils of blob issued through cracks, But Meg Penny knew what to do now. She aimed the nozzle and let blast. She described a circle around the door, covering all the cracks quickly. The wriggling streamers shivered and shot back as though shocked by electrodes. "Doesn't like that," said Meg. She turned and saw to her relief that all her family, Kevin included, were among the huddled masses in the town hall. She saw Moss the mechanic, Jim Adams the banker. So many people were still alive. She'd thought so many would be dead. "Pull all the CO2 you can find," cried Deputy Briggs. "We can hold it off." "You hold it off," cried Arnold Thatcher, the baker, from the back of the hall. "We're getting out." He dived toward a back window, pulled on the latch as the crowd rippled with agreement. "No, wait," cried Meg desperately. "It's all, But even as she tried to finish, tried to haul her fire extinguisher toward Thatcher at the window, the man got the latch loose. The window angled open on its hinges. A jet of blob streamed through, right on top of the man, engulfing him. Meg aimed the nozzle and fired off a blast of CO2 gas. But with a choked gurgle, the issuing stream stopped. The canister was empty. People started screaming. Moss the mechanic, though, had already stepped up to the nearest fire extinguisher placement. He pulled open the door, ripped out the canister, and started spraying the arm of gunk. The effect was immediate. The blob retreated back out the window, but it carried its prize with it. Meg had one last impression of Arnold Thatcher, the baker, being dragged out the window, already dissolving in this portable living acid bath. Moss kept the blast going long enough for others to close the window and latch it. "That's not enough," hollered Briggs. "We're going to have to barricade every window, every door here, and let's get those fire extinguishers. There should be some in the hall, and lots in the basement." The people set to work, doing their best to barricade themselves from harm. Streamers of blobs snaked through the front door, and Meg Penny yelled for help. Within moments, Moss was there, spraying, and the streamers retreated. Then 2 men ran up to Briggs, each holding a fire extinguisher. "Small fire extinguishers." "Is that it?" said Briggs. "There's gotta be more. You just didn't look in the right places." He was interrupted by a loud scream from a woman who was scrambling away from an air vent. The blob was squeezing through. "Shit," said one of the men with an extinguisher. He hurried over to the vent and blasted the monster's pseudopod with a plume of gas. The streamer of blob wriggled back. The man was just helping the lady back to her feet when another, larger spout of slime suddenly spurted from a nearby chimney. It wrapped around the man, knocking the fire extinguisher from his grasp. "Help!" he cried. He was able to say only that one word before the pseudopod pulled him into the chimney and up into the darkness. "Oh my God!" cried someone. "Look! The front door!" Meg Penny looked, Briggs looked, everyone looked, but there was nothing to be done. The door latch, bending with the renewed bowing of the doors, snapped even as they looked. Crack! And the doors started to buckle. "No!" a man cried. As 10 people, including Briggs and Mr. Penny, ran to the front door, pushing against the barricade of desks and cabinets to keep the doors in place. But the fissures in the wood continued, and whenever there was the smallest of cracks, the blob would squiggle through. Moss climbed up on the barricade. He aimed the nozzle of his canister and fired at the streaming stuff coming through a particularly large crack. One good gust pushed it back for a moment, but then, with a strangled, coughing sound, the canister went dry. Deputy Bill Briggs, straining against a bookshelf used to block the door, cried, "We need more CO2 up here." He was pushing for all he was worth. If they could just get some more fire extinguishers. They had to be here if these nitwits could just find them, and Briggs heard a crack. The next thing he knew, books were scattering everywhere, onto the floor by his feet. The creature. It had pushed through like a pincer, 2 segments of the blob blasted out, flowed around Deputy Bill Briggs's waist, and closed in on him. They burned. Oh God, they burned. They sank through cloth and flesh. Meg Penny watched helplessly, holding on to her mother and her baby sister Christine, as the blob wrapped around Deputy Bill Briggs and pulled him through the bookcase. Screams, crack of wood, snap of bone, and splatter of blood. And then the lawman was gone. The sight of the deputy being dragged, clutching a bookshelf as though that would check the terrible force behind him, eyes rolling in horror and pain, was the final blast on the survivor's nerves. Those nerves snapped. Pandemonium struck. People screamed and panicked. They ran toward the basement and the other rooms, leaving their posts by the barricades. And with an extra surge of power, the blob began breaking in. Windows smashed. Doors buckled, then shattered. Whole sections of wall and roof were cracking and bulging. Plaster rained down on Meg Penny and her family as they stood rooted in place with terror, watching the blob wiggle through the new cracks. On the floor, in the middle of the chaos, the Reverend Meeker had recovered. Seeing the hell squeezing in on him, he began moaning and speaking deliriously. And the great voice said to the 7 angels, "Go your ways, and pour the vials of wrath of God upon the earth. And lo, there fell a noisome and grievous sore upon men which had the mark of the beast." Meg Penny heard this scripture, but she was too terrified even to comprehend what the Reverend was saying. She just clung to her family as the blob put more and more pressure on the once sturdy town hall, until the rafters and the solid brick of the walls began to squeal and tremble as though in terrible agony. "Mommy," cried Kevin, "don't let it get us." But Meg Penny knew the truth. It was going to get them. The monster was going to get them just as it had gotten the others. She was too frightened and horrified to even wonder what had happened to Brian Flagg. "It can't stand the cold." Meg's words echoed in Brian Flagg's mind. But he'd already figured it out. He knew it as soon as he saw those pseudopods retreat under the spray of CO2 as Meg Penny extinguished the fire on the Reverend Meeker. Cold, of course. He'd been so stupid. When they'd been in the freezer and the tentacles of the monster had stopped short, withdrawing back through the door cracks, that had been what had stopped the creature. Sub-zero temperature. Now, with the thing on the surface, rolling around like an unanchored mountain, there was only one way to stop it, and that was with cold. There was a big ice house here in Arborville, but no way could he convince that monster to come along and get inside it. No, the cold was going to have to be brought to the creature. And Brian Flagg was going to be the guy to do it. He ran through the night with surprising speed and energy considering how much he'd already gone through that evening. He ran down the street to Moss's repair shop, praying that the door wasn't locked. The door was locked. Shit! Behind him he heard the gunfire, and the screams and the roar of people running from the advancing monster. "Shit!" he cried. The side door of the shop had a sectioned framed window. Brian Flagg smashed his fist through the glass nearest the door. Shattered glass tinkled into the darkness. Brian reached in, felt for the knob, unlocked the door, and burst through. His hand was bleeding, but he didn't notice. Cold, cold, cold. The word throbbed through his head as he ran into the shop, where the hulking shadows of machines lurked. He hoped that Moss had gotten around to fixing the thing. Brian fumbled for the light switch. No light. Electricity gone. But enough light was coming through the garage door windows to make out where the cabs were. Brian ran to the machine and clambered into the cab. He felt around in the darkness, praying that... Yes! His fingers touched the key, already slotted into the ignition. "Okay, buddy, you gotta work!" He turned the key. The engine whined and died. Shit! No, this was unacceptable. He tried again. The engine growled like a leashed mountain lion. Growled and growled, turning over but only on the power of the battery, and... Brian stepped on the accelerator. The engine roared into life. He buckled the safety harness into place, turned the cab lights and the headlights on, and then fumbled with the emergency brake. Brake off, he downshifted the gear, brought up the clutch. The mighty machine lurched forward. There was no time to figure out how to unlock the front garage doors, so Brian Flagg slammed the Indian Summit snowmaker right through them. Glass broke and wood shattered as the door exploded outward. Stepping up the speed, Brian Flagg hurled the machine into the night. There were parked cars in front of him, but he paid them no mind. The snowmaker blasted through them, sending them careening away like 10-pins struck with a bowling ball. The big-wheeled machine roared onward, its enormous tractor tires bouncing across the bumpy pavement. The headlights picked up the ghastly carnage wreaked by the thing. Twisted autos, pieces of bodies, slime. Brian tried to ignore it as he directed the snowmaker up the street. Town Hall, he thought. They must have run for cover to Town Hall. He headed in that direction. He could see it from 2 blocks away, and it was grotesque. The blob was attached to the town hall like a throbbing parasite, roiling and shaking as it tried to crush the building. Meg was in that building. Meg and the others. As he headed toward the creature, Brian looked down to the controls of the snowmaker. He'd worked on one of these things before with Moss, and the dude had shown him what lever did what, but he'd never actually used the machine before. But he knew how it worked. On top of the cab was a big funnel-like chute that dispensed the snow, while the snowmaking apparatus was housed on the flatbed back of the truck. This included big metal water tanks and a grouping of tanks of liquid nitrogen that looked like airplane bombs. A central machine siphoned measured quantities of both through its pipes and then blew out the resulting mixture. man-made snow, from the large blower hooked onto the front. Brian brought the machine right up to the blob and stopped it, its air brakes hissing. The headlights shone through the red porridge and saliva body of the monstrosity. Brian could smell it, and he had to control his revulsion. He turned on the snowmaker. With a great gurgling and churning sound, the machine set to work immediately. After a growl and a lurch, the chute above the cab began to spit out a lovely high arc of snow that burst up through the night and landed squarely on the monster. Behind Brian, mist from the machine rose up into the night air. He turned the controls up to full, and a heftier dollop of new snow burst up, splattering onto the blob. The creature trembled. The creature shook. Its hold on the town hall had seemed unbreakable, but now the blob streamed back and away, as though in terrible pain, turning to confront this new and hurtful enemy. Brian could see that waves of steam rose up from the blob wherever snow touched it. Some kind of chemical reaction was going on. It was working! He kept the snow blowing. He was going to bury this thing in snow, bury it until it was covered with this beautiful white stuff, and then he, Brian Flagg, was going to strap on skis and slalom the bastard. But then the blob, with a speed that belied its heft, rippled away from the torrent of snow. It moved toward its attacker, rolling faster and faster. "Shit," said Brian. "Okay, you want to eat me? Eat me. But you're going to have to eat 5 tons of snow first." Snow still spouting, he shifted the engine into gear and popped the clutch. He turned the wheel so that the vehicle was heading straight for the cannonballing monster. His repositioning put the snow dead center back onto the blob, and the creature didn't like it, not at all. With soundless, quivering fury, it struck forward at the machine, lifting it up and hurling the truck and the cab and Brian into the air, turning them over like a child's toy. Brian could feel the cab disengaging from the rest of the snowmaker, ripped away from the snow chute and the tanks of water and liquid nitrogen, and skidding off onto the pavement. The cab spun over, and the snow stopped. Brian Flagg found himself upside down. Desperately, he tried to unbuckle the belt. He could see the stuff of the monster rolling around him like steaming, half-solid sewage. He heard the metal groan as the monster squeezed. As the stuff of the creature rolled past the window, Brian could also hear it slipping over above him. As he hung there, desperately working at the latch to the seatbelt, he saw half-digested bodies float by. Oh, geez. There was Deputy Briggs. And one of the soldiers in one of the plastic suits. Skeleton fingers clacked onto the glass as spiderwebs of cracks appeared. Death, knocking to get in. The belt unlatched. He dropped down to the ceiling of the cab, struggling to get up and onto his feet. The cab squealed, as though caught in a crusher. But then, just as he got himself upright, a length of bare metal crunched in, cracking him across the forehead. Brian Flagg fell unconscious as the blob squeezed on the cab of the snowmaker, pushing to get at this new bit of food. 22. It was hungry, so hungry, but now it knew other sensations, much less pleasurable sensations. The blob hurt. These bits of food. Somehow they had hurt it with the terrible waves of cold they sprayed at it. Primordial fury swept through primitive synapses, and it turned on its enemy and stopped it. The hurt stopped too, and the other sensations swept in. It was hungry again. Hungry. First, Meg Penny heard the engine motors outside, and then the squeal of air brakes. Then the roof of the town hall shook even harder, as though the monster had suffered some kind of paroxysm. Then the shaking stopped. The streamers of the blob withdrew. Meg could hear the creature slithering away. It left a gaping hole in the front door. Detaching herself from her family, Meg ran out through the hole and onto the steps, still slimy and gooey. She could see the snowmaker clearly now, spouting its load onto the cringing blob. And she could see who was in the cab. Brian Flagg. "Brian!" she cried, and she ran to help him. "Meg!" called her mother behind her. "No!" But the call did no good. She had to go and help Brian. That thing had to be stopped. Determination and pure anger swelled up in Meg Penny. Yes, that monster had to be stopped. But even as she ran toward the snowmaker, she watched helplessly as the blob hurled itself at it. She watched as the vehicle was lifted up like a bobbing boat and torn asunder. She watched as the blob poured over the cab, trying to get at Brian. "No!" she cried. "No!" Desperately, she looked around the ground by her feet. Wreckage everywhere. But just a few yards away, the half-dissolved body of a soldier attracted her attention. The soldier still held his M16 rifle in a death grip. Attached to his back was a belt which held a package just like the one the colonel had ordered to be lobbed down into the manhole. What had he called it? Oh yes, a satchel charge. First, Meg Penny peeled back the fingers of the dead man and pulled the rifle away. Then she detached the belt with the satchel charge and swung it over her shoulder. It had always been just her tiny bit of flesh and willpower against that terrible mass of rolling putrefaction, but now she had something to fight it with. She ran around to where the creature was pouring over the cab. Nearby, the detached tanks of water and liquid nitrogen lay. The blob had not poured over these. They were no longer spraying snow at it. Brian was in that cab. She had to distract the thing right away. She had watched the soldiers work their guns, and this one was already cocked. She held it up and fired at the monster. A volley of bullets tore into the thing, ripping out divots of protoplasm. The weapon's recoil pushed her back, but she recovered and gave the thing another round. Then she moved over behind the tanks. She had an idea. "Come on, you pile of shit!" she screamed at the top of her lungs. "Come on and try to get me!" She pressed the trigger, and more bullets sprayed into the blob. The thing shifted its bulk. A part of it collected into something that could almost be a head. The head peered down through sightless eyes. She let another burst rip through the roiling protoplasm, and then she scrambled up to the tanks lying on the ground by the cab. It was working! The blob was releasing the snowmaker's cab. It sensed easier prey. Or had it indeed been maddened by the bullets in her challenge? "You can do better than that," she jeered. "Come on!" She emptied the chambers of the M16 and then threw the rifle itself at the advancing blob. Then she pulled the satchel charge up by its belt and looked around. Right there, between those two massive tanks of liquid nitrogen, Meg Penny was a skier, and she knew exactly what these things were. What incredible cold was locked away in the metal, under extreme pressure. She wedged the satchel charge down between the tanks. Now, how had that soldier done it? She looked up, gauging how much time she had before that rippling stuff rolled over these tanks. "Come to mama, fucker," she whispered. She looked back down at the satchel charge and its dangling ripcord. Hopefully you had to adjust it to make it a short fuse, which meant this one was a long fuse. She'd have time to get away. Time to get Brian out of that cab. She pulled the cord. The satchel charge started ticking. The blob crawled toward her, like the upended contents of a witch's cauldron. Good enough, she thought, as she prepared to jump from the tanker to the ground. But her boot snagged on a piece of twisted metal sticking out from the tanker's hull. She could feel herself tripping, body hurtling out but legs staying in place. With a breathless whoosh, she found herself swinging upside down from the tanks, dangling. As she swayed back and forth, she could see her father and Moss running toward her from the town hall. "Stay back!" she cried. "Stay back, it's gonna blow!" Above her, she heard the ticking of the satchel charge. She couldn't pull herself up. This was it! At least her death wouldn't be meaningless, she thought. If that satchel charge blew, so would the tanks, and the tanks would... But she didn't give up. She strained up, trying to yank her foot from the boot. Straining. Suddenly something caught her around the shoulders. It twisted her, and it pulled her straight down, sliding her bloody foot out of the boot. The blob. It had gotten her with one of its tendrils. But as she tumbled to the ground, she quickly discovered that she wasn't covered by slime. She was covered by Brian Flagg. But not for long. "Come on, get up!" he ordered as he got up and hoisted her to her feet. She heard the satchel charge ticking. The next thing she knew, she was running for all she was worth, back toward Daddy and Moss and Town Hall, and she ventured to look back. The blob had covered the tanker fully now, and it was advancing after them, rolling over the machine. "God damn it," she said. "It's supposed to blow up!" But nothing happened. And the monster was on the loose, coming after them. 23. Brian Flagg woke up. The first thing he realized was that he was in pain. Not just his aching leg, which he'd hurt in his bike spill. No, his head hurt, real bad. He could feel the blood seeping out, dripping down his face. And then Brian remembered. He remembered where he was and what was crushing in upon him. He looked up, expecting the gunk to spill in on him at any moment, to engulf him, to fill his mouth and his nose and his ears with burning acid, to burn away his eyes. But there was nothing outside the windows, just a residue of slime. He didn't wait a moment. He propelled himself against the door, hitting the handle. The door opened, and Brian Flagg spilled out of the upside-down cab. It took a moment to collect himself, But as soon as he looked around, immediately saw the mountainous creature pouring across the tanker, and there, hanging from the tanker, her boot caught, was Meg Penny. From the tanker there came a loud ticking sound. Not sparing any time even to think, he ran to Meg and he jumped up and grabbed her, pulling her down. They hit the ground and he urged her on, and they ran and ran and ran some more, and then Meg stopped. And she said something about the tanker blowing up. "What's happening?" she said. "I don't understand. It was ticking." "The satchel charge! We gotta get away from that thing now." "I'm telling you," said Meg, "it's—" And just as Brian turned to check the blob's advance, the rumbling started. He wasn't sure if the spark came first or the rumble, but it didn't take long before the light that ignited the wavery form of the tanker turned into a bigger light, a very bright light that thrust out and up, turning into a huge explosion. The explosion geysered up, scattering bits and shreds of the blob's protoplasm. A ground-ripping blast of frost, water, and ice waved over him and Meg, knocking them off their feet and onto the pavement. Beyond them, an icy cloud blossomed, rising into the air. And then bits and pieces rained back down, splattering onto the ground, tinkling and cracking. Pieces of the blob turned into chunks of crystalline matter. The thing had been frozen. Brian, lying dazed in a scatter of frost and icy water, was only dimly aware of this. But he did hear Meg's voice calling, "Brian! Brian!" Then he realized that there were people gathered all around them, helping them up. "Whoa," said Brian Flagg, looking at the carnage of ice that the monster had been reduced to. "What a rush! Brian!" Suddenly Meg Penny was all over him, which he didn't mind at all. His arms folded around her and his lips found hers, and they had a nice long kiss. The thing was dead. They'd defeated it. Then Brian looked up. He felt something on his head, looked up, and saw what was coming down. Little tumbling flakes of white stuff. "Hey, man," said Moss, patting him on the shoulder. "Told you we'd get snow." The mechanic looked up and smiled. "You gotta have faith." Moss wandered over to have a look at the wreckage of the snowmaker. Brian watched his friend kick a tire. "I wonder if I'm covered for this sort of thing," he called back. Brian grinned. "I think you've got plenty of witnesses." He looked around at the people coming out of town hall. All the people who were still alive. Yes, that thing had killed some, but most were still alive and healthy. "You saved us, Brian," said Meg. "I had a lot of help," said Brian. But still he felt good, real good. Everyone was looking at him, patting him on the back and releasing their fears and pent-up emotions with tears and laughs. "Gee," he said, "I guess it's no more Mr. Bad Guy, huh?" Meg Penny smiled at him. "No, you've spilled your little secret, Brian Flagg. Everyone knows now. Especially me." Moss Woolsey surveyed the frozen remains of the blob. He stepped forward, taking charge. "All right, people," he said. "We've got 4 hours till the sun comes up. Let's get a bulldozer and a dump truck and get this thing over to the ice house." Meg was pulling Brian away from the crowd. "What do you think you're doing?" he protested playfully. "You must be tired. You've done your bit, Brian. You need rest," she said. Kiddo." He pointed down at the ground, at the bits of the blob scattered all over. "I'm a part of this town now, and I'm gonna help haul this thing where it won't do any more harm." She looked at him with a funny expression. "But Brian, you always were part of the town. You just didn't feel like you belonged." He mulled that over for a moment. "Well, guess I'm stuck for a while now anyway. Bike's dead." She smiled and wrapped her arms around his neck. They kissed again and then turned and pitched in to help clean up the mess. Maybe Moss could use some regular part-time help. Yeah, thought Brian Flagg. Maybe he'd stick around Arborville after all. Epilogue. The preacher preached. His patchwork tent was pitched at a dusty Midwestern crossroads, bordering on flat acres of waving wheat fields. Outside were parked the battered old cars and pickup trucks of the people who'd come to hear him speak of the coming end times, come to hear his straining voice warning of the approaching chaos. The preacher preached. From a makeshift pulpit atop a creaky platform, he ranted and cried out, warning these poverty-stricken people of even worse days approaching. The will of God is written in the sky in fingers of flame. Wormwood falls from heaven, consuming sinner and saint alike, who shall be lifted up to rapture when the judgment trumpet blows. None but the faithful, brothers and sisters, none but the faithful. The preacher preached to his audience of black people, White people, rural farming people. People who lived on the outskirts of wealthier society. They sat in their old wooden folding chairs, intently listening to the message being hurled down on them like fire from the skies. The preacher preached, and no longer were his words soft and comforting, as they had been in the days of his delusion, back in the old church. Back in Arborville. His name had once been Reverend Meeker, but he had changed it to something that felt more like the name God wanted him to have. Now his name was Reverend Storm, and now, when he preached, his words hailed down upon the listeners, shot through with lightning and thunder. "Woe to the inhabitants of the earth and sea, for the final days are upon us," he said, ejecting a fine spray of spittle with his words. No longer was he the cherubic little man full of good cheer, brimming with pastorly peace. Now his eyes burned with a manic gleam. The white fringe of hair around his head had grown out scraggly and long. It bounced and waved as he jumped up and down, propelling his words out to the fascinated audience. By the Lord's word, he shouted, "The earth shall be cleansed, the disease burned out, and the temples of the prophets shall fall." Hallelujahs and amens rippled through the audience as he leaned forward on the pulpit, staring out at the flock of rural folk. "There's no more time for forgiven, no more time for salvation. Who among us shall be raised to rapture when the judgment trumpet blows? Only the faithful, brothers and sisters, only the faithful." He was emptied of his message, spent. He scanned the audience, savoring the silence. A vein in his neck, just below the swath of scar tissue from his burning, throbbed. He spun and walked off the platform, fatigue waving over him. He'd given his message, and now he needed rest desperately. As he pulled aside the canvas flap that separated the stage from one of the two trailers that served as his traveling revival show, Sister Martha and Brother Abner were stepping into place before the worn old microphone. Soon he could hear the sounds of their singing echoing through the makeshift hall of the tent. "Soon I will be done," they sang, "with the troubles of the world." A good hymn, thought Brother Storm, heading for his room to rest. They'd sung that song back at the Lutheran church in Arborville, back before God had delivered his message to the Reverend, but he'd never realized its full import. Now he opened the door of his little study and collapsed into a cheap folding chair. He left the door open. It was hot outside, and the room had poor ventilation. Before him was a card table with some books he'd been using for study that morning. Off to one side of the room was an old surplus army cot. He closed his eyes, weary, but he knew that strength would return with rest. And then he would preach another message this evening, another message to more people, come to hear the word. On the table before him was a bottle of whiskey. Before the time of reckoning had arrived at Arborville, he'd never drunk alcohol. But God had told him that it was all right to drink from time, to calm his nerves. He poured a few ounces into a glass, tilted the contents, and drank. Immediately he felt better. Steadied, he leaned back in his chair and closed his eyes. "When, Reverend?" said a voice from outside. "When?" He opened his eyes and he saw an elderly woman, leaning in, her face a map of hard times, her eyes filled with tears. She had been moved by his message. "Ma'am?" he answered softly, his voice hoarse from the preaching and the whiskey. "The day of reckoning. How far off?" He stood and turned, looking down at something on the card table. "Soon, ma'am," he said, picking up the mason jar. "Soon." He looked down at the contents. He was still amazed and grateful that he had been chosen as God's own minister of judgment. In the mason jar he'd taken from the Tick-Tock diner, the piece of the beast crawled around aimlessly, trying to get out, trying to feed. "The Lord will give me a sign," said Brother Storm. "A sign." The mason jar slipped from his sweaty fingers. He caught it and placed it carefully back in its box. Not now, thought the former Reverend Meeker. But soon, soon. The blob sat in its jar, waiting and crawling and roiling. It was hungry. Very, very hungry.